This is Audible. Baptism of Fire. Written by Andrzej Sapkowski, translated from the Polish by David French, and read by Peter Kenny. Then the soothsayer spake thus to the witcher: This counsel I shall give you. Don hobnailed boots, and take an iron staff. Walk in your hobnailed boots to the end of the world, tap the road in front of you with the staff, and let your tears fall. Go through fire and water, do not stop, do not look back. And when your boots are worn out, when your iron staff is worn down, when the wind and the sun have dried your eyes such that not a single tear will fall from them, then you will find what you are searching for, what you love, at the end of the world. Perhaps. And the witcher walked through fire and water, never looking back. But he took neither hobnailed boots nor a staff. He took only his witcher's sword. He obeyed not the words of the soothsayer, and rightly so, for she was wicked. Florent Delanoy, Tales and Legends. Chapter 1. Birds were chirping loudly in the undergrowth. The slopes of the ravine were overgrown with a dense, tangled mass of brambles and barberry, a perfect place for nesting and feeding. Not surprisingly, it was teeming with birds. Greenfinches trilled loudly, redpoles and whitethroats twittered, and chaffinches gave out ringing vink-vinks every now and then. The chaffinch's call signals rain, thought Milver, glancing up at the sky. There were no clouds, but chaffinches always warn of the rain. We could do with a little rain. Such a spot, opposite the mouth of a ravine, was a good place for a hunter, giving a decent chance of a kill, particularly here in Brokeland Forest, which was abundant with game. The dryads who controlled extensive tracts of the forest rarely hunted, and humans dared to venture into it even less often. Here, a hunter greedy for meat or pelts became the quarry himself. The Brokeland dryads showed no mercy to intruders. Milver had once discovered that for herself. No, Brokeland was not short of game. Nonetheless, Milver had been waiting in the undergrowth for more than 2 hours, and nothing had crossed her line of sight. She couldn't hunt on the move. The drought, which had lasted for more than a month, had lined the forest floor with dry brush and leaves, which rustled and crackled at every step. In conditions like these, only standing still and unseen would lead to success and a prize. An admiral butterfly alighted on the nock of her bow. Milver didn't shoo it away, but watched it closing and opening its wings. She also looked at her bow, a recent acquisition which she still wasn't tired of admiring. She was a born archer and loved a good weapon, and she was holding the best of the best. Milver had owned many bows in her life. She had learned to shoot using ordinary ash and yew bows, but soon gave them up for composite reflex bows of the type elves and dryads used. Elven bows were shorter, lighter, and more manageable, and, owing to the laminated composition of wood and animal sinew, much quicker than yew bows. An arrow shot with them reached the target much more swiftly and along a flatter arc, which considerably reduced the possibility of its being blown off course. The best examples of such weapons, bent fourfold, bore the elven name of Zephyr, since the bow's shape formed that rune. Milver had used Zephyrs for several years, and couldn't imagine a bow capable of outclassing them. But she had finally come across one. It was, of course, at the seaside bazaar in Sedaris, which was renowned for its diverse selection of strange and rare goods, brought by sailors from the most distant corners of the world, from anywhere a frigate or galleon could reach. Whenever she could, Milver would visit the bazaar and look at the foreign bows. It was there she bought the bow she'd thought would serve her for many years. She had thought the Zephyr from Zerikania, reinforced with polished antelope horn, was perfect, for just a year. 12 months later, at the same market stall, owned by the same trader, she had found another rare beauty. The bow came from the far north. It measured just over 5 feet, was made of mahogany, had a perfectly balanced riser and flat laminated limbs glued together from alternating layers of fine wood, boiled sinew, and whalebone. It differed from the other composite bows in its construction and also in its price, which is what had initially caught Milva's attention. When, however, she picked up the bow and flexed it, she paid the price the trader was asking without hesitation or haggling. 400 Novigrad crowns. Naturally, she didn't have such a titanic sum on her. Instead, she had given up her Zerikanian Zephyr, a bunch of sable pelts, a small, exquisite, elven-made medallion, and a coral cameo pendant on a string of river pearls. But she didn't regret it. Not ever. The bow was incredibly light and, quite simply, perfectly accurate. Although it wasn't long, it had an impressive kick to its laminated wood and sinew limbs. Equipped with a silk and hemp bowstring stretched between its precisely curved limbs, it generated 55 pounds of force from a 24-inch draw. True enough, there were bows that could generate 80, but Milva considered that excessive. An arrow shot from her whalebone 55er covered a distance of 200 feet in 2 heartbeats, and at 100 paces still had enough force to impale a stag, while it could pass right through an unarmoured human. Milva rarely hunted animals larger than red deer or heavily armoured men. The butterfly flew away. The chaffinches continued to make a racket in the undergrowth, and still nothing crossed her line of sight. Milva leant against the trunk of a pine and began to think back, simply to kill time. Her first encounter with the Witcher had taken place in July, 2 weeks after the events on the Isle of Thanedd and the outbreak of war in Dol Angra. Milva had returned to Brokilon after a fortnight's absence. She was leading the remains of a Scoia'tael commando, defeated in Temeria during an attempt to make their way into war-torn Aedirn. The Squirrels had wanted to join the uprising incited by the elves in Dol Blathanna. They had failed, and would have perished had it not been for Milva, but they'd found her and refuge in Brokilon. Immediately on her arrival, she had been informed that Aglais needed her urgently in Col Serai. Milva had been a little taken aback. Aglais was the leader of the Brokilon healers, and the deep valley of Col Serai, with its hot springs and caves, was where healings usually took place. She responded to the call, convinced it concerned some elf who had been healed and needed her help to re-establish contact with his commando. But when she saw the wounded Witcher and learned what it was about, she was absolutely furious. She ran from the cave with her hair streaming behind her and offloaded all her anger on Aglais. "He saw me! He saw my face! Do you understand what danger that puts me in?" No, I don't understand," replied the healer coldly. "That is Quinn Blythe, the Witcher, a friend of Brokilon. He has been here for a fortnight, since the new moon, and more time will pass before he will be able to get up and walk normally. He craves tidings from the world, news about those close to him. Only you can supply him with that." "Tidings from the world? Have you lost your mind, Dryad? Do you know what is happening in the world now, beyond the borders of your tranquil forest? A war is raging in Aedirn. Brugge, Temeria, and Redania are reduced to havoc, hell, and much slaughter. Those who instigated the rebellion on Thanedd are being hunted high and low. There are spies and Angivari, informers, everywhere. It's sometimes sufficient to let slip a single word, make a face at the wrong moment, and you'll meet the hangman's red-hot iron in the dungeon. And you want me to creep around spying, asking questions, gathering information, risking my neck, and for whom? For some half-dead Witcher? And who is he to me? My own flesh and blood? You've truly taken leave of your senses, Aglais." "If you're going to shout," interrupted the Dryad calmly, "let's go deeper into the forest. He needs peace and quiet." Despite herself, Milva looked over at the cave where she had seen the wounded Witcher a moment earlier. A strapping lad, she had thought. Thin, yet sinewy. His hair's white, but his belly's as flat as a young man's. Hard times have been his companion, not lard and beer. "He was on Thanedd," she stated. She didn't ask. "He's a rebel." "I know not," said Aglais, shrugging. "He's wounded. He needs help. I'm not interested in the rest." Milva was annoyed. The healer was known for her taciturnity, but Milva had already heard excited accounts from dryads in the eastern marches of Brokilon. She already knew the details of the events that had occurred a fortnight earlier. About the chestnut-haired sorceress who had appeared in Brokilon in a burst of magic, about the cripple with a broken arm and leg she had been dragging with her. A cripple who had turned out to be the Witcher, known to the Dryads as Gwynblyth, the White Wolf. At first, according to the Dryads, no one had known what steps to take. The mutilated Witcher screamed and fainted by turns. Aglaïs had applied makeshift dressings. The sorceress cursed and wept. Milva did not believe that at all. Who has ever seen a sorceress weep? And later the order came from Duin Canel, from the silver-eyed Aithne, the Lady of Brokilon. "Send the sorceress away," said the ruler of the Forest of the Dryads, "and tend to the Witcher." And so they did. Milva had seen as much. He was lying in a cave, in a hollow full of water from the magical Brokilon springs. His limbs, which had been held in place using splints and put in traction, were swathed in a thick layer of the healing climbing plant Cunionhaila and turfs of knitbone. His hair was as white as milk. Unusually, he was conscious. Anyone being treated with Cunionhaila normally lay lifeless and raving as the magic spoke through them. "Well?" The healer's emotionless voice tore her from her reverie. "What is it going to be? What am I to tell him?" "To go to hell," snapped Milva, lifting her belt from which hung a heavy purse and a hunting knife. "And you can go to hell too, Aglaïs." "As you wish. I shall not compel you." "You are right. You will not." She went into the forest among the sparse pines and didn't look back. She was angry. Milva knew about the events which had taken place during the first July new moon on the Isle of Thaneth. The Scoia'tael talked about it endlessly. There had been a rebellion during the Mages' Conclave on the island. Blood had been spilt and heads had rolled, and, as if on a signal, the armies of Nilfgaard had attacked Aedion and Lyria, and the war had begun. And in Temeria, Redania, and Kaedwen, it was all blamed on the squirrels. For one thing, because a commando of Scoia'tael had supposedly come to the aid of the rebellious mages on Thaneth. For another, because an elf, or possibly half-elf, had supposedly stabbed and killed Visimir, king of Redania. So the furious humans had gone after the squirrels with a vengeance. The fighting was raging everywhere, and elven blood was flowing in rivers. "Ha," thought Milva. "Perhaps what the priests are saying is true after all, and the end of the world and the day of judgment are close at hand. The world is in flames. Humans are preying not only on elves, but on other humans too. Brothers are raising knives against brothers, and the Witcher is meddling in politics and joining the rebellion. The Witcher, who is meant to roam the world and kill monsters eager to harm humans. No Witcher, for as long as anyone can remember, has ever allowed himself to be drawn into politics or war. Why, there's even the tale about a foolish king who carried water in a sieve, took a hare as a messenger, and appointed a Witcher as a palatine. And yet, here we have the Witcher carved up in a rebellion against the kings and forced to escape punishment in Brokilon. Perhaps it truly is the end of the world. "Greetings, Maria." She started. The short dryad, leaning against a pine, had eyes and hair the colour of silver. The setting sun gave her head a halo against the background of the motley wall of trees. Milva dropped to one knee and bowed low. "My greetings to you, Lady Aithne." The ruler of Brokilon stuck a small crescent-shaped golden knife into a bast girdle. "Arise," she said. "Let us take a walk. I wish to talk with you." They walked for a long time through the shadowy forest, the delicate silver-haired dryad and the tall flaxen-haired girl. Neither of them broke the silence for some time. "It is long since you were at Duin Canel, Maria." "There was no time, Lady Aithne. It is a long road to Duin Canel, from the River Ribbon, and I... But of course you know." "That I do. Are you weary?" "The elves need my help. I'm helping them on your orders, after all." "At my request." "Indeed, at your request." "And I have one more." "As I thought. The Witcher." "Help him." Milva stopped and turned back, breaking an overhanging twig of honeysuckle with a sharp movement, turning it over in her fingers before flinging it to the ground. For half a year, she said softly, looking into the dryad's silvery eyes. "I have risked my life guiding elves from their decimated commandos to Brokilon. When they are rested and their wounds healed, I'll lead them out again. Is that so little? Haven't I done enough? Every new moon, I set out on the trail in the dark of the night. I've begun to fear the sun as much as a bat or an owl does. No one knows the forest trails better than you. I will not learn anything in the greenwood. I hear that the Witcher wants me to gather news by moving among humans. He's a rebel. The ears of the Angivari prick up at the sound of his name. I must be careful not to show myself in the cities, and what if someone recognises me? The memories still endure, the blood is not yet dry. For there was a lot of blood, Lady Aithne. A great deal." The silver eyes of the old dryad were alien, cold, inscrutable. "A great deal indeed. Were they to recognize me, they would impale me. You are prudent. You are cautious and vigilant. In order to gather the tidings the Witcher requests, it is necessary to shed vigilance. It is necessary to ask. And now it is dangerous to demonstrate curiosity. Were they to capture me, you have contacts. They would torture me until I died, or grind me down in Drakenborg. But you are indebted to me." Milva turned her head away and bit her lip. "It's true, I am," she said bitterly. "I have not forgotten." She narrowed her eyes. Her face suddenly contorted, and she clenched her teeth tightly. The memory shone faintly beneath her eyelids, the ghastly moonlight of that night. The pain in her ankle suddenly returned, held tight by the leather snare, and the pain in her joints after they had been cruelly wrenched. She heard again the soughing of leaves as the tree shot suddenly upright. Her screaming, moaning, the desperate, frantic, horrified struggle, and the invasive sense of fear which flowed over her when she realized she couldn't free herself. The cry and fear, the creak of the rope, the rippling shadows, the swinging, unnatural, upturned earth, upturned sky, trees with upturned tops, pain, blood pounding in her temples. And at dawn, the dryads all around her in a ring. The distant, silvery laughter. "A puppet on a string. Swing, swing, marionette, little head hanging down." And her own unnatural wheezing cry, and then darkness. "Indeed, I have a debt," she said through clenched teeth. "Indeed, for I was a hanged man cut from the noose. As long as I live, I see, I shall never pay off that debt." "Everyone has some kind of debt," replied Aithne. "Such is life, Maria Baring. Debts and liabilities, obligations, gratitude, payments. Doing something for someone, or perhaps for ourselves. For in fact, we are always paying ourselves back, and not someone else. Each time we are indebted, we pay off the debt to ourselves. In each of us lies a creditor and a debtor at once, and the art is for the reckoning to tally inside us. We enter the world as a minute part of the life we are given, and from then on we are ever paying off debts to ourselves, for ourselves, in order for the final reckoning to tally. Is this human dear to you, Lady Aithne? That Witcher? He is, although he knows not of it. Return to Ciri, Maria Baring. Go to him, and do what he asks of you." In the valley, the brushwood crunched and a twig snapped. A magpie gave a noisy, angry chaka-chaka, and some chaffinches took flight, flashing their white wing bars and tail feathers. Milva held her breath. At last. "Chaka-chaka," called the magpie. "Chaka-chaka-chaka." Another twig cracked. Milva adjusted the worn, polished leather guard on her left forearm and placed her hand through the loop attached to her gear. She took an arrow from the flat quiver on her thigh. Out of habit, she checked the arrowhead and the fletchings. She bought the shafts at the market, choosing on average 1 out of every dozen offered to her, but she always fletched them herself. Most ready-made arrows in circulation had 2 short fletchings arranged straight along the shaft, while Milva only used spirally fletched arrows, with the fletchings never shorter than 5 inches. She nocked the arrow and stared at the mouth of the ravine, at a green spot of barberry among the trees, heavy with bunches of red berries. The chaffinches had not flown far, and began their trilling again. "Come on, little one," thought Milva, raising the bow and drawing the bowstring. "Come on, I'm ready." But the roe deer headed along the ravine, towards the marsh and springs which fed the small streams flowing into the ribbon. A young buck came out of the ravine, a fine specimen, weighing in, she estimated, at almost 4 stone. He lifted his head, pricked up his ears, and then turned back towards the bushes, nibbling leaves. With his back toward her, he was an easy victim. Had it not been for a tree trunk obscuring part of the target, Milva would have fired without a second thought. Even if she were to hit him in the belly, the arrow would penetrate and pierce the heart, liver, or lungs. Were she to hit him in the haunch, she would destroy an artery, and the animal would be sure to fall in a short time. She waited, without releasing the bowstring. The buck raised his head again, stepped out from behind the trunk, and abruptly turned round a little. Milva, holding the bow at full draw, cursed under her breath. A shot face on was uncertain. Instead of hitting the lung, the arrowhead might enter the stomach. She waited, holding her breath, aware of the salty taste of the bowstring against the corner of her mouth. That was one of the most important, quite invaluable, advantages of her bow. Were she to use a heavier or inferior weapon, she would never be able to hold it fully drawn for so long, without tiring or losing precision with the shot. Fortunately, the buck lowered his head, nibbled on some grass protruding from the moss, and turned to stand sideways. Milva exhaled calmly, took aim at his chest, and gently released her fingers from the bowstring. She didn't hear the expected crunch of ribs being broken by the arrow, however, for the buck leapt upwards, kicked and fled, accompanied by the crackling of dry branches and the rustle of leaves being shoved aside. Milva stood motionless for several heartbeats, petrified like a marble statue of a forest goddess. Only when all the noises had subsided did she lift her hand from her cheek and lower the bow. Having made a mental note of the route the animal had taken as it fled, she sat down calmly, resting her back against a tree trunk. She was an experienced hunter. She had poached in the Lord's forests from a child. She had brought down her first roe deer at the age of 11, and her first 14-point buck on the day of her 14th birthday, an exceptionally favourable augury. And experience had taught that one should never rush after a shot animal. If she had aimed well, the buck would fall no further than 200 paces from the mouth of the ravine. Should she have been off target, a possibility she actually didn't contemplate, hurrying might only make things worse. A badly injured animal which wasn't agitated would slow to a walk after its initial panicked flight. A frightened animal being pursued would race away at breakneck speed and would only slow down once it was over the hills and far away. So, she had at least half an hour. She plucked a blade of grass, stuck it between her teeth, and drifted off in thought once again. The memories came back. When she returned to Brokilon 12 days later, the Witcher was already up and about. He was limping somewhat, and slightly dragging one hip, but he was walking. Milva was not surprised. She knew of the miraculous healing properties of the forest water and the herb Konyenhela. She also knew Aglais's abilities, and on several occasions had witnessed the astonishingly quick return to health of wounded dryads. And the rumours about the exceptional resistance and endurance of witches were also clearly no mere myths either. She did not go to Col Serai immediately on her arrival, although the dryads hinted that Gwyn Blythe had been impatiently awaiting her return. She delayed intentionally, still unhappy with her mission and wanting to make her feelings clear. She escorted the squirrels back to their camp. She gave a lengthy account of the incidents on the road and warned the Dryads about the plans to seal the border on the ribbon by humans. Only when she was rebuked for the third time did Milva bathe, change, and go to the Witcher. He was waiting for her at the edge of a glade by some cedars. He was walking up and down, squatting from time to time, and then straightening up with a spring. Aglaïs had clearly ordered him to exercise. "What news?" he asked immediately after greeting her. The coldness in his voice didn't deceive her. "The war seems to be coming to an end," she answered, shrugging. "Nilfgaard, they say, has crushed Lyria and Aedirn. Verden has surrendered, and the King of Temeria has struck a deal with the Nilfgaardian Emperor. The elves in the Valley of Flowers have established their own kingdom, but the Scoia'tael from Temeria and Redania have not joined them. They are still fighting." "That isn't what I meant." "No?" she said, feigning surprise. "Oh, I see. Well, I stopped in Dorian, as you asked, though it meant going considerably out of my way, and the highways are so dangerous now." She broke off, stretching. This time he didn't hurry her. "Was Codringer," she finally asked, "whom you asked me to visit, a close friend of yours?" The Witcher's face did not twitch, but Milva knew he understood at once. "No, he wasn't." "That's good," she continued easily, "because he's no longer with us. He went up in flames along with his chambers. Probably only the chimney and half of the facade survived. The whole of Dorian is abuzz with rumours. Some say Codringer was dabbling in black magic and concocting poisons, that he had a pact with the devil, so the devil's fire consumed him. Others say he'd stuck his nose and his fingers into a crack he shouldn't have, as was his custom, and it wasn't to somebody's liking, so they bumped him off and set everything alight to cover their tracks. What do you think?" She didn't receive a reply, or detect any emotion on his ashen face, so she continued in the same venomous, arrogant tone of voice. "It's interesting that the fire and Codringer's death occurred during the first July new moon, exactly when the unrest on the Isle of Thaneth was taking place, as if someone had guessed that Codringer knew something about the disturbances and would be asked for details. As if someone wanted to stop his trap-up good and proper in advance, strike him dumb. What do you say to that? Ah, I see you won't say anything. You're keeping quiet, so I'll tell you this. Your activities are dangerous, and so is your spying and questioning. Perhaps someone will want to shut other traps and ears than Codringer's. That's what I think." "Forgive me," he said a moment later. "You're right. I put you at risk. It was too dangerous a task for a woman, you mean?" she said, jerking her head back, flicking her still wet hair from her shoulder with a sudden movement. "Is that what you were going to say? Are you playing the gentleman all of a sudden? I may have to squat to piss, but my coat is lined with wolfskin, not Coney fare. Don't call me a coward, because you don't know me." "I do," he said in a calm, quiet voice, not reacting to her anger or raised voice. "You are Milva. You lead squirrels to safety in Brokilon, avoiding capture. Your courage is known to me. But I recklessly and selfishly put you at risk." "You're a fool," she interrupted sharply. "Worry about yourself, not about me. Worry about that young girl." She smiled disdainfully, because this time his face did change. She fell silent deliberately, waiting for further questions. "What do you know?" he finally asked. "And from whom?" "You had your Codringer," she snorted, lifting her head proudly. "And I have my own contacts, the kind with sharp eyes and ears." "Tell me, Milva. Please." "After the fighting on Thaneth," she began, after waiting a moment, "unrest erupted everywhere. The hunt for traitors began, particularly for any sorcerers who supported Nilfgaard and for the other turncoats. Some were captured, others vanished without trace. You don't need much nous to guess where they fled to and under whose wings they're hiding. But it wasn't just sorcerers and traitors who were hunted. A squirrel commando, led by the famous foil Tiana, also helped the mutinous sorcerers in the rebellion on Thaneth. So now he's wanted. An order has been issued that every elf captured should be tortured and interrogated about foil Tiana's commando." "Who's foil Tiana?" "An elf. One of the Scoia'tael. Few have got under the human skin the way he has. There's a hefty bounty on his head. But they're seeking another too. A Nilfgaardian knight who was on Thaneth, and also for a—" "Go on." "The Angivare are asking about a witcher who goes by the name of Geralt of Rivia, and about a girl named Cirilla. Those two are to be captured alive. It was ordered on pain of death. If either of you is caught, not a hair on your heads is to be harmed, not a button may be torn from her dress. Oh, you must be dear to their hearts for them to care so much about your health." She broke off, seeing the expression on his face, from which his unnatural composure had abruptly disappeared. She realized that, however hard she tried, she was unable to make him afraid, at least not for his own skin. She unexpectedly felt ashamed. "Well, that pursuit of theirs is futile," she said gently, with just a faintly mocking smile on her lips. "You are safe in Brokilon, and they won't catch the girl alive either. When they search through the rubble on Thaneth, all the debris from that magical tower which collapsed—" "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The Witcher staggered, leant against a cedar, and sat down heavily near the trunk. Milver leapt back, horrified by the pallor which his already whitened face had suddenly taken on. "Aglaïs! Circe! Falve! Come quickly! Damn, I think he's about to keel over! Hey, you!" "Don't call them. There's nothing wrong with me. Speak. I want to know." Milver suddenly understood. "They found nothing in the debris," she cried, feeling herself go pale too. "Nothing. Although they examined every stone and cast spells, they didn't find—" She wiped the sweat from her forehead and held back with a gesture the dryads running towards them. She seized the Witcher by his shoulders and leant over him so that her long hair tumbled over his pale face. "You misunderstood me," she said quickly, incoherently. It was difficult to find the right words among the mass which were trying to tumble out. "I only meant you understood me wrongly, because how was I to know she's so— No, I didn't mean to. I only wanted to say that that they won't find her, because she disappeared without a trace, like those mages. Forgive me." He didn't answer. He looked away. Milver bit her lip and clenched her fists. "I'm leaving Brokilon again in 3 days," she said gently after a long, very long silence. "The moon must wane a little, and the nights become a little darker. I shall return within 10 days, perhaps sooner, shortly after Lammas, in the first days of August. Worry not. I shall move earth and water, but I shall find out everything. If anyone knows anything about that maiden, you'll know it too." "Thank you, Milver." "I'll see you in 10 days. Gwyn Blythe." "Call me Geralt," he said, holding out a hand. She took it without a second thought, and squeezed it very hard. "And I'm Maria Baring." A nod of the head and the flicker of a smile thanked her for her sincerity. She knew he appreciated it. "Be careful, please, when you ask questions. Be careful who you ask." "Don't worry about me." "Your informers. Do you trust them?" "I don't trust anyone." "The Witcher is in Brokilon, among the dryads." "As I thought," Dijkstra said, folding his arms on his chest. "But I'm glad it's been confirmed." He remained silent for a moment. Lennep licked his lips and waited. "I'm glad it's been confirmed," repeated the head of the Secret Service of the Kingdom of Redania, pensively, as though he were talking to himself. "It's always better to be certain. If only Yennefer were with him. There isn't a witch with him, is there, Lennep?" "I beg your pardon?" The spy started. "No, your lordship, there isn't. What are your orders? If you want him alive, I'll lure him out of Brokilon. But if you prefer him dead—" "Lennep," said Dijkstra, raising his cold, pale blue eyes towards the agent. "Don't be overzealous. In our trade, officiousness never pays, and should always be viewed with suspicion." "Sire," said Lennep, blanching somewhat, I know. You only asked about my orders. Well, here they are. Leave the Witcher alone." "Yes, sire. And what about Milver?" "Leave her alone, too, for now." "Yes, sire. May I go?" "You may." The agent left, cautiously and silently, closing the oak door behind him. Dykstra remained silent for a long time, staring at the towering pile of maps, letters, denunciations, interrogation reports, and death sentences in front of him. Ori? The secretary raised his head and cleared his throat. He said nothing. The Witcher is in Brokilon. Ori Reuven cleared his throat again, involuntarily glancing under the table towards his boss's leg. Dykstra noticed the look. That's right. I won't let him get away with that, he barked. I couldn't walk for 2 weeks because of him. I lost face with Philippa, forced to whimper like a dog and beg her for a bloody spell, otherwise I'd still be hobbling. I can't blame anyone but myself. I underestimated him. But the worst thing is that I can't get my own back and tan his witch's hide. I don't have the time, and anyway, I can't use my own men to settle private scores. That's right, isn't it, Ori? Ahem. Don't grunt at me. I know. But hell, power tempts. How it beguiles, invites to be made use of. How easy it is to forget when one has it. But if you forget once, there's no end to it. Is Philippa Eilhart still in Monte Carlo? Yes. Take a quill and an inkwell. I'll dictate a letter to her. I shall begin... Oh, damn it, I can't concentrate. What's that bloody racket, Ori? What's happening in the square? Some students are throwing stones at the Nilfgaardian envoy's residence. We paid them to do so, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, very well. Close the window, and have the lads throw stones at the dwarf Giancardi's bank tomorrow. He refused to reveal the details of some accounts. Giancardi donated a considerable sum of money to the military fund. Ah, and have them throw stones at the banks that didn't donate. They all did. Oh, you're boring me, Ori. Right, I said. Darling Phil, the son of my... Blast, I keep forgetting. Take a new sheet of paper. Ready? Of course. Dear Philippa, Mistress Triss Merigold is sure to be worried about the Witcher she teleported from Thaneth to Brokilon, which she kept so secret that even I didn't know anything. It hurt me terribly. Please reassure her the Witcher is doing well now. He has even begun to send female emissaries from Brokilon to search for traces of Princess Cirilla, the young girl you're so interested in. Our good friend Geralt clearly doesn't know Cirilla is in Nilfgaard, where she's preparing for her wedding to Imperator Emir. It's important to me that the Witcher lies low in Brokilon, which is why I'll do my best to ensure the news reaches him. Have you got that? The news reaches him. New paragraph. It puzzles me. Ori, wipe the bloody quill. We're writing to Philippa, not to the Royal Council. The letter must look neat. New paragraph. It puzzles me why the Witcher hasn't tried to make contact with Yennefer. I refuse to believe that his passion, which was verging on obsession, has petered out so suddenly, irrespective of learning his darling's political objectives. On the other hand, if Yennefer is the one who handed Cirilla over to Emir, and if there is proof of it, I would gladly make sure the Witcher was furnished with it. The problem would solve itself, I'm certain, and the faithless black-haired beauty would be on very shaky ground. The Witcher doesn't like it when anyone touches his little girl, as Arto Terranova discovered on Thaneth in no uncertain terms. I would like to think, Phil, that you don't have any evidence of Yennefer's betrayal, and you don't know where she is hiding. It would hurt me greatly to discover this is the latest secret being concealed from me. I have no secrets from you. What are you sniggering about, Ori? Oh, nothing. Right. I have no secrets from you, Phil, and I count on reciprocity, with my deepest respect, etc., etc. Well, give it here, I'll sign it. Ori Reuven sprinkled the letter with sand. Dykstra made himself more comfortable, interlacing his fingers over his stomach and twiddling his thumbs. That Milva, the Witcher's spy, he asked. What can you tell me about her? She is engaged at present, his secretary coughed, in escorting the remnants of Scoia'tael units defeated by the Temerian army to Brokilon. She rescues elves from hunts and traps, enabling them to rest and regroup into combat commandos. Refrain from supplying me with common knowledge, interrupted Dykstra. I'm familiar with Milva's activities and will eventually make use of them. Otherwise I would have sold her out to the Temerians long since. What can you tell me about Milva herself, as a person? She comes, if I'm not mistaken, from some god-forsaken village in Upper Sodden. Her true name is Maria Baring. Milver is a nickname the Dryads gave her. In the Elder speech it means red kite, interrupted Dykstra. I know. Her family have been hunters for generations. They are forest dwellers and feel most comfortable in the greenwood. When old Baring's son was trampled to death by an elk, the old man taught his daughter the forest crafts. After he passed away, her mother married again. Maria didn't get on with her stepfather and ran away from home. She was 16 at the time, if I'm not mistaken. She headed north, living from hunting, but the Lord's gamekeepers didn't make her life easy, hunting and harrying her as though she were fair game. So she began to poach in Brokilon, and it was there that the Dryads got hold of her. And instead of finishing her off, they took her in, Dykstra muttered. Adopted her, if you will. And she repaid their kindness. She struck a pact with the hag of Brokilon, old silver-eyed Eithne. Maria Baring is dead, long live Milver. How many human expeditions have come unstuck by the time the forces in Verdun and Kerak cottoned on? 3? 4, if I'm not mistaken. Ori Reuven was always hoping he wasn't mistaken, although in fact his memory was infallible. Altogether it was about 50 humans, those who'd gone after Dryad scalps most savagely, and it took them a long time to catch on because Milver occasionally carried someone out of the slaughter on her own back, and whoever she'd rescued would praise her courage to the skies. It was only after the 4th time in Verdun, if I'm not mistaken, that someone caught on. Why is it, the shout suddenly went up, that the guide who bands humans together to fight the Dryads always gets out in one piece? And the cat was out of the bag. The guide was leading them, but into a trap, right into the shooting range of the Dryads, waiting in ambush. Dykstra slid an interrogation report to the edge of his desk, because the parchment still seemed to reek of the torture chamber. And then, he concluded, Milver vanished into Brokilon like the morning mist, and it's still difficult to find volunteers for expeditions against the Dryads in Verdun. Old Eithne and young Red Kite were carrying out pretty effective purges, and they dare say that we humans invented all the dirty tricks. On the other hand, coughed Ori Reuven, surprised by his boss's sudden and then continuing silence. On the other hand, they may have finally begun to learn from us, said the spy coldly, looking down at the denunciations, interrogation reports, and death sentences. Milver grew anxious when she couldn't see blood anywhere near where the buck had disappeared. She suddenly recalled that he had jumped just as she had fired her arrow. Had jumped, or was about to, it amounted to the same thing. He had moved, and the arrow might have hit him in the belly. Milver cursed. A shot to the belly was a disgrace for any hunter. Ugh, the very thought of it. She quickly ran over to the slope of the ravine, looking carefully among the brambles, moss, and ferns. She was hunting for her arrow. It was equipped with 4 blades so sharp they could shave the hairs on your forearm. Fired from a distance of 50 paces, the arrow must have passed right through the animal. She searched, she found it, and sighed in relief, then spat 3 times, happy with her luck. She needn't have worried, it was better than she had imagined. The arrow was not covered in sticky, foul-smelling stomach contents. Neither did it bear the traces of bright pink, frothy blood from the lungs. What covered the shaft was dark red and viscous. The arrow had gone through the heart. Milver didn't have to creep or stalk. She had been spared a long walk following the deer's tracks. The buck had to be lying in the undergrowth, no more than 100 paces from the clearing, in a spot that would be surely indicated by the blood. And after being shot through the heart, he would have started bleeding after a few paces, so she knew she would easily find the trail. She picked it up after 10 paces, and followed it, once again losing herself in her reverie. She kept the promise she had given the Witcher. She returned to Brokilon 5 days after the harvest festival, 5 days after the new moon, which marked the beginning of the month of August for people and for elves. Lammas, the 7th and penultimate Savaed of the year. She crossed the ribbon at daybreak with 5 elves. The commando she was leading had initially numbered 9 riders, but the soldiers from Brugge were following them the whole time. 3 furlongs before the river, they were hot on their trail, pressing hard, and only abandoned their efforts when they reached the ribbon, with Brokilon looming up in the dawn mists on the far bank. The soldiers were afraid of Brokilon, and that alone saved the commando. They made it across, exhausted and wounded, but not all of them. She had news for the Witcher, but thought that Gwyn Blythe was still in Ciri. She had intended to see him around noon, after a good long sleep, so she was astonished when he suddenly emerged from the fog like a ghost. He sat down beside her without a word, watching as she made herself a makeshift bed by spreading a blanket over a heap of branches. "You're in a hurry, Witcher," she scoffed. "I'm ready to drop. I've been in the saddle all day and all night. My backside's numb and my trousers are soaked up to my belt, for we crept our way through the wetlands at dawn like a pack of wolves." "Please, did you learn anything?" "Yes, I did," she snorted, unlacing and pulling off her drenched, clinging boots. "Without much difficulty, because everybody's talking about it. You never told me your young girl was such a personage. I'd thought she was your stepdaughter, some sort of waif and stray, a star-crossed orphan. And who does she turn out to be? A Cintran princess. Well, perhaps you're a prince in disguise. Tell me, please." "The kings won't get their hands on her now. For your Cirilla, it turns out, fled straight from Thaneth to Nilfgaard, probably with those treacherous mages, and Imperator Emir received her there with all ceremony. And do you know what? He's said to be thinking of marrying her. Now let me rest. We can talk after I've slept, if you want." The Witcher said nothing. Milva hung her wet foot-wraps on a forked branch, positioned so that the rising sun's rays would fall on them, and tugged at her belt-buckle. "I want to get undressed," she growled. "Why are you still hanging about? You can't have expected happier news, can you? You're in no danger. No one's asking after you. The spies have stopped being interested in you, and your wench has escaped from the clutches of the kings and will be declared imperatress." "Is that information reliable?" "Nothing is certain these days," she yawned, sitting down on her bed, "apart from the fact that the sun journeys across the heavens from the east to the west. But what people are saying about the Nilfgaardian Imperator and the Princess of Cintra seems to be true. It's all anyone's talking about." "Why this sudden interest?" "You really don't know? She's said to be bringing Emir a goodly acreage of land in her dowry, and not just Cintra, but land on this side of the Yaruga too. Huh, and she'll be my lady as well, for I'm from Upper Sodden, and the whole of Sodden, it turns out, is her fiefdom. So if I bring down a book in her forest and they lay hands on me, I can be hung on her orders. Oh, what a rotten world, and a pox on it, I can't keep my eyes open." "Just one more question. Did they capture any sorceresses? I mean, did they capture anyone from that pack of treacherous sorcerers?" "No, but one enchantress, they say, took her own life soon after Vengerberg fell and the Kaedwen army entered Aedion. No doubt out of distress or fear of torture." "There were riderless horses in the commando you brought here. Would the elves give me one?" "Oh, in a hurry, I see," she muttered, wrapping herself in the blanket. "I think I know where you're planning to—" She fell silent, astonished by the expression on his face, before she realized that the news she had brought was not at all happy. She saw that she understood nothing, nothing at all. Suddenly, unexpectedly, unawares, she felt the urge to sit down by his side, bombard him with questions, listen to him, learn more, perhaps offer counsel. She urgently ground her knuckles into the corners of her eyes. "I'm exhausted," she thought. "Death was breathing down my neck all night. I have to rest. And anyway, why should I be bothered by his sorrows and cares? What does he matter to me? And that wench? To hell with him and with her. Ah, pox on it, all this has driven the sleep from me." The Witcher stood up. "Will the elves give me a horse?" he repeated. "Take whichever you please," she said a moment later. "But don't let them see you. They give us a good hiding by the ford. Blood was spilt. And don't touch the black. He's mine. What are you waiting for?" "Thank you for your help. For everything." She didn't answer. "I'm indebted to you. How shall I pay you back?" "How? By getting out of my sight," she cried, raising herself on an elbow and tugging sharply at the blanket. I have to sleep. Take a horse and go. To Nilfgaard, to hell, to all the devils. Makes no difference to me. Go away and leave me in peace." "I'll pay back what I owe," he said quietly. I won't forget. It may happen that one day you'll be in need of help, or support, a shoulder to lean on. Then call out in the night, and I'll come. The buck lay on the edge of the slope, which was spongy from gushing springs and densely overgrown with ferns, his neck contorted, with a glassy eye staring up at the sky. Milva saw several large ticks bored into his light brown belly. "You'll have to find yourself some other blood, vermin," she muttered, rolling up her sleeves and drawing a knife, "because this is going cold." With a swift and practised movement, she slit the skin from sternum to anus, adroitly running the blade around the genitalia. She cautiously separated the layer of fat, up to her elbows in blood. She severed the gullet and pulled the entrails out. She cut open the stomach and gallbladder, hunting for bezoars. She didn't believe in their magical abilities, but there was no shortage of fools who did and would pay well for them. She lifted the buck and laid him on a nearby log, his slit belly pointing downwards, letting the blood drain out. She wiped her hands on a bunch of ferns. She sat down by her quarry. "Possessed, insane witcher," she said softly, staring at the crowns of the Brokilon pines looming 100 feet above her. "You're heading for Nilfgaard to get your wench. You're heading to the end of the world which is all in flames, and you haven't even thought about supplying yourself with victuals. I know you have someone to live for, but do you have anything to live on?" Naturally enough, the pines didn't comment or interrupt her monologue. "I don't think," Milva said, using her knife to scrape the blood out from beneath her fingernails, "you have the slightest chance of getting your young girl back. You won't make it to the Yaruga, never mind Nilfgaard. I don't think you'll even make it to Sodden. I think you're fated to die. It's written on your fierce face, it's staring through your hideous eyes. Death will catch up with you, oh mad witcher, it'll catch up with you soon. But, thanks to this little buck at least, it won't be death by starvation. It may not be much, but it's something. That's what I think." Dykstra sighed to himself at the sight of the Nilfgaardian ambassador entering the audience chamber. Shilard Fitz-Urstelen, Imperator Emir va Imris's envoy, was accustomed to conducting conversations in diplomatic language, and adored larding his sentences with pompous linguistic oddities, comprehensible only to diplomats and scholars. Dykstra had studied at the Academy of Oxenfurt, and although he had not been awarded the title of Master of Letters, he knew the basics of bombastic scholarly jargon. However, he was reluctant to use it, since he hated with a vengeance pomposity and all forms of pretentious ceremony. "Greetings, Your Excellency." "Your Lordship," Shilard Fitz-Urstelen said, bowing ceremoniously. "Please forgive me. Perhaps I ought to say, Your Grace the Duke, Your Highness the Regent, Secretary of State. Upon my word, offices are falling on you like hailstones, such that I really don't know how to address you, so as not to breach protocol." "Your Majesty would be best," Dykstra replied modestly. "You are aware, after all, Your Excellency, that the King is judged by his court, and you are probably aware that when I shout, 'Jump!' the court in Traitorgore asks how high." The ambassador knew that Dykstra was exaggerating, but not inordinately. Prince Radovid was still a minor, Queen Hedvig distraught by her husband's tragic death, and the aristocracy intimidated, stupefied, at variance, and divided into factions. Dykstra was the de facto governor of Redania, and could have taken any rank he pleased with no difficulty. But Dykstra had no desire to do so. "Your Lordship deigned to summon me," the ambassador said a moment later, "passing over the foreign minister. To what do I owe this honor?" "The minister," Dykstra said, looking up at the ceiling, "resigned from the post, owing to his poor state of health." The ambassador nodded gravely. He knew perfectly well that the foreign minister was languishing in a dungeon, and being a coward and a fool, had doubtless told Dykstra everything about his collusion with the Nilfgaardian Secret Service during the demonstration of torture instruments preceding his interrogation. He knew that the network established by Vatier de Rido, head of the Imperial Secret Service, had been crushed, and all its threads were in Dykstra's hands. He also knew that those threads led directly to his person. But his person was protected by immunity, and protocol forced them to play this game to the bitter end, particularly following the curious encoded instructions recently sent to the embassy by Vatier and Coroner Stefan Skelen, the Imperial agent for special affairs. Since his successor has not yet been named, Dykstra continued, it is my unpleasant duty to inform you that your excellency is now deemed persona non grata in the kingdom of Redania. The ambassador bowed. I regret, he said, that the distrust that resulted in the mutual recall of ambassadors are the consequence of matters which, after all, directly concern neither the kingdom of Redania nor the Nilfgaardian Empire. The Empire has not undertaken any hostile measures against Redania. Apart from a blockade against our ships and goods at the mouth of the Uruga and the Skellige Islands, and apart from arming and supporting gangs of Scoia'tael. Those are insinuations. And the concentration of imperial forces in Vaden and Sintra, the raids on Sodden and Brugge by armed gangs. Sodden and Brugge are under Temerian protection. We, in turn, are in alliance with Temeria, Your Excellency, which makes an attack on Temeria an attack on us. In addition, there are matters which directly concern Redania, the rebellion on the Isle of Thanes, and the criminal assassination of King Vizimir, and the question of the role the Empire played in those incidents. Accordatinet, the incident on Thanev, the ambassador said, spreading his arms. I have not been empowered to express an opinion. His Imperial Highness Emir Var Emrys is unaware of the substance of the private feuds of your mages. I regret the fact that our protests are achieving minimal success in the face of the propaganda which seeks to suggest something else. Propaganda disseminated, I dare say, not without the support of the highest authorities of the Kingdom of Redania. Your protests greatly astonish and surprise me, Dykstra said, smiling faintly, since the Imperator in no way conceals the presence of the Cintran princess at his court after she was abducted from the very same Thanev. Cirilla, Queen of Cintra, Shilard Fitzurstelen corrected him with emphasis, was not abducted, but sought asylum in the Empire. That has nothing to do with the incident on Thanev. Indeed. The incident on Thanev, the ambassador continued, his countenance stony, aroused the Imperator's horror, and the murderous attack on the life of King Vizimir, carried out by a madman, evoked his sincere and intense abomination. However, the vile rumor being disseminated among the common people is an even greater abomination, which dares to search for the instigators of these crimes in the Empire. The capture of the actual instigators, Dykstra said slowly, will put an end to the rumors, one would hope, and their capture and the meting out of justice to them is purely a matter of time. Justitia fundamentum regnorum, admitted Shilard Fitzurstelen gravely, and crimen horribilis non potes non esse punibile. I affirm that His Imperial Majesty also wishes this to happen. The Imperator has it in his power to fulfill that wish, Dykstra threw in casually, folding his arms. One of the leaders of the conspiracy, Enid Angliana, until recently the sorceress Francesca Findebayer, is playing at being queen of the elven puppet state in Dolblatana by the imperial grace. His Imperial Majesty, said the ambassador, bowing stiffly, cannot interfere in the doings of Dolblatana, recognized by all its neighboring powers as an independent kingdom. But not by Redania. For Redania, Dolblatana remains part of the kingdom of Aedion. Although together with the elves and Kaedwen you have dismantled Aedion, although not a stone remains of Lyria, you are striking those kingdoms too swiftly from the map of the world. It's too soon, Your Excellency. However, this is neither the time nor the place to discuss it. Let Francesca Findebayer play at reigning for now. She'll get her comeuppance. And what of the other rebels and King Vizimir's assassins? What about Vilgefortz of Roggeveen? What about Yennefer of Vengerberg? There are grounds to believe they both fled to Nilfgaard following the collapse of the rebellion. I assure you that is not so, said the ambassador, raising his head. But were it true, they would not escape punishment. They did not wrong you, thus their punishment does not rest with you. Imperator Emhyr would prove his sincere desire for justice, which after all is fundamentum regnorum, by handing the criminals over to us. One may not deny the validity of your request, admitted Shilard Fitzurstelen, feigning an embarrassed smile. However, primo, those individuals are not in the Empire, and secundo, had they even reached it, there exists an impediment. Extradition is carried out on the basis of a judgment of the law, each case decided upon by the Imperial Council. Bear in mind, your lordship, that the breaking of diplomatic ties by Redania is a hostile act. It would be difficult to expect the Council to vote in favor of the extradition of persons seeking asylum, were a hostile country to demand that extradition. It would be an unprecedented matter, unless... Unless what? A precedent were established. I do not understand. Were the kingdom of Redania prepared to hand one of his subjects to the Imperator, a common criminal who had been captured here, the Imperator and his council would have grounds to reciprocate this gesture of goodwill. Dijkstra said nothing for a long time, giving the impression he was either dozing or thinking. Whom do you have in mind? The name of the criminal, said the ambassador, pretending to recall it. He finally searched for a document in his Safian portfolio. Forgive me, memoria fragilis est. Here it is. A certain Cair Maurdaifren ep Kyailach. Serious gravamina weigh on him. He is being sought for murder, desertion, raptus puellae, rape, theft, and forging documents. Fleeing from the Imperator's wrath, he escaped abroad. To Redania? He chose a long route. Your lordship, said Geralt Fitzursuline, smiling faintly, does not limit his interests only to Redania, after all. There is not a shadow of doubt in my mind that were the criminal to be seized in any of the allied kingdoms, your lordship would hear of it from the reports of numerous friends. What did you say the name of the felon was? Cair Maurdaifren ep Kyailach. Dijkstra fell silent again, pretending to be searching in his memory. No, he said finally. No one of that name has been apprehended. Indeed. Regrettably, my memoria is not fragilis in such cases, Your Excellency. I regret it too, Geralt Fitzursuline responded icily, particularly since the mutual extradition of criminals seems to be impossible to carry out in such circumstances. I shall not weary your lordship any longer. I wish you good health and good fortune. Likewise. Farewell, Your Excellency. The ambassador left after several elaborate ceremonial bows. You can kiss sempiternum meum, you sly old devil, Dijkstra muttered, folding his arms. Ori? His secretary, red in the face from suppressing his cough, emerged from behind a curtain. Is Philippa still in Monte Calvo? Yes, Mistress Lozantile, Marigold, and Metz are with her. War may break out in a day or two. The border on the Yaruga will soon go up in flames, and they've hidden themselves in some god-forsaken castle. Take a quill and write. Darling Phil. Oh, bugger. I've written, dear Philippa. Good. Continue. It may interest you that the freak in the plumed helmet, who disappeared from Thanev as mysteriously as he appeared, is called Cair Maurdaifren, and is the son of Seneschal Kyailach. This strange individual is being sought not only by us, but also, it would appear, by the secret service of Vatier de Rido and the men of that son of a bitch. Mistress Philippa does not like expressions of that kind. I have written that scoundrel. Let it be. That scoundrel Stefan Skellen. You know as well as I do, dear Phil, that the Imperial Secret Service is ardently hunting only those agents and emissaries who got under Emir's skin. Those who, instead of carrying out their orders or dying, betrayed him and their orders alike. The case thus appears quite curious, since we were certain that this Cair's orders concerned the capture of Princess Cyrilla and her delivery to Nilfgaard. New paragraph. I would like to discuss in person the strange but well-founded suspicions this matter has evoked in me, and the somewhat astonishing but reasonable theories I have arrived at, with my deepest respect, etc., etc. Milver rode south, as the crow flies, first along the banks of the Ribbon, through Burn Stump, and then, having crossed the river, through marshy gorges covered in a soft, bright green carpet of hair-cap moss. She guessed that the Witcher, not knowing the terrain as well as she did, would not risk crossing onto the human-controlled bank. Taking a shortcut across a huge bend in the river which curved towards Brokilon, there was a chance she might catch up with him in the region of the Cairn Thrice Falls. Were she to ride hard and not take a break, she even stood a chance of overtaking him. The chirruping chaffinches hadn't been mistaken. The sky had clouded over considerably to the south. The air had become dense and heavy, and the mosquitoes and horseflies extremely annoying. When she rode into the wetlands, thick with hazel hung with still green nuts and leafless, blackish buckthorn, she felt a presence. She didn't hear it, she felt it, and so she knew it must be elves. She reined in her horse, so the bowman concealed in the undergrowth could have a good look at her. She also held her breath, in the hope that she hadn't happened upon quick-tempered ones. A fly buzzed over the buck, which was slung over the horse's rump. A rustling, a soft whistling. She whistled back. The scoia'tael emerged from the brush soundlessly, and only then did Milva breathe freely again. She knew them. They belonged to Coinach de Reo's commando. "Hail," she said, dismounting. "Kisva." "Nes," an elf whose name she couldn't recall replied coldly. "Came." Other elves were encamped in the nearby clearing. There were at least 30 of them, more than there should be in Coignach's commando. This surprised Milva. In recent times, squirrel units were more likely to shrink than grow in size. In recent times, commandos had become groups of bloodied, nervy ragamuffins who could barely stand or stay upright in the saddle. This commando was different. "Caid, Coignach," she greeted the approaching commander. "Caid mil, sorsa." Sorsa, little sister. It's how she was addressed by those she was friendly with when they wanted to express their respect and affection, and that they were indeed many, many more winters older than she. At first, she had only been doine, human, to the elves. Later, when she had begun helping them regularly, they called her Ayan Vidbiana, woman of the forest. Still later, when they knew her better, they called her, following the Dryad's example, Milva or Red Kite. Her real name, which she only revealed to those she was closest to, responding to similar gestures received from them, didn't suit the elves. They pronounced it Miriria, with a hint of a grimace, as though in their speech it carried negative connotations. Then they would immediately switch to Sorsa. "Where are you headed?" asked Milva, looking around more intently, but still not seeing any wounded or ill elves. "To 8 Mile? To Brokilon?" "No." She refrained from further questions. She knew them too well. It was enough to glance several times at their motionless, hardened faces, at the exaggerated pointed calm with which they were preparing their tackle and weapons. One close look into their deep, fathomless eyes was enough. She knew they were going into battle. To the south, the sky was darkening, becoming overcast. "And where are you headed, Sorsa?" asked Coignach, then quickly glanced at the buck slung over her horse and smiled faintly. "South," she said coldly, putting him right. "Towards Drishot." The elf stopped, smiling. "Along the human bank?" "At least as far as Ciantriza," she said, shrugging. "When I reach the falls, I'll definitely go back over to the Brokilon side, because—" She turned around, hearing the snorting of horses. Fresh scoia'tael were joining the already unusually large commando. Milva knew these new ones even better. "Kieran!" she shouted softly, without attempting to hide her astonishment. "To Ruviel? What are you doing here? I've only just led you to Brokilon, and you're already—" "It's Criesa, Sorsa," Kieran of Derf said gravely. The bandage swathed around his head was stained with oozing blood. "We have no choice," Ruviel repeated. She dismounted, cautiously using one arm, in order to protect the other one, which was still bent in a sling. "News has come. We may not remain in Brokilon when every bow counts." "If I had known," Milva said, pouting, "I wouldn't have bothered. I wouldn't have risked my neck at the ford." "News came last night," explained Ruviel quietly. We cannot leave our comrades in arms at a time like this. We cannot. Understand that, Sorsa." The sky had darkened even more. This time, Milva clearly heard thunder in the distance. "Don't ride south, Sorsa," Coignach de Reo pleaded. "There's a storm coming." "What can a storm do to—" She broke off and looked at him intently. "Ah, so that kind of tidings have reached you, have they? It's Nilfgaard, is it? They're crossing the Yaruga in Sodden. They're striking Brugge, and that's why you're marching." He did not answer. "Yes, just like it was in Dolangra," she said, looking into his dark eyes. "Once again the Nilfgaardian Imperator has you sowing mayhem with fire and sword on the humans' rear lines, and then he will make peace with the kings, and they will slaughter you all. You'll burn in the very fire you were starting. Fire purges and hardens. It must be passed through. Aeniel hail eleir, sorsa. In your tongue, a baptism of fire. I prefer another kind of fire, Milva said, untying the buck and throwing it down onto the ground at the feet of the elves. The kind that crackles under the spit. Have it, so you won't fall from hunger on the march. It's of no use to me now. Aren't you riding south? I am. I'm going south, she thought, and quickly. I have to warn that fool of a witcher. I have to warn him about what kind of a turmoil he's getting himself into. I have to make him turn back. Don't go, Sorsa. Give me a break, Cognac. A storm is coming from the south, the elf repeated. A great tempest is coming, and a great fire. Hide in Brokilon, little sister. Don't ride south. You've done enough for us. You cannot do any more now, and you do not have to. We have to. Stay, Criesa. It is time we left. Farewell. The air around them was heavy and dense. The teleprojective spell was complicated. They had to cast it together, joining their hands and thoughts. Even then, it turned out to be a devilishly great effort, because the distance was considerable too. Philippa Eilhart's tightly closed eyelids twitched. Triss Merigold panted, and there were beads of sweat on Kira Metz's high forehead. Only on Margarita Losantila's face was there no sign of fatigue. It suddenly became very bright in the poorly lit chamber, and a mosaic of flashes danced across the dark wood panelling. A sphere, glowing with a milky light, was suspended over the round table. Philippa Eilhart chanted the end of the spell, and the sphere descended away from her onto one of the 12 chairs positioned around the table. A vague shape appeared inside the sphere. The image shimmered as the projection was not very stable, but it quickly became more defined. Bloody hell, Kira muttered, wiping her forehead. Haven't they heard of glamour-eye or beautifying spells down in Nilfgaard? Apparently not, said Triss out of the corner of her mouth. They don't seem to have heard of fashion either. Or of makeup, Philippa said softly. But now hush, and don't stare at her. We must stabilize the projection and welcome our guest. Intensify, Mirita. Margarita Lozantila repeated the spell's formula and Philippa's movements. The image shimmered several times, lost its foggy vagueness and unnatural gleam, and its contours and colours sharpened. The sorceresses could now look at the shape on the other side of the table even more closely. Triss bit her lip and winked at Kira conspiratorially. The woman in the projection had a pale face with poor complexion, dull, expressionless eyes, thin, bluish lips, and a somewhat hooked nose. She was wearing a strange, conical, and slightly crumpled hat. Dark, not very fresh-looking hair fell from beneath the soft brim. The impressions of unattractiveness and seediness were complemented by her shapeless, black, baggy robes, embroidered on the shoulders with frayed silver thread. The embroidery depicted a half-moon within a circle of stars. It was the only decoration worn by the Nilfgaardian sorceress. Philippa Eilhart stood up, trying not to display her jewellery, lace, or cleavage too ostentatiously. Mistress Azire, she said, welcome to Monte Calvo. We are immensely pleased that you have agreed to accept our invitation. I did it out of curiosity, the sorceress from Nilfgaard said in an unexpectedly pleasant and melodious voice, straightening her hat involuntarily. Her hand was slim, marked by yellow spots, her fingernails broken and uneven, and clearly bitten. Only out of curiosity, she repeated, the consequences of which may yet prove catastrophic for me. I would ask for an explanation. I shall provide one forthwith, Philippa nodded, giving a sign to the other sorceresses. But first, however, allow me to call forth projections of the other participants of this gathering, and make some introductions. Please be patient for a moment. The sorceresses linked hands again, and together began the incantations once more. The air in the chamber hummed like a taut wire, as a glowing fog flowed down from behind the panels on the ceiling, filling the room with a shimmer of shadows. Spheres of pulsing light hung above 3 of the unoccupied chairs, and the outlines of shapes became visible. The first one to appear was Sabrina Glevisig, in a turquoise dress with a provocatively plunging neckline and a large lace standing-up collar, beautifully framing her coiffured hair, which was held in a diamond tiara. Next to her, Sheila de Tankerville emerged from the hazy light of the projection, dressed in black velvet sewn with pearls, and with her neck draped with silver fox furs. The enchantress from Nilfgaard nervously licked her thin lips. "Just you wait for Francesca," thought Triss. "When you see Francesca, you black rat, your eyes will pop out of your head." Francesca Finderbire did not disappoint, not by her lavish dress, the colour of bull's blood, nor with her majestic hairstyle, nor her ruby necklace, nor her doe eyes ringed with provocative elven makeup. "Welcome, ladies," Philippa said, "to Monte Calvo Castle, whither I have invited you to discuss certain issues of considerable importance. I bemoan the fact that we are meeting in the form of teleprojection, but neither the time, nor the distances dividing us, nor the situation we all find ourselves in, permitted a face-to-face meeting. I am Philippa Eilhart, the lady of this castle. As the initiator of this meeting and the hostess, I shall perform the introductions. On my right is Margarita Lozantilla, the rectoress of the academy in Aretusa. On my left is Triss Merigold of Maribor, and Kira Metz of Carreras. Continuing, Sabrina Glevisig of Ardcara, Sheila de Tankerville of Craden in Kovir, Francesca Finderbire, also known as Enid Angleana, the present queen of the Valley of Flowers, and finally, Azire va Anahid of Vicovaro, the Nilfgaardian Empire. And now I bid farewell," Sabrina Glevisig screamed, pointing a heavy beringed hand at Francesca. "You have gone too far, Philippa. I have no intention of sitting at the same table as that bloody elf, even as an illusion. The blood on the walls and floors of Garstang has not even faded, and she spilt that blood. She and Vilgefortz." "I would request you observe etiquette," Philippa said, gripping the edge of the table with both hands, "and keep calm. Listen to what I have to say. I ask for nothing more. When I finish, each of you shall decide whether to stay or leave. The projection is voluntary. It may be interrupted at any moment. All I ask is that those who decide to leave keep this meeting secret." "I knew it!" Sabrina jumped up so suddenly that for a moment she moved out of the projection. "A secret meeting, clandestine arrangements, to put it bluntly, a conspiracy. And it's quite clear against whom it is directed. Are you mocking us, Philippa? You demand that we keep a secret from our kings and comrades, whom you did not condescend to invite. And there sits Enid Finderbire, reigning in Dol Blatana by the grace of Emir va Emrys, the queen of the elves, who are actively providing Nilfgaard with armed support. If that were not enough, I notice with astonishment that we are joined by a Nilfgaardian sorceress. Since when did the mages of Nilfgaard stop professing blind obedience and slavish civility to imperial rule? Secrets. What secrets, I am asking? If she is here, it is with the permission of Emir, by his order, as his eyes and ears." "I repudiate that," Azira va Anahid said calmly. "No one knows that I am taking part in this meeting. I was asked to keep it secret, which I have done and will continue to do, for my own sake as much as yours, for were it to come to light, I would not survive. That's the servility of the Empire's mages for you. We have the choice of servility or the scaffold. I took a risk. I did not come here as a spy. I can only prove it in one way, through my own death. It would be sufficient for the secrecy that our hostess is appealing for to be broken. It would be sufficient for news of our meeting to go beyond these walls, for me to lose my life. Betrayal of the secret could have unpleasant consequences for me too," Francesca said, smiling charmingly. "You have a wonderful opportunity for revenge, Sabrina." "My revenge will come about in other ways, elf," said Sabrina, and her black eyes flashed ominously. "Should the secret come to light, it won't be through my fault or through my carelessness. By no means mine." "Are you suggesting something?" "Of course," interrupted Philippa Eilhart. "Of course Sabrina is. She is subtly reminding you about my collaboration with Sigismund Dijkstra, as though she didn't have any contact with King Henselt's spies." "There is a difference," Sabrina barked. "I wasn't Henselt's lover for 3 years, nor that of his spies, for that matter. Enough of this. Be quiet." "I concur," Sheila de Tankerville suddenly said in a loud voice. "Be quiet, Sabrina. That's enough about Thanev, enough about spying and extramarital affairs. I did not come here to take part in arguments or to listen to old grudges and insults being bandied about. Nor am I interested in being your mediator, and if I was invited with that intention, I declare that those efforts were in vain. Indeed, I have my suspicions that I am participating in vain and without purpose, that I am wasting time, which I only wrested with difficulty from my scholarly work. I shall, however, refrain from presuppositions. I propose that we give the floor to Philippa Eilhart. Let us discover the aim of this gathering. Let us learn the roles we are expected to play here. Then we shall decide, without unnecessary emotion, whether to continue with the performance or let the curtain fall. The discretion we have been asked for binds us all, along with the measures that I, Sheila de Tankerville, will personally take against the indiscreet. None of the sorceresses moved or spoke. Triss did not doubt Sheila's warning for a second. The recluse from Kovir was not one to make hollow threats. We give you the floor, Philippa, and I ask the Honourable Assembly to remain quiet until she indicates that she has finished. Philippa Eilhart stood up, her dress rustling. Distinguished sisters, she said, our situation is grave. Magic is under threat. The tragic events on Thaneth, to which my thoughts return with regret and reluctance, proved that the effects of hundreds of years of apparently peaceful cooperation could be laid waste in an instant as self-interest and inflated ambitions came to the fore. We now have discord, disorder, mutual hostility, and mistrust. Events are beginning to get out of control. In order to regain control, in order to prevent a cataclysm happening, the helm of this storm-tossed ship must be grasped by strong hands. Mistress Lozantile, Mistress Marigold, Mistress Metz, and I have discussed the matter, and we are in agreement. It is not enough to re-establish the chapter and the council which were destroyed on Thaneth. In any case, there is no one left to rebuild the two institutions. No guarantee that, should they be rebuilt, they would not be infected with the disease that destroyed the previous ones. An utterly new, secret organization should be founded, which will exclusively serve matters of magic, which will do everything to prevent a cataclysm. For if magic were to perish, our world would perish with it. Just as happened many centuries ago, the world without magic and the progress it brings with it will be plunged into chaos and darkness, will drown in blood and barbarity. We invite the ladies present here to take part in our initiative, to actively participate in the work proposed by this secret assembly. We took the decision to summon you here in order to hear your opinions on this matter. With this, I have finished. Thank you, Sheila de Tankerville said, nodding. If you will allow, ladies, I shall begin. My first question, dear Philippa, is why me? Why have I been summoned here? Many times have I refused to have any candidature to the chapter put forward, and I resigned my seat on the council. Firstly, my work absorbs me. Secondly, I am ever of the opinion that there are others in Kovir, Povis, and Hengfors more worthy of these honours. So I ask why I have been invited here, and not Cadwin, not Isrith of Eithgainvel, nor Tugdual or Zanjanis. Because they are men, replied Philippa. This organization will consist exclusively of women. Mistress Azire? I withdraw my question. The Nilfgaardian enchantress smiled. It was coincident with the substance of Mistress de Tankerville's. The answer satisfies me. It smacks to me of female chauvinism, Sabrina Glevisig said with a sneer, particularly coming from your lips, Philippa, after your change in sexual orientation. I have nothing against men. I go further. I adore men, and I cannot imagine life without them. But, after a moment's reflection, yours is actually a reasonable proposal. Men are psychologically unstable, too prone to emotions, not to be relied upon in moments of crisis. That's right, Margarita Lozantila admitted calmly. I often compare the results of the novices from Aretusa with those of the boys from the school in Banard, and the comparisons are invariably to the girls' credit. Magic requires patience, delicacy, intelligence, prudence, and perseverance, not to mention the humble but calm endurance of defeat and failure. Ambition is the undoing of men. They always want what they know to be impossible and unattainable, and they are unaware of the attainable. Enough, 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 Sheila interrupted her, making no effort to hide a smile. There is nothing worse than chauvinism underpinned by scholarship. You ought to be ashamed, Rita. Nonetheless, yes, I also consider the proposed single-sex structure of this convent, or perhaps, if you will, this lodge, justified. As we have heard, it concerns the future of magic, and magic is too important a matter to entrust its fate to men. If I may, came the melodious voice of Francesca Finderbauer, I should like to cut these digressions about the natural and undeniable domination of our sex short for a moment, and focus on matters concerning the proposed initiative, the goal of which is still not entirely clear to me. For the moment chosen is not accidental and gives food for thought. A war is being waged. Nilfgaard has crushed the northern kingdoms and nailed them down. Is there not, then, concealed beneath the vague slogans I have heard here, the understandable desire to reverse that state of affairs? To crush and nail down Nilfgaard, and then to tan the hides of the insolent elves? If that is so, my dear Philippa, we shall not find common grounds for agreement. Is that the reason I have been invited here? Azirava Anahir asked. I do not pay much attention to politics, but I know that the Imperial Army is seizing the advantage over your armies in this war. Apart from Mistress Francesca and de Tancaville, who represents a neutral kingdom, all of you ladies represent kingdoms which are hostile to the Nilfgaardian Empire. How am I to understand these words of magical solidarity? As an incitement to treachery? I'm sorry, but I cannot see myself in such a role. On finishing her speech, Azire leant forward as though touching something which was outside the frame of the projection. It seemed to Triss she could hear meowing. She's even got a cat, Kira Metz whispered. And I bet it's black. Quiet, hissed Philippa. My dear Francesca, most esteemed Mistress Azire, our initiative is intended to be utterly apolitical. That is its fundamental premise. We shall not be guided by interests of race, kingdoms, kings, or imperators, but by the interests of magic and its future. While putting magic first, Sabrina Glevisig said, and smiled sneeringly. I hope we will not forget, though, about the interests of sorceresses. We know, after all, how sorcerers are treated in Nilfgaard. We can sit here chatting away apolitically, but when Nilfgaard triumphs and we end up under imperial rule, we shall all look like... Triss shifted anxiously. Philippa sighed almost inaudibly. Kira lowered her head. Shayla pretended to be straightening her boa. Francesca bit her lip. Azira var Anahid's face did not twitch, but a faint blush appeared on it. It will be bad for all of us, is what I meant to say, Sabrina finished quickly. Philippa, Triss and I, all three of us were on Sodden Hill. Emir will seek revenge for that defeat, for Thaneth, for all our activities. But that is only one of the reservations that the declared political neutrality of this convent arouses in me. Does participation in it mean immediate resignation from the active, and indeed political, service we presently offer to our kings? Or are we to remain in that service and serve two masters, magic and kingly rule? When someone tells me he is politically neutral, Francesca smiled, I always ask which politics he specifically has in mind. And I know he definitely isn't thinking about the one he engages in, Azire var Anahid added, looking at Philippa. I am politically neutral, Margarita Lozantila chimed in, lifting her head. And my school is politically neutral. I have in mind every type, kind, and class of politics which exists. Dear ladies, Shayla said, having remained silent for some time, remember, you are the dominant sex, so don't behave like little girls fighting over a tray of sweetmeats. The principium proposed by Philippa is clear, at least to me, and I still have too little cause to consider you any less intelligent. Outside this chamber, be who you want, serve who you wish, as faithfully as you want. But when the convent meets, we shall focus exclusively on magic and its future. That is precisely how I imagine it, Philippa Eilhart agreed. I know there are many problems, and that there are doubts and uncertainties. We shall discuss them during the next meeting, in which we shall all participate, not in the form of projections or illusions, but in person. Your presence will be treated not as a formal act of accession to the convent, but as a gesture of goodwill. We shall decide together whether a convent of this kind will be founded at all, then. Together, All of us, with equal rights. All of us, Sheila repeated. I see empty seats, and I presume they were not put here inadvertently. The convent ought to number 12 sorceresses. I would like the candidate for one of those empty seats to be proposed and presented to us at our next meeting by Mistress Azira. There must be at least one more worthy sorceress in the Nilfgaardian Empire. I leave the second place for you to fill, Francesca, so that you will not feel alone as the only pure-blood elf. The third, Enid, Angliana, raised her head. I would like 2 places. I have 2 candidates. Do any of you have any objections to this request? If not, then I concur. Today is the 5th day of August, the 5th day after the new moon. We shall meet again on the 2nd day after the full moon, sisters dear, in 14 days. Just a moment. Sheila de Tankerville interrupted. One place still remains empty. Who is to be the 12th sorceress? That is precisely the first problem the lodge will have to solve, Philippa said, smiling mysteriously. In 2 weeks' time, I shall tell you who ought to take their place in the 12th seat, and then we shall ponder over how to get that person to take it up. My choice will astonish you, because it is not an ordinary person, most esteemed sisters. It is death or life, destruction or rebirth, chaos or order, depending on how you look at it. The entire village had poured out of their houses to watch the gang pass through. Tuzik also joined them. He had work to do, but he couldn't resist it. In recent days, people had been talking a great deal about the rats. A rumour was even going around that they had all been caught and hanged. The rumour had been false, though, the evidence of which was ostentatiously and unhurriedly parading in front of the whole village at this very moment. Impudent scoundrels, someone behind Tuzik whispered, and it was a whisper full of admiration. Ambling down the main street, decked out like wedding guests. And what horses? You don't even see Nilfgaardians with horses like that. Ha! They're necked. Nobody's horses are safe from them, and you can offload them everywhere nowadays, but they keep the best for themselves. That one up the front, look, that's Gisela, their leader. And next to him on the chestnut is that she-elf, they call her Iskra. A cur came scuttling out from behind a fence, barking furiously, scurrying around near the forehoofs of Iskra's mare. The elf shook her luxurious mane of dark hair, turned her horse around, leant down to the ground, and lashed the dog with a knout. The cur howled and spun on the spot 3 times as Iskra spat on it. Tuzik muttered a curse between clenched teeth. The people standing close by continued to whisper, discreetly pointing out the various rats as they passed through the village. Tuzik listened because he had to. He knew the gossip and tales as well as the others, and easily recognized the one with the long, tousled, straw-coloured hair eating an apple as Kaylee, the broad-shouldered one as Asa, and the one in the embroidered sheepskin jerkin as Reef. 2 girls riding side by side and holding hands brought up the rear of the procession. The taller of the 2, riding a bay, had her hair shorn as though recovering from the typhus. Her jacket was unbuttoned, her lacy blouse gleamed white beneath it, and her necklace, bracelets, and earrings flashed brightly. That shaven-headed one is Missile, someone near Tuzik said, dripping with trinkets just like a Yule tree. They say she's killed more people than she's seen springs. And the other one, on her own, with a sword across her back. Falker, they call her. She's been riding with the rats since the summer. She's also supposed to be a nasty piece of work. That nasty piece of work, Tuzik guessed, wasn't much older than his daughter Milena. The flaxen hair of the young bandit tumbled from beneath her velvet berry, decorated with an impudently jiggling bunch of pheasant feathers. Around her neck glowed a poppy-red silk kerchief, tied up in a fanciful bow. A sudden commotion had broken out among the villagers who had poured out in front of their cottages, for Gisela, the one riding at the head of the gang, had reined in his horse, and with a careless gesture thrown a clinking purse at the foot of Granny Mikita, who was standing leaning on a cane. "May the gods protect you, gracious youth," wailed Granny Mikita. "May you enjoy good health. Oh, our benefactor, may you—" A peal of laughter from Iskra drowned out the crone's mumbling. The elf threw a jaunty leg over her pommel, reached into a pouch, and vigorously scattered a handful of coins among the crowd. Reef and Asa followed her lead, a veritable silver rain showering down on the dusty road. Kaylee, giggling, threw his apple core into the figures, scrambling to gather up the money. Our benefactors, our bold young hawks, may fate be kind to you. Tuzik didn't run after the others, didn't drop to his knees to scrabble in the sand and chicken shit for coins. He stood by the fence, watching the girls pass slowly by. The younger of the two, the one with the flaxen hair, noticed his gaze and expression. She let go of the short-haired girl's hand, spurred her horse, and rode straight for him, pressing him against the fence and almost getting her stirrup caught. Her green eyes flashed, and he shuddered, seeing so much evil and cold hatred in them. "Let him be, Folker," the other girl called needlessly. The green-eyed bandit settled for pushing Tuzik against the fence and rode off after the rats without even looking back. "Our benefactors! Young hawks!" Tuzik spat. In the early evening, men in black uniforms arrived in the village. They were forbidding-looking horsemen from the fort near Fen Aspra. Their hooves thudded, their horses neighed, and their weapons clanked. When asked, the village headman and other peasants lied through their teeth and sent the pursuers on a false trail. No one asked Tuzik, fortunately. When he returned from the pasture and went into his garden, he heard voices. He recognized the twittering of Zgarba the Carter's twin girls, the cracking falsettos of his neighbor's adolescent boys, and Milena's voice. "They're plying," he thought. He turned the corner beyond the woodshed and froze in his tracks. "Milena!" Milena, his only surviving daughter, the apple of his eye, had hung a piece of wood across her back on a string, like a sword. She'd let her hair down, attached a cockerel's feather to her woolen hat, and tied her mother's kerchief around her neck, in a bizarre, fanciful bow. Her eyes were green. Tuzik had never beaten his daughter before, never raised his hand against her. That was the first time. Lightning flashed on the horizon and thunder rumbled. A gust of wind raked across the surface of the ribbon. "There's going to be a storm," thought Milva. "And after the storm, the rain will set in. The chaffinches weren't mistaken." She urged her horse on. She would have to hurry if she wanted to catch up with the Witcher before the storm broke. I have met many military men in my life. I have known marshals, generals, commanders, and governors, the victors of numerous campaigns and battles. I've listened to their stories and recollections. I've seen them poring over maps, drawing lines of various colours on them, making plans, thinking up strategies. In those paper wars, everything worked, everything functioned, everything was clear, and everything was in exemplary order. "That's how it has to be," explained the military men. "The army represents discipline and order above all. The army cannot exist without discipline and order. So it is all the stranger that real wars, and I have seen several real wars, have as much in common with discipline and order as a whorehouse with a fire raging through it." Dandelion, half a century of poetry. Chapter 2. The crystalline clear water of the ribbon brimmed over the edge of the drop in a smooth, gentle arc, falling in a soughing and frothing cascade among boulders as black as onyx. It broke up on them and vanished in a white foam, from where it split into a wide pool, which was so transparent that every pebble and every green strand of waterweed swaying in the current could be seen in the variegated mosaic of the riverbed. Both banks were overgrown with carpets of knotgrass, through which dippers bustled, proudly flashing the white ruffles on their throats. Above the knotgrass, bushes shimmered green, brown, and ochre against spruce trees which looked as though they had been sprinkled with silver. "Indeed," Dandelion sighed. "It's beautiful here." A large, dark bull trout attempted to jump the lip of the waterfall. For a moment it hung in the air, flexing its fins and flicking its tail, and then fell heavily into the seething foam. The darkening sky to the south was split by a forked ribbon of lightning, and the dull echo of distant thunder rumbled over the wall of trees. The Witcher's bay mare danced, jerked her head, and bared her teeth, trying to spit out the bit. Geralt tugged the reins hard, and the mare skittered backwards, dancing hooves clattering on the stones. "Whoa! Whoa! Do you see her, Dandelion? Damned ballerina! I'm getting rid of this bloody beast the first chance I get. Strike me down if I don't swap her for a donkey." "See that happening any time soon?" said the poet, scratching the itching mosquito bites on the nape of his neck. This valley's savage landscape indeed offers unparalleled aesthetic impressions, but for a change I'd be happy to gaze on a less aesthetic tavern. I spent almost a week admiring nothing but romantic nature, breathtaking panoramas, and distant horizons. I miss the indoors, particularly the kind where they serve warm victuals and cold beer. You'll have to carry on missing them a bit longer, said the Witcher, turning around in the saddle. That I miss civilization a little too may alleviate your suffering. As you know, I was stuck in Brokilon for exactly 36 days, and nights too, when romantic nature was freezing my arse, crawling across my back, and sprinkling dew on my nose. Whoa! Pox on you! Will you stop sulking, you bloody nag? It's the horseflies biting her. The bugs are getting vicious and bloodthirsty because a storm's approaching. The thunder and lightning's getting more frequent to the south. So I see, the Witcher said, looking at the sky and reining in his skittish horse. And the wind's coming from a different direction too. It smells of the sea. The weather's changing without a doubt. Let's ride. Urge on that fat gelding of yours, Dandelion. My steed is called Pegasus. Of course, what else? Know what? Let's think up a name for my elven nag. Why not Roach? Mocked the troubadour. Roach, agreed the Witcher. Nice. Geralt? Yes. Have you ever had a horse that wasn't called Roach? No, answered the Witcher after a moment's thought. I haven't. Spur on that castrated Pegasus of yours, Dandelion. We've a long road ahead of us. Indeed, grunted the poet. Nilfgaard? How many miles away do you reckon? Plenty. Will we make it before winter? We'll ride to Verden first. We have to discuss certain matters there. What matters? You'll neither discourage me nor get rid of me. I'm coming along. That is my last word. We shall see. As I said, we ride to Verden. Is it far? Do you know these lands? Yes, I do. We're at Kinetries Falls, and in front of us there's a place called 7th Mile. Those are the Owl Hills beyond the river. And we're heading south, downriver. The ribbon joins the Yaruga near the stronghold at Bodrog. We're heading south, but along the other bank. The ribbon bends towards the west, and we'll go through the forest. I want to get to a place called Drishot, or the Triangle. The borders of Aden, Brugger and Brockelon meet there. And from there, along the Yaruga, to the mouth, on to Sintra. And then we'll see. If it's all possible, force that idle Pegasus of yours to go a little quicker. A downpour caught them as they were crossing right in the middle of the river. First, a strong wind got up, with hurricane-force gusts blowing their hair and mantles around, and lashing their faces with leaves and branches torn from the trees along the banks. They urged on their horses with shouts and kicks of their heels, stirring up the water as they headed for the bank. Then the wind suddenly dropped, and they saw a grey curtain of rain gliding towards them. The surface of the ribbon turned white and boiling, as though someone were hurling great handfuls of gravel at the river. Having reached the bank, drenched to the skin, they hurried to hide in the forest. The branches created a dense green roof over their heads, but it was not a roof capable of protecting them from such a downpour. The rain lashed intensely, and forced down the leaves, and was soon pouring on them almost as hard as it had in the open. They wrapped themselves up in their mantles, put up their hoods, and kept moving. It became dark among the trees, the only light coming from the increasingly frequent flashes of lightning. The thunder followed, with long, deafening crashes. Roach shied, stamped her hooves, and skittered around. Pegasus remained utterly calm. "Geralt!" Dandelion yelled, trying to outshout a peal of thunder which was crashing through the forest like a gigantic wagon. "We have to stop! Let's shelter somewhere!" "Where?" he shouted back. "Ride on!" And they rode on. After some time, the rain visibly eased off. The strong wind once again soughed in the branches, and the crashes of thunder stopped boring into their ears. They rode out onto a track among a dense alder grove, then into a clearing. A towering beech tree stood in the middle. Beneath its boughs, on a thick, wide carpet of brown leaves and beechnuts, stood a wagon harnessed to a pair of mules. A wagoner sat on the coachman's seat, pointing a crossbow at them. Geralt swore. His curse was drowned out by a clap of thunder. Put the boat down, Calder, said a short man in a straw hat, turning from the trunk of a beech tree, hopping on one leg and fastening his trousers. They're not the ones we're waiting for, but they are customers. Don't frighten away customers. We don't have much time, but there's always time to trade. What the bloody hell? Muttered Dandelion behind Geralt's back. Over here, Master Elves, the man in the hat called over. Don't you worry, no harm will come your way. Nessa tier, fashy, Kide Mill. We're mates, right? Want to trade? Come on over here, under this tree, out of the rain. Geralt wasn't surprised by the wagoner's mistake. Both he and Dandelion were wrapped in grey elven mantles. He was also wearing a jerkin decorated with the kind of leafy patterns elves favoured, given to him by the dryads, was riding a horse with typical elven trappings and a decorated bridle. His face was partially hidden by his hood. As far as the foppish Dandelion was concerned, he was regularly mistaken for an elf or half-elf, particularly since he had begun wearing his hair shoulder-length and taken up the habit of occasionally curling it with tongs. Careful, Geralt muttered, dismounting. You're an elf, so don't open your trap if you don't have to. Why? Because they're hawkers. Dandelion hissed softly. He knew what that meant. Money made the world go round, and supply was driven by demand. The Scoia'tael, roaming the forests, gathered saleable booty that was useless to them, while suffering from a shortage of equipment and weapons themselves. That was how forest trading began, and how a class of humans who earned their living from this kind of trade sprang up. The wagons of profiteers who traded with the squirrels began appearing clandestinely on forest tracks, paths, glades, and clearings. The elves called them havkiaren, an untranslatable word, but one which was associated with rapacious greed. Among humans, the term hawker became widespread, and the connotations were even more hideous than usual, because the traders themselves were so awful. Cruel and ruthless, they stopped at nothing, not even killing. A hawker caught by the army could not count on mercy, hence he was not in the habit of showing it himself. If they came across anyone who might turn them in, hawkers would reach for a crossbow or a knife without a second thought. So they were out of luck. It was fortunate the hawkers had taken them for elves. Geralt pulled his hood down over his eyes and began to wonder what would happen if the havkiaren saw through the masquerade. What foul weather, said the trader, rubbing his hands. It's pouring like the sky was leaking. Awful, Terelea. But what to do? There's no bad weather for doing business. There's only bad goods and bad money in it. You know what I'm saying? Geralt nodded. Dandelion grunted something from under his hood. Luckily for them, the elves' contemptuous dislike of conversing with humans was generally known and came as no surprise. The wagoner did not put the crossbow down, however, which was not a good sign. Who are you with? Who's commando? The hawker asked, unconcerned, as any serious trader would be, by the reticence of his customers. Coinach Dareos, or Angus Bricrees, or maybe Reardons. I heard Reardon put some royal bailiffs to the sword. They were travelling home after they'd done their duty, collecting a levy, and they had it in coinage, not grain. I don't take wood tar, nor grain in payment, nor blood-stained clothing, and if we're talking furs, only mink, sable, or ermine. But what I like most is common coinage, precious stones and trinkets. If you have them, we can trade. I only have first-class goods, Evelyn. Vara en ard, skedelaya. You know what I mean. I've got everything. Take a look. The trader went over to the wagon and pulled back the edge of the wet tarpaulin. They saw swords, bows, bunches of arrows, and saddles. The hawker rooted around among them and took out an arrow. The arrowhead was serrated and sawn through. You won't find any other traders selling this, he said boastfully. They'd shit themselves if they were to touch 'em. You'd be torn apart by horses if you were caught with arrows like that. But I know what you squirrels like. Customers come first, and you've got to take a risk when you barter, as long as there's a profit from it. I've got barbed arrowheads at 9 orens a dozen. Naive the ain to Videna, Elea. Got it, she? I swear I'm not fleecing you. I don't make much myself. I swear on my little children's heads. And if you take 3 dozen straight away, I'll knock a bit off the price. It's a bargain, I swear. A sheer bargain. Hey, she, hands off my wagon. Dandelion nervously withdrew his hand from the tarpaulin and pulled his hood further down over his face. Once again, Geralt quietly cursed the bard's irrepressible curiosity. Mir me vara, mumbled Dandelion, raising his hand in a gesture of apology. Squares me. No harm done, said the hawker, grinning. "But no looking in there, because there's other goods in the wagon too. Not for sale, those, not for she. A special order. But that's enough rabbiting. Show us the colour of your money." "Here we go," thought Geralt, looking at the waggoner's knocked crossbow. He had reason to believe the quarrel's tip was barbed too, just like the arrows he'd been so proudly shown moments before, and would, after entering the belly, exit through the back in 3 or sometimes 4 places, turning the victim's internal organs into a very messy goulash. "Nays Ted," he said, trying to speak in a sing-song way. "Tier de Mirean vara ve and vort. We'll trade when we return from the commando, Elea. Understood, Doina?" "Understood," the hawk said, spitting. "Understood that you're skint. You'd like the goods, you just don't have the readies. Be off with you, and don't come back, because I'm meeting important parties here. It'll be safer if they don't clap eyes on you. Go to—" He broke off, hearing the snorting of a horse. "Damn it," he snarled. "It's too late, I hear. Goods down, else. Don't move and button your lips. Colder, you ass. Put that crossbow down and fast." The heavy rain, thunder, and the carpet of leaves had dampened the thudding of hooves, which meant the riders had been able to ride up undetected and surround the beech tree in an instant. They weren't Scoia'tael. Squirrels didn't wear armour, and the metal helmets, spaulders, and hauberks of the 8 horsemen surrounding the tree were glistening in the rain. One of the horsemen approached at a walk and towered over the hawker like a mountain. He was of impressive height and was mounted on a powerful war-horse. A wolfskin was draped over his armoured shoulders, and his face was obscured by a helmet with a broad protruding nose-guard reaching down to his lower lip. The stranger was holding a menacing-looking warhammer. "Rio," he called huskily. "Foil Tiana," replied the trader in a slightly quavering voice. The horseman came even closer and leant forward. Water poured down from his steel nose-guard straight onto his vambrace and the balefully glistening point of the hammer. "Foil Tiana," the hawker repeated, bowing low. He removed his hat, and the rain immediately plastered his thinning hair to his head. "Foil Tiana, I'm your man. I know the password and the countersign. I've been with Foil Tiana, your lordship. Here I am, as arranged." "And those men, who are they?" "My escort," the hawker said, bowing even lower. "You know, elves." "The prisoner?" "On the wagon, in a coffin." "In a coffin!" The thunder partially drowned the furious roar of the horseman. "You won't get away with this. Viscount Rido gave clear instructions that the prisoner was to be handed over alive." He's alive, the trader gibbered hurriedly. "As per orders. Shoved into a coffin, but alive. The coffin wasn't my idea, your lordship. It was Foil Tiana's." The horseman rapped the hammer against his stirrup as a sign. 3 other horsemen dismounted and pulled the tarpaulin off the wagon. When they had thrown various saddles, blankets, and bunches of harnesses onto the ground, Geralt actually saw a coffin made of fresh pine, lit by a flash of lightning. He didn't look too closely, however. He felt a tingling in the tips of his fingers. He knew what was about to happen. "What's all this, your lordship?" the hawker said, looking at the goods lying on the wet leaves. "You're chucking all my gear out of the wagon." "I'll buy it all, along with the horse and cart." "Ah!" A repulsive grin crept over the trader's bristly face. "Now you're talking. That'll be, let me think, 500, if you'll excuse me, your nobleness, if we're talking Temerian currency. If it's your florins, then it'll be 45. "That's cheap," snorted the horseman, smiling eerily behind his nose-guard. "Come closer." "Watch out, Dandelion," hissed the witcher, imperceptibly unfastening the buckle of his mantle. It thundered once more. The hawker approached the horseman, naively counting on the deal of his life, and in a way it was the deal of his life. Not the best, perhaps, but certainly the last. The horseman stood in his stirrups and drove the point of the hammer down with great force onto the hawker's bald crown. The trader dropped without a sound, shuddered, flapped his arms, and scraped the wet carpet of leaves with his heels. One of the men rummaging around on the wagon threw a leather strap around the wagoner's neck and pulled it tight. The other leapt forward and stabbed him with a dagger. One of the horsemen raised his crossbow quickly to his shoulder and took aim at Dandelion. But Geralt already had a sword, one of those thrown from the wagon, in his hand. Seizing the weapon halfway down the blade, he flung it like a javelin and hit the crossbowman, who fell off the horse with an expression of utter astonishment on his face. "Run, Dandelion!" Dandelion caught up with Pegasus and leapt for the saddle with a desperate bound. The jump was a tad too desperate, however, and the poet was a tad too inexperienced. He didn't hang on to the pommel and tumbled to the ground on the other side of the horse. And that saved his life, as the blade of the attacking horseman's sword cut through the air above Pegasus's ears with a hiss. The gelding shied, jerked, and collided with the attacker's horse. "They aren't elves!" yelled the horseman in the helmet with the nose guard, drawing his sword. "Take them alive! Alive!" One of the men who had jumped down from the wagon hesitated on hearing the order. Geralt, however, had already drawn his own sword and didn't hesitate for a second. The fervour of the other two men was somewhat cooled by the fountain of blood which spurted over them. He took advantage of the situation and cut one of them down, but the horsemen were already charging at him. He ducked under their swords, parried their blows, dodged aside, and suddenly felt a piercing pain in his right knee. He could feel himself keeling over. He wasn't hurt. The injured leg, which had been treated in Brokilon, had simply crumpled under him without warning. The foot soldier, aiming for him with the butt of a battle-axe, suddenly groaned and lurched forward, as though someone had shoved him hard in the back. Before he fell, the Witcher saw an arrow with long fletchings sticking out of his assailant's side, driven in to halfway up the shaft. Dandelion yelled. A thunderclap drowned out his cry. Geralt, who was hanging onto one of the cartwheels, saw a fair-haired girl with a drawn bow dashing out of an alder grove. The horsemen saw her too. They couldn't fail to see her, because at that moment one of them tumbled backwards over his horse's croup, his throat transformed into a scarlet pulp by an arrow. The remaining three, including the leader in the helmet with the nose guard, assessed the danger immediately and galloped towards the archer, hiding behind their horses' necks. They thought the horses' necks represented sufficient protection against the arrows. They were mistaken. Maria Baring, also known as Milva, drew her bow. She took aim calmly, the bowstring pressed against her cheek. The first of her attackers screamed and slid off his horse. One foot caught in the stirrup, and he was trampled beneath the horse's iron-shod hooves. Another arrow hurled to the second from his saddle. The third man, the leader, who was already close, stood in the saddle and raised his sword to strike. Milva did not even flinch. Fearlessly, looking straight at her attacker, she bent her bow and shot an arrow right into his face from a distance of 5 paces, striking just to the side of the steel noseguard and jumping aside as she shot. The arrow passed right through his skull, knocking off his helmet. The horse did not slow its gallop. The horseman, now lacking a helmet and a considerable part of his skull, remained in the saddle for a few seconds, then slowly tipped over and crashed into a puddle. The horse neighed and ran on. Geralt struggled to his feet and massaged his leg, which, though painful, for a wonder seemed to be functioning normally. He could stand on it without difficulty and walk. Next to him, Dandelion hauled himself up, throwing off the corpse with a mutilated throat which was weighing down on him. The poet's face was the colour of quicklime. Milva came closer, pulling an arrow from a dead man as she approached. "Thank you," the Witcher said. "Dandelion, say thank you. This is Maria Baring, or Milva. It's thanks to her we're alive." Milva yanked an arrow from another of the dead bodies and examined the bloody arrowhead. Dandelion mumbled incoherently, bent over in a courtly but somewhat quavering bow, then dropped to his knees and vomited. "Who's that?" the archer asked, wiping the arrowhead on some wet leaves and replacing it in her quiver. "A comrade of yours, Witcher?" "Yes, his name's Dandelion. He's a poet." "A poet?" Milva watched the troubadour, racked by attacks of dry retching, and then looked up. "That I can understand. But I don't quite understand why he's puking here instead of writing rhymes in a quiet spot somewhere. I suppose that's none of my business." "It is yours, in a sense. You saved his skin, and mine too." Milva wiped her rain-splashed face with the imprint of the bowstring still visible on it. Although she had shot several arrows, there was only one imprint, the bowstring pressed against the same place each time. "I was already in the alder grove when you started talking to the hawker," she said. "I didn't want the scoundrel to see me, for there was no need. And then those others arrived and the slaughter began. You messed a few of them up very nicely. You know how to swing a sword, I'll give you that. Even if you are a cripple. You should have stayed in Brokilon till your peg healed, instead of making it worse. You might limp for the rest of your life, you realise that, don't you?" "I'll survive." "I reckon you will too. I followed you to warn you, and to make you turn back. Your quest won't come to anything. There's a war raging in the south. The Nilfgaardian army are marching on Brugge from Drishot. How do you know? Just look at them, the girl said, making a sweeping gesture and pointing at the bodies and the horses. I mean, the Nilfgaardians. Can't you see the suns on their helmets? The embroidery on their saddlecloths? Pack up your things and we'll take to our heels. More of them may arrive any moment. These were mounted scouts. I don't think they were just scouts, he said, shaking his head. They were after something. What might that be, just out of interest? That, he said, pointing at the pinewood coffin lying in the wagon, now darkened from the rain. It wasn't raining as hard as it had been during the short battle, and it had stopped thundering. The storm was moving north. The Witcher picked up his sword from among the leaves and jumped onto the wagon, quietly cursing because his knee still hurt. Help me get it open. What do you want with a stiff? Milva broke off, seeing the holes bored into the lid. Bloody hell. Was the hawker looking a live person around in here? It's some kind of prisoner, Geralt said, levering the lid open. The trader was waiting for these Nilfgaardians to hand him over to them. They exchanged passwords and countersigns. The lid tore off with the sound of splitting wood, revealing a man with a gag over his mouth, his arms and legs fastened to the sides of the coffin by leather straps. The Witcher leant over. He took a good look, and again, this time more intently, and swore. Well, I never, he drawled. What a surprise. Who would have thought it? Do you know him, Witcher? By sight. He smiled hideously. Put the knife away, Milva. Don't cut his bonds. It seems this is an internal Nilfgaardian matter. We shouldn't get involved. Let's leave him as he is. Am I hearing right? Dandelion asked, joining in from behind. He was still pale, but curiosity had overcome his other emotions. Are you planning to leave him tied up in the forest? I'm guessing you've recognized someone you have a bone to pick with, but he's a prisoner, by the gods. He was the prisoner of the men who jumped us and almost killed us, and the enemy of our enemy. He broke off, seeing the Witcher removing a knife from his boot top. Milva coughed quietly. The captive's dark blue eyes, previously screwed up against the rain, widened. Geralt leant over and cut the strap fastened around the prisoner's left arm. Look, Dandelion, he said, seizing the captive's wrist and raising his now free arm. Do you see the scar on his hand? Ciri did that, on the Isle of Thanedd a month ago. He's a Nilfgaardian. He came to Thanedd specifically to abduct Ciri, and she wounded him defending herself from being captured. But it all came to nothing anyway, muttered Milva. I sense something doesn't add up here. If he kidnapped your Ciri for Nilfgaard, how did he end up in this coffin? Why was that hawker handing him over to the Nilfgaardians? Take that gag off him, Witcher. Perhaps he'll tell us something. I have no desire to listen to him, he said flatly. My hand is itching to stab him through the heart, with him lying there looking at me. It's all I can do to restrain myself, and if he opens his mouth, I know I won't be able to hold back. I haven't told you everything. Don't hold back, then. Milva shrugged her shoulders. Stick him if he's such a villain, but do it quickly, because time's getting on. As I said, the Nilfgaardians will be here soon. I'm going to get my horse. Geralt straightened up and released the captive's hand. The man immediately loosened the gag and spat it out of his mouth, but he said nothing. The Witcher threw his knife onto the man's chest. I don't know what sins you committed for them to trap you in this chest, Nilfgaardian, he said, and I don't care. I'll leave you this blade. Free yourself. Wait here for your own people or escape into the forest. It's up to you. The captive said nothing. Tied up and lying in that wooden crate, he looked even more miserable and defenceless than he had on Thanedd, and Geralt had seen him there on his knees, wounded and trembling with fear in a pool of blood. He also looked considerably younger now. The Witcher wouldn't have put him at more than 25. I spared your life on the island, he said, and I'm doing it again, but it's the last time. The next time we meet, I'll kill you like a dog. Remember that. If you persuade your comrades to pursue us, take the coffin with you. It'll come in useful. Let's go, Dandelion. Make haste, Milva shouted, turning away at full gallop from the westward track. But not that way. Into the trees, by thunder, into the trees. What's going on? A large group of riders are heading towards us from the ribbon. It's Nilfgaard. What are you staring at? To horse, before they're upon us! The battle for the village had been going on for an hour and wasn't showing any signs of finishing soon. The infantry, holding out behind stone walls, fences, and upturned wagons, had repulsed 3 attacks by the cavalry, who came charging at them from the causeway. The width of the causeway did not permit the horsemen to gain enough momentum for a frontal attack, but allowed the foot soldiers to concentrate their defence. As a result, waves of cavalry repeatedly foundered on the barricades, behind which the desperate but fierce soldiers were shooting a hail of quarrels and arrows into the mounted throng. The cavalry seethed and teemed under this assault, and then the defenders rushed out at them in a rapid counterattack, fighting furiously with battle-axes, guisarmes, and studded flails. The cavalry retreated to the ponds, leaving human and equine corpses behind, while the infantry concealed themselves among the barricades and hurled filthy insults at the enemy. After a while, the cavalry formed up and attacked once again. And again. "Who do you think's fighting whom?" Dandelion asked once more, but indistinctly, as he was trying to soften and chew a piece of hardtack he had scrounged from Milva. They were sitting on the very edge of the cliff, well hidden among juniper shrubs. They were able to watch the battle without being afraid anyone would notice them. Actually, they could do nothing but watch. They had no choice. A battle was raging in front of them, and a forest fire was raging behind them. "It's easy to identify them," Geralt said, reluctantly responding to Dandelion's question. "They're Nilfgaardian horsemen." "And the infantry?" "The infantry aren't Nilfgaardian." "The horsemen are regular cavalrymen from Verden," said Milva, until then sombre and strangely taciturn. "They have the Verdanian checkerboard emblem sawn into their tunics, and the ones in the village are the Brugian regular infantry. You can tell by their banners." Indeed, encouraged by another small victory, the infantrymen raised their green standard, with a white cross moline, above the entrenchment. Geralt had been watching intently, but hadn't noticed the standard before. It must have gone missing at the start of the battle. "Are we staying here for much longer?" Dandelion asked. "Oh dear," muttered Milva. "Here he goes. Take a look around. Whichever way you turn, it looks pretty shitty, doesn't it?" Dandelion didn't have to look or turn around. The entire horizon was striped with columns of smoke. It was thickest to the north and the west, where the armies had set fire to the forests. Smoke was also rising into the sky in many places to the south, where they had been heading when the battle had barred their way. And during the hour they had spent on the hill, smoke had also started rising to the east. "However," the archer began a moment later, looking at Geralt, "I'd really like to know what you intend doing now, Witcher. Behind us we've got Nilfgaard and a burning forest, and you can see for yourself what's in front of us. So what are your plans?" "My plans haven't changed. I'll wait for this scrap to finish and then I'll head south, towards the Yaruga." "I think you've lost your mind," Milva scowled. "Can't you see what's happening? It's as clear as the nose on your face that it's not some leaderless band of mercenaries, but something called war. Nilfgaard and Verden are on the march. They're sure to have crossed the Yaruga in the south, and probably the whole of Brugge and possibly Sodden are in flames. I have to get to the Yaruga." "Excellent. And what then?" "I'll find a boat. I'll sail downstream and try to make it to the delta. Then a ship. Hell, some ships must still sail from there." "To Nilfgaard?" she snorted. "So the plans haven't changed?" "You don't have to go with me." "No, I don't. And praise the gods for that, because I don't have a death wish. I'm not afraid, but mind you, getting yourself killed is no claim to fame." "I know," he replied calmly. "I know from experience. I wouldn't be heading that way if I didn't have to. But I have to, so I'm going. Nothing's going to stop me." "Ah," she said, looking him up and down. "Listen to this hero. His voice like someone scraping a sword across a shield. If Imperator Emir could hear you, I'm sure he'd be shitting his britches in terror. To my side, guards, to my side, my imperial regiments. Oh, woe is me. The Witcher's heading for Nilfgaard in a rowing boat. Soon he'll be here to take my crown and life from me. I'm doomed." "Give over, Milva." "I won't. It's time someone finally told you the truth to your face. Fuck me with a mangy rabbit if I've ever seen a stupider clod. You're going to snatch your maid from Emir? The same maid Emir's got lined up as his imperatoress? The girl he snatched from Thanev? Emir's got long hands. They don't let go of what they seize. The king stand no chance against him, but still you fancy yours?" He didn't answer. "You're heading for Nilfgaard," Milva repeated, shaking her head in mock sympathy. "To fight the Imperator and rescue his fiancée. But have you thought about what might happen? When you get there, when you find Ciri in her imperial apartments, all dressed in gold and silk, what will you say to her? 'Follow me, my darling. What do you want with an imperial throne? We'll live together in a shack and eat bark during the lean season.' Look at yourself, you lame scruff. You even got your coat and boots from the Dryads, stripped from some elf who died of his wounds in Brokilon. And you know what will happen when your maid sees you? She'll spit in your eye and scorn you. She'll order the Imperial Guard to throw you out on your ear and set the dogs on you." Milva was speaking louder and louder, and she was almost shouting by the end of her tirade, not only from anger, but also to be heard over the intensifying noise of battle. Down below, scores, or even hundreds of throats were roaring. Another attack descended on the Brugian infantry, but this time from two sides simultaneously. Verdanians, dressed in greyish-blue tunics adorned with a checkered pattern, galloped along the causeway, while a powerful cavalry force in black cloaks dashed out from behind the ponds, striking the defenders' flank. "Nilfgaard," said Milva tersely. This time, the Brugian infantry had no chance. The cavalry forced their way through the barricades and ripped the defenders apart with their swords. The standard with the cross fell. Some of the infantrymen laid down their arms and surrendered. Others tried to escape towards the trees, but as they ran, a third unit emerged from the trees and attacked, a mixed band of light cavalry. "The Scoia'tael," Milva said, getting to her feet. "Now do you understand what's going on, Witcher? Do you get it? Nilfgaard, Verden, and the squirrels all at once. War! Like it was in Aedirn a month ago." "It's a raid," Geralt said, shaking his head. "A plundering raid. Only horsemen, no infantry. The infantry are capturing forts and their garrisons. Where do you think those plumes of smoke are coming from? Smokehouses?" The bestial, dreadful screams of people fleeing only to be caught and slaughtered by the squirrels drifted up from the village. Smoke and flames belched from the roofs of the cottages. A strong wind was swiftly spreading the fire from one thatched roof to another. "Look at that village going up in smoke," muttered Milva. "And they'd only just finished rebuilding it after the last war. They sweated for 2 years to put up the foundations, and it'll burn down in a few seconds. That's a lesson to be learned." "What lesson would that be?" asked Geralt brusquely. She didn't answer. The smoke from the burning village rose up to the top of the cliff, stung their eyes and made them water. They could hear the screams from the inferno. Dandelion suddenly went as white as a sheet. The captives were driven into a huddle, surrounded by a ring of soldiers. On the order of a knight in a black-plumed helmet, the horsemen began to slash and stab the unarmed villagers. They were trampled by horses as they fell. The ring tightened. The screams, which reached the cliff top, no longer resembled sounds made by humans. "And you want to travel south?" asked the poet, looking meaningfully at the Witcher. "Through these fires? Where these butchers come from?" "Seems to me," Geralt replied reluctantly, "that we don't have a choice." "Yes, we do," Milva said. "I can lead you through the forests to the Owl Hills and back to Ciri and Brokilon. Through those burning forests, through more skirmishes like this. It's safer than the road south. It's no more than 14 miles to Ciri, and I know which paths to take." The Witcher looked down at the village, perishing in the flames. The Nilfgaardians had dealt with the captives, and the cavalry had formed up in marching order. The motley band of Scoia'tael set off along the highway leading east. "I'm not going back," he retorted. "But you can escort Dandelion to Brokilon." "No!" the poet protested, although he still hadn't regained his normal colour. "I'm going with you." Milva shrugged, picked up her quiver and bow, took a step towards the horses, and then suddenly turned around. "Devil take it!" she snapped. "I've been saving elves from death for too long. I can't just let someone go to his death. I'll lead you to the Yaruga, you crazy fools, but by the eastern route, not the southern one. The forests are burning there, too. I'll lead you through the fire, I'm used to it." "You don't have to, Milva." "Too right I don't. Now to horse, and get a bloody move on." They didn't get far. The horses had difficulty moving through the undergrowth and along the overgrown tracks, and they didn't dare use roads. The hoofbeats and clanking could be heard everywhere, betraying the presence of armed forces. Dusk surprised them among brush-covered ravines, so they stopped for the night. It wasn't raining, and the sky was bright from the glow of fires. They found a fairly dry place, wrapped themselves in their mantles and blankets, and sat down. Milva went off to search the surrounding area. As soon as she moved away, Dandelion gave vent to the long-suppressed curiosity that the Broccolonian archer had aroused in him. "That's a comely girl, if ever there was one," he murmured. "You're lucky when it comes to the female of the species, Geralt. She's tall and curvaceous, and walks as though she were dancing. A little too slim in the hips for my taste, and a little too sturdy in the shoulders, but she's very womanly. And those two little apples in the front, ho, almost bursting out of her blouse. Shut it, Dandelion." "I happened to bump against her by accident on the road," the poet dreamed on. "A thigh, I tell you, like marble. Methinks you weren't bored during that month in Brokilon." Milva, who had just returned from her patrol, heard his theatrical whispering and noticed their expressions. "Are you talking about me, poet? What are you staring at as soon as my back's turned? Has a bird shat on me?" "We're amazed by your archery skills," Dandelion grinned. "You wouldn't find much competition at an archery tournament." Yes, I've heard it all before, and the rest." "I've read," Dandelion said, winking tellingly at Geralt, "that the best archeresses can be found among the Zeracanian steppe clans. I gather that some even cut off their left breast, so it won't interfere when they draw the bow. Their breast, they say, gets in the way of the bowstring." "Some poet must have dreamed that up," Milva snorted. "He sits down and writes twaddle like that, dipping his quill in a chamber pot, and foolish people believe it. Think I use my tits to shoot with, do you? You pull the bowstring back to your kisser, standing side on like this. Nothing snags on the bowstring. All that talk of cutting off a tit is hogwash, thought up by some layabout with nothing but women's bodies on the brain." "Thank you for your kind words about poets and poetry, and the archery lesson. A good weapon, a bow. You know what? I think the arts of war will develop in that direction. People are going to fight at a distance in the wars of the future. They'll invent a weapon with such a long range that the two sides will be able to kill each other while completely out of eyeshot." "Twaddle," Milva said bluntly. "A bow's a good thing, but war's all about man against man, a sword's length apart, the stouter one smashing the weaker one's head in. That's how it's always been, and that's how it'll always be. And once that finishes, all wars will finish. But for now, you've seen how wars are fought. You saw it in that village by the causeway, and that's enough idle talk. I'm going to have another look around. The horses are snorting as though a wolf was sniffing around." "Comely. Oh, yes." Dandelion followed her with his gaze. Going back to the village by the causeway and what she told you when we were sitting on the cliff, don't you think there's something in what she says?" "About?" "About Ciri," the poet stammered slightly. "Our beautiful, sharp-shooting wench seems not to understand the relationship between you and Ciri, and thinks, it seems to me, that you intend to woo her away from the Nilfgaardian Imperator. That's the real motive behind your expedition to Nilfgaard. So, in that regard, she's totally wrong. But what's she right about? Take it easy. Keep your cool. Nonetheless, stare the truth in the face. You took Ciri under your wing and consider yourself her guardian. But she's no ordinary girl. She's a princess, Geralt. Without beating about the bush, she's in line for the throne, for the palace and the crown. Maybe not necessarily the Nilfgaardian crown. I don't know if Emir is the best husband for her. Precisely. You don't know. And you?" The Witcher wrapped himself up in a blanket. "You're heading quite naturally towards a conclusion," he said. "But don't bother. I know what you're thinking. There's no point saving Ciri from a fate she's been doomed to since the day of her birth, because Ciri, who doesn't need saving at all, will be quite ready to order the Imperial Guard to throw us down the stairs. Let's forget about her, right?" Dandelion opened his mouth, but Geralt didn't let him speak. "After all," he continued in an even harsher voice, The girl wasn't abducted by a dragon or an evil wizard, nor did pirates seize her for the ransom money. She's not locked in a tower, a dungeon, or a cage. She's not been tortured or starved. Quite the opposite. She sleeps on damask, eats from silverware, wears silk and lace, is bedecked with jewellery, and is just waiting to be crowned. In short, she's happy. Meanwhile, some witcher, who by some unfortunate fate happened upon her, has taken it upon himself to disrupt, spoil, destroy and crush that happiness beneath the rotten old boots he pulled off some dead elf, right? That's not what I was thinking, Dandelion muttered. He wasn't talking to you, Milver said, suddenly looming up from the darkness, and, after a moment's hesitation, sitting down beside the witcher. That was for me. It was my words that upset him. I spoke in anger, without thinking. Forgive me, Geralt. I know what it's like when a claw scratches an open wound. Come on, don't fret. I won't do it any more. Do you forgive me? Or should I say sorry by kissing you? Not waiting either for an answer or permission, she grabbed him powerfully by the neck and kissed him on the cheek. He squeezed her shoulder hard. Slide nearer, he coughed. And you too, Dandelion. We'll be warmer together. They said nothing for a long time. Clouds scudded across the sky, bright with firelight, obscuring the twinkling stars. I want to tell you something, Geralt said at last. But promise you won't laugh. Out with it. I had some strange dreams in Brokilon. At first, I thought they were ravings, something wrong with my head. You know, I got a good beating on Thaneth. But I keep having the same dream. Always the same one. Dandelion and Milver said nothing. Ciri, he began a moment later, isn't sleeping in a palace beneath a brocade canopy. She's riding a horse through a dusty village. The villagers are pointing at her. They're calling her by a name I don't recognise. Dogs are barking. She's not alone. There are others with her. There's a crop-haired girl who's holding Ciri's hand, and Ciri's smiling at her. But I don't like that smile. I don't like her heavy makeup. But the thing I like least is that she leaves a trail of death. So where is the girl? Milver mused, snuggling up to him like a cat. Not in Nilfgaard. I don't know, he said with difficulty. But I've had the same dream several times. The problem is, I don't believe in dreams like that. Well, you're a fool. I do. I don't know it, he repeated, but I can feel it. There's fire ahead of her and death behind her. I have to make haste. It began to rain at dawn, not like the previous day when the storm had been accompanied by a brief but strong downpour. The sky turned grey and took on a leaden patina. It began to spit with rain, a fine, even and drenching drizzle. They rode east. Milver led the way. When Geralt pointed out to her that the Yaruga was to the south, the archer growled and reminded him she was the guide and knew what she was doing. He said nothing after that. After all, the most important thing was that they were underway. The direction wasn't so important. They rode in silence, wet, chilled to the bone, and hunched over their saddles. They kept to footpaths, stole along forest tracks, cut across highways. They disappeared into the undergrowth at the sound of thudding hooves of cavalry tramping along the roads. They gave a wide berth to the uproar of battle. They rode past villages engulfed in flames, past smoking and glowing rubble, and past settlements and hamlets which had been razed to black squares of burnt earth and the acrid stench of rain-soaked charred embers. They startled flocks of crows feeding on corpses. They passed groups and columns of peasants bent beneath bundles, fleeing from war and conflagration, dazed, responding to questions with nothing but a fearful, uncomprehending and mute raising of their eyes, emptied by misfortune and horror. They rode east amidst fire and smoke, amidst drizzle and fog, and the tapestry of war unfolded in front of their eyes. So many sights. There was a black silhouette of a crane projecting among the ruins of a burnt-out village, with a naked corpse dangling from it, head downwards. Blood from the mutilated crotch and belly dripped down onto its chest and face to hang like icicles from its hair. The rune of Ard was visible on its back, carved with a knife. "Angivari," Milva said, throwing her wet hair off her neck. "The squirrels were here." "What does Angivari mean?" "Informer." There was a grey horse, saddled in a black caparison. It was walking unsteadily around the edge of the battlefield, wandering between piles of corpses and broken spears stuck into the ground, whinnying quietly and pitifully, dragging its entrails behind it, dangling from its mutilated belly. They couldn't finish it off, for on the battlefield, apart from the horse, there were also marauders robbing corpses. There was a spread-eagled girl lying near a burnt-out farmyard, naked, bloody, staring at the sky with glazed eyes. "They say war's a male thing," Milva growled, "but they have no mercy on women. They have to have their fun. Fucking heroes, damn them all." "You're right, but you won't change it." "I already have. I ran away from home. I didn't want to sweep the cottage and scrub the floors. I wasn't going to wait until they arrived and put the cottage to the torch, spread me out on the very same floor and—" She broke off and spurred her horse forward. And later there was a tar house. Here Dandelion puked up everything he'd eaten that day, some hardtack and half a stockfish. In the tar house, some Nilfgaardians, or perhaps Scoia'tael, had dealt with a group of captives. It was impossible even to guess at the exact size of the group, because during the carnage they had not only used arrows, swords and lances, but also woodman's tools they'd found there, axes, draw knives and crosscut saws. There were other scenes of war, but Geralt, Dandelion and Milva didn't remember them. They had discarded them from their memories. They had become indifferent. Over the next 2 days, they didn't even cover 20 miles. It continued to rain. The earth, absorbent after the summer drought, sucked up water like a sponge, and the forest tracks were transformed into muddy slides. Fog and haze prevented them from spotting the smoke from fires, but the stench of burning buildings told them the armies were still close at hand and were still setting light to anything that would catch fire. They didn't see any fugitives. They were alone in the forest, or so they thought. Geralt was the first to hear the snorting of the horse following in their tracks. With a stony countenance, he turned Roach back. Dandelion opened his mouth, but Milva gestured him to remain silent and removed her bow from where it hung by her saddle. The rider, following them, emerged from the brush. He saw they were waiting for him and reined back his horse, a chestnut colt. They stood in a silence broken only by the beating of the rain. "I forbade you from riding after us," the Witcher finally said. The Nilfgaardian, whom Dandelion had last seen lying in a coffin, looked down at his horse's wet mane. The poet barely recognized him, as he was now dressed in a hauberk, leather tunic and cloak, no doubt stripped from one of the horsemen killed by the wagon. However, he remembered the young face, which hadn't grown much more stubble since the adventure under the beech tree. "I forbade it," the Witcher repeated. "You did," the young man finally agreed. He spoke without a Nilfgaardian accent. "But I must." Geralt dismounted, handing the reins to the poet, and drew his sword. "Get down," he said calmly. "You've equipped yourself with some hardware, I see. Good. There was no way I could kill you then while you were unarmed. Now it's different. Dismount." "I'm not fighting you. I don't want to." "So I imagine. Like all your fellow countrymen, you prefer another kind of fight, like in that tar house, which you must have ridden past following our trail. Dismount, I said." "I'm Kaya Maur Daifrin ab Kialach." "I didn't ask you to introduce yourself. I ordered you to dismount." "I will not. I don't want to fight you." "Milva." The Witcher nodded at the archer. "Be so kind as to shoot his horse from under him." "No!" The Nilfgaardian raised an arm before Milva had time to knock her arrow. "Please don't. I'm dismounting." "That's better. Now draw your sword, son." The young man folded his arms across his chest. Kill me if you want. If you prefer, order the she-elf to shoot me. I'm not fighting you. I'm Kaya Maldaifrin, son of Kialach. I want to join you. I must have misheard. Say that again. I want to join you. You're riding to search for the girl. I want to help you. I have to help you. He's a madman. Geralt turned to Milva and Dandelion. He's taken leave of his senses. We're dealing with a madman. He'd suit the company, muttered Milva. He'd suit it perfectly. Think his proposition over, Geralt, Dandelion mocked. After all, he's an Nilfgaardian nobleman. Perhaps with his help it'll be easier for us to get to— Keep your tongue in check! The Witcher interrupted the poet sharply. As I said, draw your sword, Nilfgaardian. I am not going to fight, and I am not a Nilfgaardian. I come from Vicovaro, and my name is— I'm not interested in your name. Draw your weapon. No! Witcher? Milva leant down from the saddle and spat on the ground. Time's flying, and the rain's falling. The Nilfgaardian doesn't want to fight, and although you're pulling a stern face, you won't cut him to pieces in cold blood. Do we have to hang about here all fucking day? I'll stick an arrow in his chestnut's underbelly and let's be on our way. He won't catch up on foot. Gair, son of Kielach, was by his chestnut colt in one bound, jumped into the saddle, and galloped back the way he'd come, yelling at his steed to go faster. The Witcher watched him riding off for a moment, then mounted Roach in silence, without looking back. I'm getting old, he mumbled sometime later, after Roach had caught up with Milva's black. I'm starting to develop scruples. Aye, it can happen with old uns, said the archer, looking at him in sympathy. A decoction of long work can help, but for now put a cushion on your saddle. Scruples, Dandelion exclaimed gravely, are not the same as piles, Milva. You're confusing the terms. Who could understand your smart-ass chatter? You never stop jabbering. It's the only thing you know. Come on, let's ride. Milva? The Witcher asked a moment later, protecting his face from the rain, which stabbed against it as they galloped. Would you have killed the horse under him? No, she confessed reluctantly. The horse hadn't done anything. But that Nilfgaardian, why in hell is he stalking us? Why does he say he has to? Don't take me if I know. It was still raining when the forest suddenly came to an end, and they rode onto a highway winding between the hills from the south to the north, or the other way around, depending on your point of view. What they saw on the highway didn't surprise them. They had already seen similar sights. Overturned and gutted wagons, dead horses, scattered bundles, saddlebags and baskets, and ragged shapes which not long before had been people, frozen into strange poses. They rode closer without fear, because it was apparent that the slaughter had not taken place that day. They had come to recognize such things, or perhaps to sense them with a purely animalistic instinct, which the last days had awoken and sharpened in them. They had also learned to search through battlefields, because occasionally, though not often, they had managed to find a little food or a sack of fodder among the scattered objects. They stopped by the last wagon of a devastated column. It had been pushed into the ditch and was resting on the hub of a shattered wheel. Beneath the wagon lay a stout woman with an unnaturally twisted neck. The collar of her tunic was covered with rain-washed streaks of coagulated blood from her torn ear, from which an earring had been ripped. The sign on the tarpaulin pulled over the wagon read, Vera Löwenhaupt and Sons. There was no sign of the sons. They weren't peasants, Milva said through pursed lips. They were traders. They came from the south, wending from Dillingen towards Brugge, and were caught here. It's not good, Witcher. I thought we could turn south at this point, but now I truly have no idea what to do. Dillingen and the whole of Brugge is sure to be in Nilfgaardian hands, so we won't make it to the Yaruga this way. We'll have to go east through Turlo. There are forests and wildernesses there. The army won't go that way. I'm not going any further east, Geralt protested. I have to get to the Yaruga. You'll get there, she replied, unexpectedly calm, but by a safer route. If we head south from here, you'll fall right into the Nilfgaardian's jaws. You won't gain anything. I'll gain time, he snapped. By heading east, I'm just wasting it. I told you, I can't afford to— Quiet, Dandelion said suddenly, steering his horse around. Be quiet for a moment. What is it? I can hear singing. The Witcher shook his head. Milva snorted. You're hearing things, poet. Quiet, shut up. I'm telling you. Someone's singing. Can't you hear it? Geralt lowered his hood. Milva also strained to listen, and a moment later glanced at the Witcher and nodded silently. The troubadour's musical ear hadn't let him down. What had seemed impossible turned out to be true. Here they were, standing in the middle of a forest, in the drizzle, on a road strewn with corpses, and they could hear singing. Someone was approaching from the south, singing jauntily and gaily. Milva tugged the reins of her black, ready to flee, but the Witcher gestured to her to wait. He was curious, because the singing they could hear wasn't the menacing, rhythmic, booming, massed singing of marching infantry, nor a swaggering cavalry song. The singing, which was becoming louder all the time, didn't arouse any anxiety. Quite the opposite. The rain drummed on the foliage. They began to make out the words of the song. It was a merry song which seemed strange, unnatural, and totally out of place in this landscape of death and war. Look how the wolf dances in the holt, teeth bared, tail waving, leaping like a colt. Oh, why does he prance like one bewitched? The frolicking beast simply hasn't been hitched. Oompa, 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 pa. Dandelion suddenly laughed, took his lute from under his wet mantle, and ignoring the hissing from the Witcher and Milva, strummed the strings and joined in at the top of his voice. Look how the wolf is dragging his paws, head drooping, tail hanging, clenching his jaws. Oh, why is the beast in such a sorry state? He's either proposed or he's married his mate. Oh, ho, ha! Came the roared response from many voices close by. Thunderous laughter burst out. Then someone whistled piercingly through their fingers, after which a strange but colourful company came walking around a bend in the highway, marching in single file, splashing mud with rhythmic steps of their heavy boots. Dwarves, Milva said under her breath. But they aren't square tile. They don't have plaited beards. There were 6 of them, dressed in short hooded capes, shimmering with countless shades of grey and brown, the kind which were usually worn by dwarves in foul weather. Capes like that, as Geralt knew, had the quality of being totally waterproof, which was achieved by the impregnation of wood tar over many years, not to mention dust from the highway and the remains of greasy food. These practical garments passed from fathers to eldest sons. As a result, they were used exclusively by mature dwarves, and a dwarf attains maturity when his beard reaches his waist, which usually occurs at the age of 55. None of the approaching dwarves looked young, but none looked old either. They're leading some humans, muttered Milva, indicating to Geralt with a movement of her head a small group emerging from the forest behind the company of dwarves, who must be fugitives, because they're laden down with goods and chattels. The dwarves aren't exactly travelling light themselves, Dandelion added. Indeed, each dwarf was heaving a load that many humans and horses would soon have collapsed under. In addition to the ordinary sacks and saddlebags, Geralt noticed iron-bound chests, a large copper cauldron, and something that looked like a small chest of drawers. One of them was even carrying a cartwheel on his back. The one walking at the front wasn't carrying anything. He had a small battle-axe in his belt. On his back was a longsword in a scabbard, wrapped in tabby catskins, and on his shoulder sat a green parrot with wet, ruffled feathers. The dwarf addressed them. "Greetings!" he roared, after coming to a halt in the middle of the road and putting his hands on his hips. "These days it's better to meet a wolf in the forest than a human, and if you do have such bad luck, you're more likely to be greeted with an arrow in the chest than a kind word. But whoever greets someone with a song or music must be a sound fellow, or a sound wench. My apologies to the good lady. Greetings. I'm Zoltan Chive." "I'm Geralt." The Witcher introduced himself after a moment's hesitation. "The singer is Dandelion, and this is Milva." "Now," the parrot squawked. "Shut your beak," Zoltan Chive growled at the bird. "Excuse me, this foreign bird is clever but vulgar. I paid 10 thalers for the freak. He's called Field Marshal Windbag, and while I'm at it, this is the rest of my party. Manuru Broys, Jason Vada, Caleb Stratton, Figgis Maluzzo, and Percival Schuttenbach." Percival Schuttenbach wasn't a dwarf. From beneath his wet hood, instead of a matted beard, stuck out a long, pointed nose, unerringly identifying its owner as one of the old and noble race of gnomes. "And those," Zoltan Chive said, pointing at the small group of humans who had stopped and were huddled together, "are fugitives from Kurno. As you can see, they're women and children. There were more, but Nilfgaard seized them and their fellows 3 days ago. Put some of them to the sword and scattered the others. We came across them in the forest, and now we're travelling together." "It's bold of you," the Witcher ventured, "to be marching along the highway singing as you go." "I don't reckon," the dwarf said, wiggling his beard, "that weeping as we go would do any better. We've been marching through the woods since Dillingen, quietly and out of sight, and after the army passed, we joined the highway to make up time." He broke off and looked around the battlefield. "We've grown accustomed to sights like this," he said, pointing at the corpses. "Beyond Dillingen and the Yaruga, there's nothing but dead bodies on the roads. Were you with this lot?" "No. Nilfgaard put some traders to the sword." "Not Nilfgaard," said the dwarf, shaking his head and looking at the dead with an indifferent expression. "Squire tile. The regular army don't bother pulling arrows out of corpses, and a good arrowhead costs 50 crowns." "He knows his prices," Milver muttered. "Where are you headed?" "South," Geralt answered immediately. "I advise you against it," Zoltan Chive said, and shook his head again. "It's sheer hell. Fire and slaughter there. Dillingen is taken for sure. The Nilfgaardians are crossing the Yaruga in greater and greater numbers. Any moment now they'll flood the whole valley on the right bank. As you see, they're also in front of us to the north. They're heading for the city of Brugge. So the only sensible direction to escape is east." Milver glanced knowingly at the Witcher, who refrained from comment. "And that's where we're headed, east," Zoltan Chive continued. "The only chance is to hide behind the front line and wait until the Temerian army finally start out from the river Aina in the east. Then we plan to march along forest tracks until we reach the hills, Turlo, then the old road to the river Chotlar in Sodden, which flows into the Aina. We can travel together if you wish, if it doesn't bother you that we make slow progress. You're mounted, and I realize our refugees slow the pace down." "It doesn't seem to bother you, though," Milver said, looking at him intently. "A dwarf, even fully laden, can march 30 miles a day, almost the same as a mounted human. I know the old road. Without those refugees, you'd reach the Chotler in about 3 days." "They are women and children," Zoltan Chive said, sticking out his beard and his belly. "We won't leave them to their fate. Would you suggest we do anything else, eh?" "No," the Witcher said. "No, we wouldn't." "I'm pleased to hear it. That means my first impressions didn't deceive me. So, what's it to be? Do we march as one company?" Geralt looked at Milver, and the archer nodded. "Very well," Zoltan Chive said, noticing the nod. "So let's head off before some raiding party chances upon us on the highway. But first, Yazen, Monroe, search the wagons. If you find anything useful there, get it stored away, and pronto. Figgis, check if our wheel fits that little wagon. It'll be just right for us." "It fits!" yelled the one who'd been lugging the car wheel. "Like it was made for it." "You see, Mutned, and you were so surprised when I made you take that wheel and carry it. Put it on. Help him, Caleb." In an impressively short time, the wagon of the dead Vera Löwenhaupt had been equipped with a new wheel, stripped of its tarpaulin and inessential elements, and pulled out of the ditch and onto the road. All their goods were heaved onto it in an instant. After some thought, Zoltan Chive also ordered the children to be loaded onto the wagon. The instruction was carried out reluctantly. Geralt noticed that the children's mothers scowled at the dwarves and tried to keep their distance from them. With visible distaste, Dandelion watched 2 dwarves trying on articles of clothing removed from some corpses. The remaining dwarves rummaged around among the wagons, but didn't consider anything to be worth taking. Zoltan Chive whistled through his fingers, signalling that the time for looting was over, and then he looked over Roach, Pegasus, and Milver's Black with an expert eye. "Saddle horses," he said, wrinkling his nose in disapproval. "In other words, useless. Figgis and Caleb to the shaft. We'll be hauling in turn. March!" Geralt was certain the dwarves would quickly discard the wagon the moment it got well and truly stuck in soft, boggy ground. But he was mistaken. They were as strong as oxen, and the forest tracks leading east turned out to be grassy and not too swampy, even though it continued to rain without letting up. Milver became gloomy and grumpy, and only broke her silence to express the conviction that the horses' softened hooves would split at any moment. Zoltan Chive licked his lips in reply, examined the hooves in question, and declared himself a master at roasting horse meat, which infuriated Milver. They kept to the same formation, the core of which was formed by the wagon hauled on a shift system. Zoltan marched in front of the wagon. Next to him, on Pegasus, rode Dandelion, bantering with the parrot. Geralt and Milver rode behind them, and at the back trudged the 6 women from Cerno. The leader was usually Percival Schuttenbach, the long-nosed gnome. No match for the dwarves in terms of height or strength, he was their equal in stamina and considerably superior in agility. During the march, he never stopped roaming around and rummaging in bushes. Then he would pull ahead and disappear, only to appear and, with nervous, monkey-like gestures, signal from a considerable distance away that everything was in order and that they could continue. Occasionally he would return and give a rapid report about the obstacles on the track. Whenever he did, he would have a handful of blackberries, nuts, or strange but clearly tasty roots for the 4 children sitting on the wagon. Their pace was frightfully slow, and they spent 3 days marching along forest tracks. They didn't happen upon any soldiers, they saw no smoke or the glow of fires. They were not alone, however. Every so often, Percival spotted groups of fugitives hiding in the forests. They passed several such groups hurriedly, because the expressions of the peasants armed with pitchforks and stakes didn't encourage them to try to make friends. There was, nonetheless, a suggestion to try to negotiate and leave the women from Cerno with one of the groups, but Zoltan was against it, and Milver backed him up. The women were in no hurry at all to leave the company either. This was all the stranger, since they treated the dwarves with such obvious, fearful aversion and reserve, hardly ever spoke, and kept out of the way during every stop. Geralt ascribed the women's behaviour to the tragedy they had experienced a short time before, although he suspected that their aversion may have been due to the dwarves' casual ways. Zoltan and his company cursed just as filthily and frequently as the parrot called Field Marshal Windbag, but had a wider repertoire. They sang dirty songs, which Dandelion enthusiastically joined in with. They spat, blew their noses on their fingers, and gave thunderous farts, which usually prompted laughs, jokes, and competition. They only went into the bushes for major bodily needs. With the minor ones, they didn't even bother moving very far away. This finally enraged Milver, who gave Zoltan a good telling off when, one morning, he pissed on the still warm ashes of the campfire, totally oblivious to his audience. Having been dressed down, Zoltan was unperturbed, and announced that shamefully concealing that kind of activity was only common among two-faced, perfidious people who were likely to be informers and could be identified as such by doing just that. This eloquent explanation made no impression on the archer. The dwarves were treated to a rich torrent of abuse, with several very specific threats, which was effective, since they all obediently began to go into the bushes. To avoid laying themselves open to the appellation of perfidious informers, however, they went in a group. The new company, nevertheless, changed Dandelion utterly. He got on famously with the dwarves, particularly when it turned out that some of them had heard of him, and even knew his ballads and couplets. Dandelion dogged Zoltan's company. He wore a quilted jacket he had weaseled out of the dwarves, and his crumpled hat with a feather was replaced by a swashbuckling marten fur cap. He sported a broad belt with brass studs, into which he had stuck a cruel-looking knife he had been given. This knife pricked him in the side each time he tried to lean over. Fortunately, he quickly mislaid it, and wasn't given another. They wandered through the dense forests covering the hillsides of Turlo. The forests seemed deserted. There were no traces of any wild animals, for they had apparently been frightened away by the armies and fugitives. There was nothing to hunt, but they weren't immediately threatened by hunger. The dwarves were lugging along a large quantity of provisions. As soon as they were finished, however, and that occurred quickly, because there were many mouths to feed, Jason Varda and Munro Bruce vanished soon after dark, taking an empty sack with them. When they returned at dawn, they had 2 sacks, both full. In one was fodder for the horses, in the other barley, groats, flour, beef jerky, an almost entire cheese, and even a huge haggis, a delicacy in the form of a pig's stomach stuffed with offal and pressed between 2 slats, the whole resembling a pair of bellows. Geralt guessed where the haul had come from. He didn't comment right away, but bided his time until a moment when he was alone with Zoltan, and then asked him politely if he saw nothing indecent in robbing other fugitives, who were no less hungry than them after all, and fighting for survival just like them. The dwarf answered gravely that indeed he was very ashamed of it, but unfortunately such was his character. "Unbridled altruism is a huge vice of mine," he explained. "I simply have to do good. I am a sensible dwarf, however, and know that I am unable to do everyone good. Were I to attempt to be good to everyone, to the entire world, and to all the creatures living in it, it would be a drop of fresh water in the salt sea. In other words, a wasted effort. Thus I decided to do specific good, good which would not go to waste. I am good to myself and my immediate circle." Geralt asked no further questions. At one of the camps, Geralt and Milva chatted at length with Zoltan Chive, the incorrigible and compulsive altruist. The dwarf was well informed about how the military activities were proceeding. At least he gave that impression. "The attack," he said, frequently quietening down Field Marshal Windbag, who was screeching obscenities, "came from Drishot, and began at dawn on the 7th day after Lammas. Nilfgaard marched with its allies, the Verdanian army, since Verden, as you know, is now an imperial protectorate. They moved swiftly, putting all the villages beyond Drishot to the torch and wiping out the Brugian army which was garrisoned there. The Nilfgaardian infantry marched on the fortress in Dillingen from the other side of the Yaruga. They crossed the river in a totally unexpected place. They built a pontoon bridge. Only took them half a day, can you believe it?" "It's possible to believe anything," muttered Milva. "Were you in Dillingen when it started?" "Thereabouts," the dwarf replied evasively. "When news of the attack reached us, we were already on the way to the city of Brugge. The highway was an awful shambles. It was teeming with fugitives, some of them fleeing from the south to the north, others from the north to the south. They jammed up the highway, so we got stuck, and Nilfgaard, as it turned out, were both behind us and in front of us. The forces that had left Drishot must have split up. I reckon a large cavalry troop had headed northeast, towards Brugge." "So the Nilfgaardians are already north of Turlough. It appears we're stuck between two forces, right in the middle. Unsafe." "Right in the middle, yes," the dwarf agreed, "but not safe. The Imperial troops are flanked by the Squirrels, Verdanian volunteers and various mercenaries, who are even worse than the Nilfgaardians. It was them as burnt down Kerno, and almost seized us later. We barely managed to leg it into the woods, so we shouldn't poke our noses out of the forest, and we should remain on guard. We'll make it to the old road, then downstream by the River Chotla to the Aina, and at the Aina we're sure to bump into the Temerian army. King Foltest's men must have shaken off their surprise and begun standing up to the Nilfgaardians." "If only," Milva said, looking at the Witcher. "But the problem is, the urgent and important matters are driving us on to the south. We pondered heading south from Turlough towards the Yaruga." "I don't know what matters are driving you to those parts," Zoltan said, glowering suspiciously at them. "They must indeed be greatly urgent and important to risk your necks for them." He paused and waited, but neither of them was in a hurry to explain. The dwarf scratched his backside, hawked and spat. "It wouldn't surprise me," he said finally, "if Nilfgaard had both banks of the Yaruga right up to the mouth of the Aina in their grasp. And where exactly on the Yaruga do you need to be?" "Nowhere specific," Geralt decided to reply, "as long as we reach the river. I want to take a boat up to the delta." Zoltan looked at him and laughed, then stopped immediately when he realized it hadn't been a joke. "I have to admit," he said a moment later, "you've got quite some route in mind. But get rid of those pipe dreams. The whole of South Brugge is in flames. They'll impale you before you reach the Yaruga, or drive you to Nilfgaard in fetters. However, were you by some miracle to reach the river, there'd be no chance of sailing to the delta. That pontoon bridge spanning the river from Sintra to the Brugian bank, they guard it night and day. Nothing could get through that part of the river except perhaps a salmon. Your urgent and important matters will have to lose their urgency and importance. You haven't got a prayer, that's how I see it." Milva's glance testified that she shared his opinion. Geralt didn't comment. He felt terrible. The slowly healing bone in his left forearm and his right knee still gnawed with the invisible fangs of a dull, nagging pain, made worse by effort and the constant damp. He was also being troubled by overwhelming, disheartening, exceptionally unpleasant feelings. Alien feelings he had never experienced before and was unable to deal with. Helplessness and resignation. After 2 days, it stopped raining and the sun came out. The forests breathed forth mists and quickly dissipating fog, and birds began to vigorously make up for the silence forced on them by the constant rain. Zoltan cheered up and ordered a long break, after which he promised a quicker march and that they would reach the old road in a day at most. The women from Kerno draped all the surrounding branches with the black and grey of drying clothing, and then, dressed only in their shifts, hid shamefacedly in the bushes and prepared food. The children charged around naked, disturbing the dignified calm of the steaming forest in elaborate ways. Dandelion slept off his tiredness. Milva vanished. The dwarves took their rest seriously. Figgis Merluzzo and Munro Bruce went off hunting mushrooms. Zoltan, Jason Varda, Caleb Stratton, and Percival Schuttenbach sat down near the wagon and, without taking a breather, played Barrel, their favourite card game, which they devoted every spare minute to, including the previous wet evenings. The Witcher occasionally sat down to join them and watch them play, as he did during this break. He was still unable to understand the complicated rules of this typical dwarven game, but was fascinated by the amazing, intricate workmanship of the cards and the drawings of the figures. Compared to the cards humans played with, the dwarves' cards were genuine works of art. Geralt was once again convinced that the advanced technology of the bearded folk was not limited to the fields of mining and metallurgy. The fact that in this specific card-playing field the dwarves' talents hadn't helped them to monopolize the market was because cards were still less popular among humans than dice, and human gamblers attached little importance to aesthetics. Human card players, whom the Witcher had had several opportunities to observe, always played with greasy cards, so dirty that before cards were placed on the table, they had to be laboriously peeled away from the fingers. The court cards were painted so carelessly that distinguishing the lady from the knave was only possible because the knave was mounted on a horse, which actually looked more like a crippled weasel. Mistakes of that kind were impossible with the dwarves' cards. The crowned king was really regal, the lady comely and curvaceous, and the halberd-wielding knave jauntily mustachioed. The colour cards were called in dwarven speech the Hraval, Vaina, and Ballad, but Zoltan and the company used the common speech and human names when they played. The sun shone warmly, the forest steamed, and Geralt watched. The fundamental principle of dwarven barrel was something resembling an auction at a horse fair, both in its intensity and the volume of the bidders' voices. The pair declaring the highest price would endeavour to win as many tricks as possible, which the rival pair had to impede at all costs. The game was played noisily and heatedly, and a sturdy staff lay beside each player. These staffs were seldom used to beat an opponent, but were often brandished. "Look what you've done, you plonker, you bonehead! Why did you open with spades instead of hearts? Think I was leading hearts just for the fun of it? Why, I ought to take my staff and knock some sense into you." "I had 4 spades up to the knave, so we was planning to make a good contract." "4 spades, of course you did, including your own member, which you counted when you looked down at your cards. Use your loaf, Stratton. We're not a university. We're playing cards here. And remember that when the fool has the cards and doesn't blunder, he'll even beat the sage, by thunder. Deal, Varda." "Contract in diamonds." "A slam in diamonds." "The king led diamonds but lost his crown. Fled the kingdom with his trousers down. A double in spades." "Barrel." "Wake up, Caleb. There was a double with a barrel. What are you bidding?" "A big slam in diamonds." "No bid. Ugh, what now? No one's barrelling. Chickened out, laddies. You're leading, Varda. Percival, if you wink at him again, I'll whack you so hard in the kisser your eyes will be screwed up till next winter." "Knave." "Lady. And the king on the lady. The lady's shafted. I'll take her and ha-ha, I've got another heart, kept for a rainy day. Knave, a 10, and another. And a trump. If you can't play a trump, you better take a dump. And diamonds, Sultan. Grabbed you where it hurts. Do you see him? Fucking no, sure. I'm going to take my staff to him." Before Zoltan could use his stick, a piercing cry was heard from the forest. Geralt was the first to his feet. He swore as he ran, pain shooting through his knee. Zoltan Chive rushed after him, seizing his sword wrapped in tabby cat skins from the wagon. Percival Schuttenbach and the rest of the dwarves ran after them, armed with sticks, while Dandelion, who'd been woken by the screaming, brought up the rear. Figgis and Munro leapt out of the forest from one side. Throwing down their baskets of mushrooms, the 2 dwarves gathered up the scattering children and pulled them away. Milva appeared from nowhere, drawing an arrow from her quiver while running and showing the Witcher where the scream had come from. There was no need. Geralt saw and heard, and now knew what it was all about. One of the children was screaming. She was a freckled little girl with plaits, aged about 9. She stood, petrified, a few paces from a pile of rotten logs. Geralt was with her in an instant. He seized her under the arms, interrupting her terrified shrieking, and watched the movement among the logs out of the corner of his eye. He quickly withdrew and bumped into Zoltan and his dwarves. Milva, who had also seen something moving, knocked her arrow and took aim. "Don't shoot," Geralt hissed. "Get this kid out of here, fast, and you get back, but nice and easy. Don't make any sudden movements." At first it seemed to them that the movement had come from one of the rotten logs, as though it was intending to crawl out of the sunlit woodpile and look for shade among the trees. It was only when they looked closer that they saw features which were atypical for a log. In particular, 4 pairs of thin legs with knobbly joints sticking up from the furrowed, speckled, segmented crayfish-like shell. "Easy does it," Geralt said quietly. "Don't provoke it. Don't let its apparent sluggishness deceive you. It isn't aggressive, but it moves like lightning. If it feels threatened, it may attack, and there's no antidote for its venom." The creature slowly crawled onto a log. It looked at the humans and the dwarves, slowly turning its eyes, which were set on stalks. It was barely moving. It cleaned the ends of its legs, lifting them up one by one, and carefully nibbling them with its impressive-looking sharp mandibles. "There was such an uproar," Zoltan declared emotionlessly, appearing beside the Witcher. "I thought it was something really worrying, like a cavalryman from a Verdanian reserve troop, or a military prosecutor. What is it? Just an overgrown creepy-crawly. You have to admit nature takes on some pretty curious forms." "Not any longer," Geralt replied. "The thing that's sitting there is an eye-head, a creature of chaos, a dying post-conjunction relic, if you know what I'm talking about." "Of course I do," the dwarf said, looking him in the eyes. "Although I'm not a witcher, nor an authority on chaos and creatures like that. Well, I'm very curious to see what the Witcher will do with this post-conjunction relic. Or, to be more precise, I'm wondering how the Witcher will do it. Will you use your sword, or do you prefer my scythe?" "Nice weapon," Geralt said, glancing at the sword, which Zoltan had drawn from its lacquered scabbard, wrapped in tabby catskins. "But it won't be necessary." "Interesting," Zoltan repeated. "So, are we just going to stand here looking at each other? Just wait until that relic feels threatened, or should we withdraw and ask some Nilfgaardians for help? What do you suggest, monster slayer?" "Fetch the ladle and the cauldron lid from the wagon." "What?" "Don't question his authority, Zoltan," Dandelion chipped in. Percival Schuttenbach scurried off to the wagon, and soon returned with the requested objects. The Witcher winked at the company, and then began to beat the ladle against the lid with all his strength. "Stop it! Stop it!" Zoltan Chive screamed a moment later, covering his ears with his hands. "You'll break the fucking ladle! The beast's run off! He's gone, for Bock's sake!" "Oh, yes," Percival said, delighted. "Did you see him? On my life, he showed a clean pair of heels. Not that he has any." "The eye-head," Geralt explained calmly, handing back the slightly dented kitchen utensils to the dwarves, "has remarkably delicate, sensitive hearing. It doesn't have any ears, but hears, so to speak, with its entire body. In particular, it can't bear metallic noises. It feels them as a pain." "Even in the arse," Zoltan interrupted. "I know, because it pained me too when you started whacking that lid. If the monster has more sensitive hearing than I do, he has my sympathy. Sure he won't be back? He won't rustle up some mates?" "I don't imagine many of its mates are left on this earth. That specimen is certain not to be back in these parts for a long time. There's nothing to be afraid of." "I'm not going to talk about monsters," the dwarf said, looking glum. "But your concerto for brass instruments must have been heard as far away as the Skellige Islands, so it's possible some music lovers might be heading this way, and we better not be around when they come. Strike camp, boys! Hey, ladies, get glad and count up the children. We're moving out, and quickly." When they stopped for the night, Geralt decided to clear up a few issues. This time, Zoltan Chive hadn't sat down to play barrel, so there was no difficulty leading him away to a secluded place for a frank, man-to-man conversation. He got straight to the point. "Out with it. How do you know I'm a witcher?" The dwarf winked at him and smiled slyly. "I might boast about my perspicacity. I could say I noticed your eyes changing after dusk and in full sunlight. I could show that I'm a dwarf of the world, and that I've heard this and that about Geralt of Rivia, but the truth is much more banal. Don't scowl. You can keep things to yourself, but your friend the bard sings and jabbers. He never shuts his trap. That's how I know about your profession. Geralt refrained from asking another question, and rightly so. It's like this, Zoltan continued. Dandelion told me everything. He must have sensed we value sincerity, and, after all, he didn't have to sense our friendly disposition to you, because we don't hide our dispositions. So, in short, I know why you're in a hurry to go south. I know what important and urgent matters are taking you to Nilfgaard. I know who you're planning to seek, and not just from the poet's gossip. I lived in Sintra before the war, and I heard tales of the child Destiny and the white-haired witcher to whom the child was granted. Geralt did not respond this time either. The rest, the dwarf said, is just a question of observation. You let that crusty monstrosity go, even though you're a witcher, and it's your professional duty to exterminate monsters like that. But the beast didn't do your surprise any harm, so you spared it, and just drove it away by banging on a cauldron lid. Because you're no longer a witcher. You're a valiant knight who is hastening to rescue his kidnapped and oppressed maiden. Why don't you stop glaring at me, he added, still not hearing an answer or an explanation. You're constantly sniffing out treachery, fearful of how this secret, now it's out, may turn against you. Don't fret. We're all going to the Aina, helping each other, supporting each other. The challenge you have in front of you is the same one we face, to survive and stay alive, in order for this noble mission to continue. Or live an ordinary life, but so as not to be ashamed at the hour of death. You think you've changed, that the world has changed. But look, the world's the same as it's always been, quite the same, and you're the same as you used to be, don't fret. But drop your idea about heading off alone. Zoltan continued his monologue, unperturbed by the witch's silence, and about a solo journey south through Brugger and Sodden to the Yaruga. You'll have to search for another way to Nilfgaard. If you want, I can advise you. Don't bother, Geralt said, rubbing his knee, which had been hurting incessantly for several days. Don't bother, Zoltan. He found Dandelion watching the barrel-playing dwarves. He took the poet by the sleeve and led him off to the forest. Dandelion realized at once what it was all about. One glance at the witch's face was enough. Babbler, Geralt said quietly. Windbag, big mouth. I ought to shove your tongue in a vice, you blockhead, or put a bit between your teeth. The troubadour said nothing, but his expression was haughty. When the news got out that I'd started to associate with you, the witcher continued, some sensible people were surprised by our friendship. It astonished them that I let you travel with me. They advised me to abandon you in the desert, to rob you, strangle you, throw you into a pit and bury you in dung. Indeed, I regret I didn't follow their advice. Is it such a secret who you are and what you're planning to do? Dandelion suddenly said, losing his temper. Are we to keep the truth from everybody and pretend all the time? Those dwarves, we're all one company now. I don't have a company, the witcher snapped. I don't have one, and I don't want to have one. I don't need one. Do you get it? Of course he gets it, Milver said from behind him. And I get it too. You don't need anyone, Witcher. You show it often enough. I'm not fighting a private war, he said, turning around suddenly. I don't need a company of daredevils, because I'm not going to Nilfgaard to save the world or to bring down an evil empire. I'm going to get Ciri. And that's why I can go alone. Forgive me if that sounds unkind, but the rest of it doesn't concern me. And now leave me. I want to be alone. When he turned around a moment later, he discovered that only Dandelion had walked away. I had that dream again, he said abruptly. Milver, I'm wasting time. I'm wasting time. She needs me. She needs help. Talk, she said softly. Get it out. No matter how frightening it is, get it out. It wasn't frightening. In my dream, she was dancing. She was dancing in some smoky barn, and she was, hell's bells, happy. There was music playing. Someone was yelling. The entire barn was shaking from shouting and music, and she was dancing, clicking her heels. And on the roof of that bloody barn, in the cold night air, Death was dancing too. Milver, Maria, she needs me. face away. "Not just her," she whispered, quietly so he wouldn't hear. At the next stop, the Witcher demonstrated his interest in Zoltan's sword, the Sihil, which he had glanced at during the adventure with the Eyehead. Without hesitation, the dwarf unwrapped the weapon from its catskins and drew it from its lacquered scabbard. The sword measured a little over 3 feet, but didn't weigh much more than 2 pounds. The blade, which was decorated along much of its length with mysterious runes, had a bluish hue and was as sharp as a razor. In the right hands, it could have been used to shave with. The 12-inch hilt, wound around with criss-crossed strips of lizard skin, had a cylindrical brass cap instead of a spherical pommel, and its crossguard was very small and finely crafted. "A fine piece of work," Geralt said, making a quick, hissing moulinet, followed by a thrust from the left, and then a lightning transition to a high second parry, and then laterally into prime. "Indeed, a nice bit of ironmongery." "Phew!" Percival Shootenbach snorted. "Bit of ironmongery? Take a better look at it, because you'll be calling it a horseradish root next." "I had a better sword once." "I won't dispute that," Zoltan said, shrugging his shoulders, "because it was sure to have come from our forges. You witchers know how to wield a sword, but you don't make them yourselves. Swords like that are only forged by dwarves in Mahakam and Mount Carbon." "Dwarves smelt the steel," Percival added, "and forged the laminated blades. But it's us, the gnomes, who do the finishing touches and the sharpening in our workshops, using our own gnomish technology, as we once made our Gwaihirs, the best swords in the world." "The sword I wield now," Geralt said, bearing the blade, "comes from the catacombs of Creagan in Brokilon. It was given to me by the Dryads. It's a first-class weapon, but it's neither dwarven nor gnomish. It's an elven blade, at least 1 or maybe 200 years old." "He doesn't know what he's talking about," the gnome called, picking up the sword and running his fingers over it. "The details are elven, I'll give you that. The hilt, crossguard and pommel, the etching, engraving, chasing and other decorative elements, but the blade was forged and sharpened in Mahakam. And it's true that it was made several centuries ago, because it's obvious that the steel is mediocre and the workmanship primitive. Now, hold Zoltan's Sihil against it. Do you see the difference?" "Yes, I do, and I have the impression mine's just as well made." The gnome snorted and waved a hand. Zoltan smiled superciliously. "The blade," he explained in a patronizing voice, "should cut, not make an impression, and it shouldn't be judged on first impressions either. The point is that your sword is a typical composition of steel and iron, while my Sihil's blade was forged from a refined alloy containing graphite and borax." "It's a modern technique," Percival burst out, a little excited, since the conversation was moving inevitably towards his field of expertise. "The blade's construction and composition, numerous laminates in its soft core, edged with hard, not soft, steel." "Take it easy," the dwarf said, reining him in. "You won't make a metallurgist out of him, Shootenbach, so don't bore him with details. I'll explain it in simple terms. It's incredibly difficult to sharpen good hard magnetite steel, Witcher. Why? Because it's hard. If you don't have the technology as we dwarves once did not, and you humans still don't have, but you want a sharp sword, you forge soft steel edges which are more malleable onto a hardened core. Your Brokilonian sword is made using just such a simplified method. Modern dwarven blades are made the opposite way around, with a soft core and hard edges. The process is time-consuming and, as I said, demands advanced technology. But as a result, you get a blade which will cut a batiste scarf tossed up in the air. Is your Sihil capable of a trick like that?" "No," the dwarf smiled. "The swords sharpened to that degree are few and far between, and not many of them ever left Mahakam. But I guarantee that the shell of that knobbly old crab wouldn't have put up much resistance against it. You could have sliced him up without breaking a sweat." The discussion about swords and metallurgy continued for some time. Geralt listened with interest, shared his own experiences, added some extra information, asked about this and that, and then examined and tried out Zoltan's Sihil. He had no idea that the following day he would have the opportunity to add practice to the theory he had acquired. The first indication that humans were living in the area was the neatly stacked cord of firewood standing among wood chips and tree bark by the track, spotted by Percival Shootenbach, who was walking at the head of the column. Zoltan stopped the procession and sent the gnome ahead to scout. Percival vanished, and after half an hour hurried back, excited and out of breath, and gesticulating from a long way off. He reached them, but instead of giving his report, grabbed his long nose in his fingers and blew it powerfully, making a sound resembling a shepherd's horn. "Don't frighten away the game," Zoltan Chive barked, "and talk. What lies ahead of us?" "A settlement," the gnome panted, wiping his fingers on the tails of his many-pocketed caftan. "In a clearing. 3 cottages, a barn, a few mud and straw huts. There's a dog running around in the farmyard and the chimney's smoking. Someone's preparing food there. Porridge, and made with milk." "You mean you went into the kitchen?" Dandelion laughed. "And peered into the pot? How do you know it's porridge?" The gnome looked at him with an air of superiority, and Zoltan snarled angrily. "Don't insult him, poet. You can sniff a grub a mile away. If he says it's porridge, it's porridge. Still, I don't like the sound of this." "Why's that? I like the sound of porridge. I'd be happy to try some." "Zoltan's right," Milva said, "and you keep quiet, Dandelion, because this isn't poetry. If the porridge is made with milk, that means there's a cow, and a peasant who sees fires burning will take his cow and disappear into the forest. Why didn't this one? Let's duck into the forest and give it a wide berth. There's something fishy about this." "Not so fast, not so fast," the dwarf muttered. "There'll be plenty of time to flee. Perhaps the war's over. Perhaps the Temerian army has finally moved out, what do we know, stuck in this forest. Perhaps the decisive battle's over. Perhaps Nilfgaard's been repulsed. Perhaps the front's already behind us and the peasants are returning home with their cows. We ought to examine this and find out what's behind it. Figgis and Munro, you two stay here and keep your eyes peeled. We'll do a bit of reconnaissance. If it's safe, I'll make a call like a sparrowhawk." "Like a sparrowhawk?" said Munro Broyce, anxiously moving his chin. "Since when did you know anything about mimicking bird calls, Zoltan? That's the whole point. If you hear a strange, unrecognizable sound, you'll know it's me. Percival, lead on. Geralt, will you come with us?" "We'll all go," Dandelion said, dismounting. "If it's a trap, we'll be safer in a bigger group." "I'll leave you the field, Marshal," Zoltan said, removing the parrot from his shoulder and passing him to Figgis Maluzzo. "This ugly bird might suddenly start effing and blinding at the top of his voice, and then our silent approach will go to fuck. Let's go." Percival quickly led them to the edge of the forest, into dense elder shrubs. The ground fell away slightly beyond the shrubs, where they saw a large pile of uprooted tree stumps. Beyond them there was a broad clearing. They peered out cautiously. The gnome's account had been accurate. There really were 3 cottages, a barn, and several sod-roofed mud and straw huts in the middle of the clearing. A huge puddle of muck glistened in the farmyard. The buildings and a small untended plot were surrounded by a low, partly fallen-down fence, on the other side of which a scruffy dog was barking. Smoke was rising from the roof of one of the cottages, creeping lazily over the sunken turfs. "Indeed," Zoltan whispered, sniffing. "That smoke smells good, particularly since my nostrils are used to the stench of burnt-down houses. There are no horses or guards around, which is good, because I bore in mind that some rabble might be resting up and cooking a meal here. Might say it's safe." "I'll take a look," volunteered Milva. "No," the dwarf protested. "You look too much like a squirrel. If they see you, they might get frit, and humans can be unpredictable when they're startled. Jason and Caleb will go, but keep your bow at the ready. You can cover them if needs be. Percival, leg it over to the others. You lot be prepared, in case we have to sound the retreat." Jason Varda and Caleb Stratton cautiously left the thicket and headed towards the buildings. They walked slowly, looking around intently. The dog smelled them right away, started barking furiously, then ran around the farmyard, not reacting to the dwarf's clucking and whistling. The door to the cottage opened. Milva raised her bow and drew back the bowstring in a single movement, and then immediately slackened it. A short, stout girl with long plaits came rushing out. She shouted something, waving her arms. Jason Varda sped his arms and shouted something back. The girl continued to bawl something. They could hear the sound, but were unable to make out what she was saying. But the words must have reached Jason and Caleb, who made an about turn and hurried back towards the elder shrubs. Milva drew her bow again and swept around with the arrowhead, searching for a target. "What the devil's going on?" Zoltan rasped. "What's happening? What are they running away from, Milva?" "Shut your trap," the archer hissed, still taking aim at each cottage and hut in turn. But she couldn't find anyone to shoot. The girl with the plaits disappeared into her cottage and shut the door behind her. The dwarves were sprinting as though the Grim Reaper was on their heels. Yazen yelled something, or possibly cursed. Dandelion suddenly blanched. "He's saying—" "Oh, God!" "What?" Zoltan broke off, for Yazen and Caleb had made it back, red in the face. "What is it? Spit it out." "The plague," Caleb gasped. "Smallpox." "Did you touch anything?" Zoltan Chive asked, stepping back nervously and almost knocking Dandelion over. "Did you touch anything in the farmyard?" "No, the dog wouldn't let us near." "May the fucking mutt be praised," Zoltan said, raising his eyes heavenwards. "May the gods give it a long life and a heap of bones higher than Mount Carbon. That girl, the plump one, did she have blisters?" "No, she's healthy. The infected ones are in the last cottage, our in-laws. And a lot of people have already died," she said. "Blimey, Zoltan, the wind was blowing right towards us." "That's enough teeth chattering," Milva said, lowering her bow. "If you didn't touch any infected people, you've got nothing to worry about. If it's true what she says about the pox, maybe the girl just wanted to scare you away." "No," Yazen replied, still breathing heavily. "There was a pit behind the hut, with bodies in it. The girl doesn't have the strength to bury the dead, so she throws them into the pit." "Well," Zoltan said, sniffing, "that's your porridge, Dandelion. But I've slightly lost my appetite for it. Let's get out of here, and fast." The dog in the farmyard began barking again. "Get down," the Witcher hissed, dropping into a crouch. A group of horsemen came riding out from a gap in the trees on the other side of the clearing. Whistling and whooping, they circled the farmstead at a gallop and then burst into the yard. The riders were armed, but weren't in identical uniforms. Quite the contrary, in fact. They were all dressed differently and haphazardly, and their weaponry and tackle gave the impression of being assembled at random, and not in an armoury, but on a battlefield. 13, Percival Schuttenbach said, making a quick tally. "Who are they?" "Neither Nilfgaard nor any other regulars," came Zoltan's assessment. "Not Squire Tile. I think they're volunteers, a random mob. Or marauders." The horsemen were yelling and cavorting around the farmyard. One of them hit the dog with the spear shaft, and it bolted. The girl with the plaits ran outside, shouting, but this time her warning had no effect or wasn't taken seriously. One of the horsemen galloped up, seized the girl by one of her plaits, pulled her away from the doorway, and dragged her through the puddle of muck. The others jumped off their horses to assist the first, dragging the girl to the end of the farmyard. They tore her shift off her and threw her down onto a pile of rotten straw. The girl fought back ferociously, but she had no chance. Only one of the marauders didn't join in the fun. He guarded the horses, which were tied to the fence. The girl gave a long, piercing scream, then a short, pained one. They had nothing after that. "Warriors," Milva said, jumping to her feet. "Fucking heroes!" "They aren't afraid of the pox," Yazen Varda said, shaking his head. "Fear," Dandelion muttered, "is a human quality. There's nothing human in them any longer." "Apart from their innards," Milva rasped, carefully knocking an arrow, "which I shall now prick." 13, Zoltan Chive repeated gravely, "and they're all mounted. You'll knock off one or two, and the rest will have us surrounded. And anyway, it might be an advance party. The devil knows what kind of bigger force they belong to." "Do you expect me to stand by and watch?" "No," Geralt said, straightening his headband and the sword on his back. "I've had enough of standing by and watching. I'm fed up with my own helplessness. But first, we have to stop them from getting away. See the one holding the horses? When I get there, knock him out of the saddle, and if you can, take out another, but only when I get down there." "That leaves 11, the archer said, turning to face him. "I can count." "You've forgotten about the smallpox," Zoltan Chive muttered. "If you go down there, you'll come back infected. Bollocks to that, Witcher. You're putting us all at risk. For fuck's sake, she's not the girl you're looking for." "Shut up, Zoltan. Go back to the wagon and hide in the forest." "I'm coming with you," Milva declared hoarsely. "No. Cover me from here. You'll be helping more if you do that." "What about me?" Dandelion asked. "What should I do?" "The same as usual. Nothing." "You're insane," Zoltan snarled. "Taking on the entire band? What's got into you? Want to play the hero, rescuing fair maidens? Shut up. Go to hell." "No, wait, leave your sword. There's a whole bunch of them, so it'd be better if you didn't have to swing twice. Take my sail. One blow is enough." The Witcher took the dwarf's weapon without a word or a moment's hesitation. He pointed out the marauder guarding the horses one more time, and then hopped over the tree stumps and moved quickly towards the cottages. The sun was shining. Grasshoppers scattered in front of him. The man guarding the horses saw him and pulled a spear from its place by his saddle. He had very long, unkempt hair, falling onto a torn hauberk, patched up with rusty wire. He was wearing brand new, clearly stolen boots with shiny buckles. The guard yelled, and another marauder appeared from behind the fence. He was carrying a sword slung from a belt around his neck and was just buttoning his breeches. Geralt was quite close by now. He could hear the guffawing of the men amusing themselves with the girl on the pile of straw. He took some deep breaths, and each one intensified his bloodlust. He could have calmed himself down, but didn't want to. He wanted to have some fun himself. "And who might you be?" "Stop!" the long-haired man shouted, hefting the spear in his hand. "What do you want here?" "I've done enough standing and watching." "What? Does the name Ciri mean anything to you? I'll—" The marauder was unable to finish his sentence. A grey-fletched arrow hit him in the middle of his chest and threw him from the saddle. Before he hit the ground, Geralt could hear the next arrow whistling. The second soldier caught the arrowhead in the abdomen, low, right between the hands buttoning up his fly. He howled like an animal, bent double, and lurched back against the fence, knocking over and breaking some of the pickets. Before the others had managed to come to their senses and pick up their weapons, the Witcher was among them. The dwarven blade glittered and sang. There was a savage craving for blood in the song of the feather-light, razor-sharp steel. The bodies and limbs offered almost no resistance. Blood splashed onto his face. He had no time to wipe it off. Even if the marauders were thinking about putting up a fight, the sight of falling corpses and blood gushing in streams effectively discouraged them. One of them, who had his trousers around his knees, since he hadn't even had time to pull them up, was slashed in the carotid artery and tumbled onto his back, comically swinging his still unsatisfied manhood. The second, nothing but a stripling, covered his head with both hands, which the scythe severed at the wrists. The remaining men took flight, dispersing in various directions. The Witcher pursued them, softly cursing the pain that was once again pulsing through his knee. He hoped the leg wouldn't buckle under him. He managed to pin two of them against the fence. They tried to defend themselves by holding up their swords. Paralyzed by terror, their defense was woeful. The Witcher's face was once again spattered with blood from arteries slashed open by the dwarven blade. But the remaining men made use of the time and managed to get away. They were already mounted. One of them fell, however, hit by an arrow, wriggling and squirming like a fish emptied from a net. The last two spurred their horses into a gallop, but only one of them managed to escape, because Zoltan Chive had suddenly appeared in the farmyard. The dwarf swung his axe around his head and threw it, hitting one of the fleeing men in the centre of the back. The marauder screamed and tumbled from the saddle, legs kicking. The last one pressed himself tight to his horse's neck, cleared the pit full of dead bodies, and galloped towards the gap in the trees. "Milver!" the Witcher and the dwarf both yelled. The archer was already running towards them. Now she stopped, frozen, with legs apart. She let her knocked bow fall, and then began to lift it up, slowly, higher and higher. They didn't hear the twang of the bowstring, neither did Milver change her position or even twitch. They only saw the arrow when it dipped and hurtled downwards. The horseman lurched sideways out of the saddle, the feathered shaft protruding from a shoulder. But he didn't fall. He straightened up and with a cry urged his horse into a faster gallop. "What a bull!" Zoltan Chive grunted in awe. "What a shot!" "What a shot, my arse," the Witcher said, wiping blood from his face. "The horseman's got away, and he'll be back with a bunch of his mates. She hit him, and it must have been 200 pieces. She could have aimed at the horse." "The horse isn't guilty of anything," Milver panted with anger, walking over to them. She spat and watched the horseman disappear into the forest. "I missed the good-for-nothing because I was a mite out of breath. Ugh, you rat, running away with my arrow. I hope it brings you bad luck." The neighing of a horse could be heard from the gap in the trees, and immediately afterwards the dreadful cry of a man being killed. "Oh," Zoltan said, looking at the archer in awe. "He didn't get very far. Your arrows are damned effective. Poisoned? Or enchanted, perhaps? Because even if the good-for-nothing had caught the smallpox, the plague wouldn't have taken its toll so quickly." "It wasn't me," Milver said, looking knowingly at the Witcher. "No, the smallpox. But I think I know who it was." "I think I do too," the dwarf said, chewing his moustache with a canny smile on his face. "I've noticed you keep looking back, and I know someone's secretly following us, on a chestnut colt. I don't know who he is, but since it doesn't bother you, it's none of my business. Particularly since a rearguard can have its uses, Milva said, looking at Geralt meaningfully. Are you certain that Kay is your enemy? The Witcher didn't reply. He gave Zoltan his sword back. Thanks. It coats nicely. In the right hands, the dwarf said, grinning. I've heard tales about witches, but to fell 8 in less than 2 minutes? There's nothing to brag about. They didn't know how to defend themselves. The girl with the plaits raised herself onto her hands and knees, stood up, staggered, and then tried ineffectually to pull down her torn shift with trembling hands. The Witcher was astonished to see that she was in no way similar to Ciri, when a moment earlier he would have sworn they were twins. The girl wiped her face with an uncoordinated movement and moved unsteadily towards the cottage, straight through the puddle of muck. Hey! Wait! Milva called. Hey, you! Need any help? Hey! The girl didn't even look towards her. She stumbled over the threshold, almost falling, then grabbed the door jamb and slammed the door behind her. Human gratitude knows no boundaries, the dwarf commented. Milva jerked around, her face hardened. What does she have to be grateful for? Exactly, the Witcher added. What for? For the Marauder's horses, Zoltan said, not lowering his gaze. She can slaughter them for their meat. She won't have to kill the cow. She's clearly resistant to smallpox, and now she doesn't have to fear hunger. She'll survive, and in a few days, when she gathers her thoughts, she'll understand that thanks to you she avoided a longer frolic, and these cottages being burnt to the ground. Let's get out of here before the plague blows our way. Hey, Witcher, where are you going? To get a token of gratitude? To get a pair of boots, Geralt said coldly, stooping down over the long-haired marauder, whose dead eyes stared heavenwards. These look right for me. They ate horse meat for several days. The boots with the shiny buckles were quite comfortable. The Nilfgaardian called Cair was still riding in their tracks on his chestnut colt, but the Witcher had stopped looking back. He had finally fathomed the arcana of Barrel and even played a hand with the dwarves. He lost. They didn't speak about the incident in the forest clearing. There was nothing to say. Mandrake, or love apple, is a class of plant from the mandragora or nightshade family, a group including herbaceous stemless plants with parsnip-like roots, in which a similarity to the human form may be observed. The leaves are arranged in a rosette. Mandrake, autumnalis or officinalis, is cultivated on a small scale in Vicovaro, Rohan, and Yumlak, rarely found in the wild. Its berries, which are green and later turn yellow, are eaten with vinegar and pepper, while its leaves are consumed raw. The root of the mandrake, which is a valued ingredient in medicine and herb lore, long ago had great import in superstitions, particularly among the Nordlings. Human effigies, called alrunics or alrauns, were carved from it and kept in homes as revered talismans. They were believed to offer protection from illness, to bring good fortune during trials, and to ensure fertility and uncomplicated births. The effigies were clad in dresses, which were changed at each new moon. Mandrake roots were bought and sold, with prices reaching as much as 60 florins. Bryony roots, QV, were used as substitutes. According to superstition, mandrake was used for making spells, magical philters, and poisons. This belief returned during the period of the witch hunts. The charge of the criminal use of mandrake was made, for example, during the trial of Lucretia Vigo, QV. The legendary Philip Alhard, QV, was also said to have used mandrake as a poison. Effenberg and Talbot, Encyclopaedia Maxima Mundi, Volume 9. Chapter 3. The old road had changed somewhat since the last time the Witcher had travelled along it. Once a level highway, paved with slabs of basalt, built by elves and dwarves centuries before, it had now become a potholed ruin. In some places the holes were so deep that they resembled small quarries. The pace of the march dropped, since the dwarves' wagon wove between the potholes with extreme difficulty, frequently becoming stuck. Zoltan Chive knew the reason for the road's desperate state of disrepair. Following the last war with Nilfgaard, he explained, the need for building materials had increased tremendously. People had recalled that the old road was an almost inexhaustible source of dressed stone, and since the neglected road, built in the middle of nowhere and leading nowhere, had long ago lost its importance for transport and served few people, it was vandalized without mercy or restraint. "Your great cities," the dwarf complained, accompanied by the parrot's screeched expletives, "were without exception built on dwarfen and elven foundations. You built your own foundations for your smaller castles and towns, but you still use our stones for the walls. And yet you never stop repeating that it's thanks to you, humans, that the world progresses and develops." Geralt did not comment. "But you didn't even know how to destroy things wisely," Zoltan griped, ordering yet another attempt to pull a wheel out of a hole. "Why can't you remove the stones gradually from the edges of the road? You're like children. Instead of eating a donut systematically, you gouge the jam out with a finger and then throw away the rest because it's not sweet anymore." Geralt explained patiently that political geography was to blame for everything. The old road's western end lay in Brugge, the eastern end in Temeria, and the centre in Sodden, so each kingdom destroyed its own section at its own discretion. In response, Zoltan obscenely stated where he'd happily shove all the kings, and listed some imaginative indecencies he would commit regarding their politics, while Field Marshal Windbag added his own contribution to the subject of the king's mothers. The further they went, the worse it became. Zoltan's comparison with a jam donut turned out to be less than apt. The road was coming to resemble a suet pudding, with all the raisins gouged out. It looked as though the inevitable moment was approaching when the wagon would shatter or become totally and irreversibly stuck. They were saved, however, by the same thing that had destroyed the road. They happened upon a track heading towards the southeast, worn down and compacted by the heavy wagons which had been used to transport the pillaged stone. Zoltan brightened up, for he recognized that the track led unerringly to one of the forts on the Aina, on whose bank he was hoping to meet the Temerian army. The dwarf solemnly believed that, as during the previous war, a crushing counterattack by the northern kingdoms would be launched from Sodden on the far side of the Aina, following which the survivors of Nilfgaard's thoroughly decimated forces would scurry back across the Yaruga. And, indeed, the change in their trek's direction once again brought them closer to the war. During the night, a great light suddenly flared up in front of them, while during the day they saw columns of smoke marking the horizon to the south and the east. Since they were still uncertain who was attacking and burning and who was being attacked and burnt, they proceeded cautiously, sending Percival Schuttenbach far ahead to reconnoitre. They were astonished one morning to be overtaken by a riderless horse, the chestnut colt. The green saddlecloth, embroidered with Nilfgaardian symbols, was stained with dark streaks of blood. There was no way of knowing if it was the blood of the horseman who had been killed near the hawker's wagon, or if it had been spilt later, when the horse had acquired a new owner. "Well, that takes care of the problem," Milva said, glancing at Geralt. "If it ever really was a problem." "The biggest problem is we don't know who knocked the rider from the saddle," Zoltan muttered, "and whether that someone is following our trail and the trail of our erstwhile unusual rearguard." "He was a Nilfgaardian," Geralt said between clenched teeth. "He spoke almost without an accent, but runaway peasants could have recognized it." Milva turned to face him. "You ought to have finished him off, Witcher," she said softly. "He would have had a kinder death." "He got out of that coffin," Dandelion said, nodding, looking meaningfully at Geralt, "just to rot in some ditch." And that was the epitaph for Caia, son of Caelach, the Nilfgaardian who insisted he wasn't a Nilfgaardian. He was not talked about any longer. Since Geralt, in spite of repeated threats, seemed to be in no hurry to part with the skittish roach, Zoltan Chive mounted the chestnut. The dwarf's feet didn't reach the stirrups, but the colt was mild-mannered and let himself be ridden. During the night, the horizon was bright with the glow of fires, and during the day, ribbons of smoke rose into the sky, soiling the blue. They soon came upon some burnt-out buildings, with flames still creeping over the charred beams and ridges. Alongside the smouldering timbers sat 8 ragged figures and 5 dogs, all busily gnawing the remains of the flesh from a bloated, partly charred horse carcass. At the sight of the dwarves, the feasters fled in a panic. Only 1 man and 1 dog remained, who no threats were capable of tearing away from the carrion on the arched spine and ribs. Zoltan and Percival tried to question the man, but learned nothing. He only whimpered, trembled, tucked his head into his shoulders, and choked on the scraps torn from the bones. The dog snarled and bared its teeth up to its gums. The horse's carcass stank repulsively. They took a risk and didn't leave the road, and soon reached the next smouldering remains. A sizable village had been burnt down, and a skirmish must have taken place nearby, because they saw a fresh burial mound directly behind the smoking ruins. And at a certain distance beyond the mound, a huge oak tree stood by the crossroads. The tree was hung with acorns and human corpses. "We ought to take a look," Zoltan Chive decided, putting an end to the discussion about the risks and the danger. "Let's go closer." "Why the bloody hell," Dandelion asked, losing his temper, "do you want to look at those corpses, Zoltan? To despoil them? I can see from here they don't even have boots." "Fool! It's not their boots I'm interested in, but the military situation. I want to know of the developments in the theatre of war." "What's so funny? You're just a poet, and you don't know what strategy is. You're in for a surprise. I do." "Nonsense! You would know strategy from your own ass, even if your life depended on it." "Indeed, I wouldn't. I'll leave half-assed strategies to dwarves. The same applies to strategies dangling from oak trees." Zoltan dismissed him with a wave and tramped over to the tree. Dandelion, who had never been able to rein in his curiosity, urged Pegasus on and trotted after him. A moment later, Geralt decided to follow them, and then noticed that Milva was riding behind him. The crows feeding on the carcasses took flight, cawing and flapping their wings noisily. Some of them flew off towards the forest, while others merely alighted on the mighty tree's higher branches, intently observing Field Marshal Windbag, who was coarsely defaming their mothers from the dwarf's shoulder. The first of the 7 hanged humans had a sign on his chest reading, "Traitor." The second was described as a collaborator, the third as an elven narc, and the fourth as a deserter. The 5th was a woman in a torn and bloodied shift, described as a Nilfgaardian whore. 2 of the corpses weren't bearing signs, which suggested at least some of the victims had been hanged by chance. "Look," Zoltan Chive said cheerfully, pointing at the signs. "Our army passed by this way. Our brave boys have taken the initiative and repulsed the enemy, and they had time, as we can see, for relaxation and wartime entertainment. And what does that mean for us? That the front has moved and the Temerian army are between us and the Nilfgaardians. We're safe. And the smoke ahead of us? That's our boys," the dwarf declared confidently. "They're burning down villages where squirrels were given rest or victuals. We're behind the front line now, I'm telling you. The southern way heads from the crossroads to Armeria, a fortress lying in a fork of the Chotler and the Aina. The road looks decent, we can take it. We needn't be afraid of the Nilfgaardians now." "Where there's smoke, there's fire," Milva said. "And where there's fire, you can get your fingers burnt. I reckon it's stupid to head towards the flames. It's also stupid to travel along a road when the cavalry could be on us in an instant. Let's disappear into the trees." "The Temerians or an army from Sodden passed through here," the dwarf insisted. "We're behind the front line. We can march along the highway without fear. If we come across an army, it'll be ours." "Risky," said the archer, shaking her head. "If you're such an old hand, Zoltan, you must know that Nilfgaard usually sends advance parties a long way ahead. Perhaps the Temerians were here, but we have no idea what's in front of us. The sky's black from smoke to the south. That fortress of yours in Armeria is probably burning right now, which means we aren't behind the front line, but right on it. We may run into the army. Marauders, leaderless bands of rogues, or squirrels. Let's head for the Chotler, but along forest tracks." "She's right," Dandelion concurred. "I don't like the look of that smoke either. And even if Temeria is on the offensive, there may still be advanced Nilfgaardian squadrons in front of us. The Nilfgaardians are fond of long-distance raids. They attack the rear lines, link up with the Scoia'tael, wreak havoc, and ride back. I remember what happened in Upper Sodden during the last war. I'm also in favour of travelling through the forest. We have nothing to fear there." "I wouldn't be so sure," Geralt said, pointing to the last corpse, who, although he was dangling high up, had bloody stumps instead of feet. They looked like they had been raked by talons until all that was left was protruding bones. "Look, that's the work of ghouls." "Ghouls?" Zoltan Chive said, retreating and spitting on the ground. "Flesh-eaters?" "Naturally. We have to beware in the forest at night." Fuck you! Field Marshal Windbag screeched. You took the words right out of my mouth, Birdie, Zoltan Chive said, frowning. Well, we're in a pretty pickle. What's it to be then? Into the forest where there's ghouls, or along the road where there's armies and marauders? Into the forest, Milva said with conviction. The denser the better. I prefer ghouls to humans. They marched through the forest, at first cautious, on edge, reacting with alarm to every rustle in the undergrowth. Soon, however, they regained their poise, their good humour, and their previous speed. They didn't see any ghouls, or the slightest trace of their presence. Zoltan joked that spectres and any other demons must have heard about the approaching armies, and if the fiends had happened to see the marauders and Verdanian volunteers in action, then, seized with terror, they would have hidden in their most remote and inaccessible lairs, where they were now cowering and trembling, fangs chattering. And they're guarding the she-ghouls, the wives and their daughters, Milva snapped. The monsters know that a soldier on the march won't even pass up a sheep, and if you hung a woman's shift on a willow tree, a knot-hole will be enough for those heroes. She looked pointedly at the women and children from Cairno, who were still with the group. Dandelion, who had been full of vigour and good humour for quite some time, tuned his lute and began to compose a fitting couplet about willows, knot-holes, and lascivious warriors, and the dwarves and the parrot outdid each other in supplying ideas for rhymes. Oh, Zoltan stated. What? Where? Dandelion asked, standing up in his stirrups and looking down into the ravine in the direction the dwarf was pointing. I can't see anything. Oh, don't drivel like your parrot. What do you mean, oh? It's a stream, Zoltan calmly explained. A right-bank tributary of the Chotla. It's called the O. Eh? Not a bit of it, Percival Schuttenbach laughed. The A joins the Chotla upstream, some way from here. That's the O, not the A. The ravine, along the bottom of which flowed the stream with the uncomplicated name, was overgrown with nettles taller than the marching dwarves, smelled intensively of mint and rotten wood, and resounded with the unremitting croaking of frogs. It also had steep sides, which turned out to be fatal. Vera Löwenhaupt's wagon, which from the beginning of the journey had valiantly borne the adversities of fate and overcome every obstacle, lost out in its clash with the stream by the name of O. It slipped from the hands of the dwarves leading it downwards, bounced on down to the very bottom of the ravine, and was smashed to matchwood. "Care Field Marshal Windbag squawked, a counterpoint to the massed cry of Zoltan and his company. To tell the truth, Dandelion concluded, scrutinizing the remains of the vehicle and the scattered possessions, perhaps it's for the best. That bloody wagon of yours only slowed down the march. There were constant problems with it. Look at it realistically, Zoltan. We were just lucky that no one was following us. If we'd had to suddenly run for it, we'd have had to abandon the wagon along with all of your belongings, which we can now at least salvage. The dwarf seethed and grunted angrily into his beard, but Percival Schuttenbach unexpectedly backed up the troubadour. The support, as the Witcher observed, was accompanied by several conspiratorial winks. The winks were meant to be surreptitious, but the lively expression of the gnome's little face revealed everything. "The poet's right," Percival repeated, contorting his face and winking. "We're a muddy stone throw from the Chotler and the Ina. Fen Calm's in front of us, not a road to be seen. It would have been arduous with a wagon, and should we meet the Temerian army by the Ina, with our load, we might be in trouble." Zoltan pondered this, sniffing. "Very well," he said finally, looking at the remains of the wagon being washed by the O's lazy current. "We'll split up. Munro, Figgis, Yason and Caleb will stay here. The rest of us will continue on our way. We'll have to saddle the horses with our sacks of victuals and small tackle. Munro, do you know what to do? Got spades?" "Yes. Just don't leave the merest trace, and mark the spot well, and remember it. Rest assured." "You'll catch up with us easily," Zoltan said, throwing his rucksack and scythe over his shoulder and adjusting the battle-axe in his belt. "We'll be heading down the O and then along the Chotla to the Aina. Farewell." "I wonder," Milva mumbled to Geralt when the depleted unit had set off, sent on its way by the waving of the 4 dwarves who were remaining behind. "I wonder what they have in those chests that needs burying in secret." "It's not our business." "I can't imagine," Dandelion said sotto voce, cautiously steering Pegasus between the fallen trees, that there were spare trousers in those chests. They're pinning their hopes on that load. I talked with them enough to work out how the land lies and what might be concealed in those coffers. And what might be concealed in them, in your opinion? Their future, the poet said, looking around to check no one could hear. Percival's a stone polisher and cutter by trade, and wants to open his own workshop. Figgis and Yason are smiths. They've been talking about a forge. Caleb Stratton plans to marry, but his fiancée's parents have already driven him away once as a penniless bum. And Zoltan. That's enough, Dandelion. You're gossiping like an old woman. Oh, no offence, Milver. None taken. The trees thinned out beyond the stream and the dark, boggy strip of ancient woodland. They rode into a clearing with low birchwoods and dry meadows. In spite of that, they made slow progress. Following the example of Milver, who right away had lifted the freckled girl with the plaits onto her saddle, Dandelion also put a child on Pegasus, while Zoltan put a couple on his chestnut colt and walked alongside holding the reins. But the pace didn't increase, since the women from Kerno were unable to keep up. It was almost evening when, after nearly an hour of roaming through ravines and gorges, Zoltan Ciri stopped, exchanged a few words with Percival Schuttenbach, and then turned to the rest of the company. "Don't yell, and don't laugh at me," he said, "but I reckon we're lost. I don't bloody know where we are or which way to go." "Don't talk drivel," Dandelion said, irritated. "What do you mean you don't know? After all, we're following the course of the river, and down there in the ravine is your O, right?" "Right, but look which way it's flowing." "Oh, bugger. Well, that's impossible." "No, it's not," Milver said gloomily, patiently pulling dry leaves and pine needles from the hair of the freckled girl who was riding in front of her. "We're lost among the ravines. The stream twists and turns. We're on a meander." "But it's still the O," Dandelion insisted. "If we follow the river, we can't get lost. Little rivers are known to meander, I admit, but ultimately they all invariably flow into something bigger. That is the way of the world." "Don't play the smart-ass singer," Zoltan said, wrinkling his nose. "And shut your trap. Can't you see I'm thinking?" "No, there's nothing to suggest it. I repeat, let's keep to the course of the stream, and then—" "That'll do," Milver snapped. "You're a townie. Your world is bounded by walls. Perhaps your worldly wisdom is of some use there. Take a look around. The valley's furrowed by ravines with steep, overgrown banks. How do you think we'll follow the course of the stream? Down the side of a gorge into thickets and bogs, up the other side and down again, and up again, pulling our horses by the reins? After 2 ravines you'll be so short of breath you'll be flat on your back halfway up a slope. We're leading women and children, Dandelion, and the sun will be setting directly." I noticed. Very well, I'll keep quiet and listen to what the experienced forest trackers come up with. Zoltan Ciri cuffed the cursing parrot around the head, twisted a tuft of his beard around a finger, and tugged it in anger. "Percival?" "We know the rough direction," the gnome said, squinting up at the sun, which was suspended just above the treetops. "So the first conception is this. Below the stream, turn back, leave these ravines for dry land, and go through Fen Carn, between the rivers, all the way to the Chotla." "And the second conception?" "The O's shallow. Even though it's carrying more water than usual after the recent rains, it can be forded. We'll cut off the meanders by wading through the stream each time it blocks our way. By holding a course according to the sun, we'll come right out at the fork of the Chotla and the Ina." "No," the Witcher suddenly broke in. "I suggest we drop the second idea right away. Let's not even think about it. On the far bank, we'll end up in one of the mealybug moors sooner or later. It's a vile place, and I strongly advise we keep well away from it." "Do you know these parts, then? Ever been there before? Do you know how we can get out of here?" The Witcher remained silent for a while. "I've only been there once," he said, wiping his forehead. 3 years ago. But I entered from the other side. I was heading for Brugge and wanted to take a shortcut. How I got out, I don't remember. I was carried out on a wagon, half dead." The dwarf looked at him for a while, but asked no more questions. They returned in silence. The women from Kerno had difficulty walking. They were stumbling and using sticks for support, but none of them uttered a word of complaint. Milver rode alongside the Witcher, holding up the girl with the plaits, who was asleep on the saddle in front of her. I think," she suddenly began, "that you got carved up in that wilderness 3 years ago. By some monster, I understand. You have a dangerous job, Geralt." "I don't deny it." "I remember what happened then," Dandelion boasted from behind. "You were wounded. Some merchant got you out, and then you found Ciri in Riverdale. Yennefer told me about it." At the sound of that name, Milver smiled faintly. It did not escape Geralt's notice. He decided to give Dandelion a good dressing down at the next camp for his untrammelled chatter. Knowing the poet, he couldn't count on any results, particularly since Dandelion had probably already blabbed everything he knew. "Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea," said the archer after a while, "that we didn't cross to the far bank, towards the wilderness. If you found the girl then. The elves say that sometimes lightning can strike twice. They call it... bugger, I've forgotten. The noose of fate?" "The loop," he corrected her. "The loop of fate." "Ugh," Dandelion said, grimacing. "Can't you stop talking about nooses and loops? A she-elf once divined that I would say farewell to this vale of tears on the scaffold with the help of the deathsman. Now, admittedly, I don't believe in that type of tawdry fortune-telling, but a few days ago I dreamed I was being hanged. I awoke in a muck sweat, unable to swallow or catch my breath, so I listened with reluctance to discussions about gibbets." "I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the Witcher," Milver riposted, "so don't flap your ears and nothing horrible will fall into them." "Well then, Geralt, what have you got to say about that loop of fate? If we go to the wilderness, perhaps time will repeat itself." "That's why it's good we've turned back," he replied brusquely. "I don't have the slightest desire to repeat that nightmare." "There's no two ways about it," Zoltan nodded, looking around. "You've led us to a pretty charming place, Percival." "Fen Khan," the gnome muttered, scratching the tip of his long nose. "Meadow of the Barrows. I've always wondered how it got its name." "Now you know." The broad valley in front of them was already shrouded in evening mist, from which, as far as the eye could see, protruded thousands of burial mounds and moss-covered monoliths. Some of the boulders were ordinary, shapeless lumps of stone. Others, smoothly hewn, had been sculpted into obelisks and menhirs. Still others, standing closer to the centre of this stone forest, were formed into dolmens, cairns, and cromlechs, in a way that ruled out any natural processes. "Indeed," the dwarf repeated. "A charming place to spend the night. An elven cemetery. If my memory doesn't fail me, Witcher, some time ago you mentioned ghouls. Well, you ought to know I can sense them among these kurgans. I bet there's everything here. Ghouls, graveers, spectres, wights, elven spirits, wraiths, apparitions, the works. They're hunkered down there, and you know what they're whispering. We don't have to go looking for supper, because it's come right to us." "Perhaps we ought to go back," Dandelion suggested in a whisper. "Perhaps we should get out of here, while there's still some light." "That's what I think too." "The womenfolk can't go any further," Milver said angrily. "The kids are ready to drop. The horses have stopped. You were the one driving us on, Zoltan. Let's keep going. Just another half a mile, you kept repeating. Just another furlong, you said. And now what? 2 more furlongs back the way we came? Crap. Cemetery or no cemetery, we're stopping for the night, the first place we find." "That's right," the Witcher said in support, dismounting. "Don't panic. Not every necropolis is crawling with monsters and apparitions. I've never been to Fen Khan before, but if it were really dangerous, I'd have heard about it." No one, not even Field Marshal Windbag, commented. The women from Kerno retrieved their children and sat down in a tight group, silent and visibly frightened. Percival and Dandelion tethered the horses and let them graze on the lush grass. Geralt, Zoltan, and Milver approached the edge of the meadow to look at the burial ground drowning in the fog and the gathering gloom. "To cap it all, the moon's completely full," the dwarf muttered. "Oh dear, there'll be a ghastly feast tonight, I can feel it. Oh, the demons will make our lives miserable. What's that glow to the south? A fire?" "What else? Of course it is," the witch confirmed. "Someone's torched someone else's roof over their head again. You know what, Zoltan? I think I feel safer here in Fen Khan." "I feel like that too, but only when the sun comes up. As long as the ghouls let us see out the night." Milver rummaged in her saddlebag and took out something shiny. "A silver arrowhead," she said. "Kept for just such an occasion. It cost me 5 crowns at the market. That ought to kill a ghoul. Right, Witcher? I don't think there are any ghouls here. You said yourself, Zoltan snapped, that ghouls have been chewing that corpse on the oak tree, and where there's a cemetery there are ghouls. Not always. I'll take your word for it. You're a witcher, a specialist, so you'll defend us, I hope. You chopped up those marauders pretty smartly. Is it harder fighting ghouls than marauders? Incomparably. I said, stop panicking. And will it be any good for a vampire? Milva asked, screwing the silver arrowhead onto a shaft and checking it for sharpness with her thumb. Or a spectre? It may be. An ancient dwarven incantation in ancient dwarven runes is engraved on my sire, Zoltan growled, drawing his sword. If just one ghoul approaches at a blade's length, it won't forget me. Right here, look. Ah, Dandelion, who just joined them, said with interest. So those are some of the famous secret runes of the dwarves. What does the engraving say? Confusion to the whore's sons. Something moved among the stones. Percival Schuttenbach suddenly yelled. It's a ghoul! It's a ghoul! Where? Over there! It hid itself among the boulders. One? Oh, I saw one. He must be seriously hungry, since he's trying to get his teeth into us before nightfall, the dwarf said, spitting on his hands and gripping the hilt of his scythe tightly. Ha! You'll soon find out gluttony will be his ruin. Milva, you stick an arrow in his arse and I'll cut his gizzard open. I can't see anything there, Milva hissed, with the fletchings already touching her chin. Not a single weed between the stones is trembling. Sure you weren't seeing things, Gnome? Not a chance, Percival protested. Do you see that boulder that looks like a broken table? The ghoul hid behind it. You lot stay here, Geralt said, quickly drawing his sword from the scabbard on his back. Guard the womenfolk and keep an eye on the horses. If the ghouls attack, the animals will panic. I'll go and find out what it was. You aren't going by yourself, Zoltan firmly stated. Back there in the clearing I let you go alone. I chickened out because of the smallpox, and 2 nights running I haven't slept for shame. Never again. Percival, where are you off to? To the Ria? You claim to have seen the phantom, so now you're going in the vanguard. Don't be afeard, I'm coming with you. They headed off, cautiously between the barrows, trying not to disturb the weeds, which were knee-high to Geralt and waist-high to the dwarf and the gnome. As they approached the dolmen that Percival had pointed out, they artfully split up, cutting off the ghoul's potential escape route. But the strategy turned out to be unnecessary. As Geralt had expected, his Witcher medallion didn't even quiver, betrayed no sign of anything monstrous nearby. There's no one here, Zoltan confirmed, looking around. Not a soul. You must have imagined it, Percival. It's a false alarm. You put the wind up us for no reason. You truly deserve my boot up your ass for that. I saw it, the gnome said indignantly. I saw it hopping about among the stones. He was skinny and dressed all in black like a tax collector. Be quiet, you foolish gnome, or I'll... What's that strange odour? Geralt suddenly asked. Can you smell it? Indeed, the dwarf said, nose extended like a pointer. What a pong! Herbs, Percival said, sniffling with his sensitive 2-inch-long nose. Wormwood, basil, sage, aniseed, cinnamon? What the blazes? What do ghouls smell of, Geralt? Rotting corpses, the Witcher said, taking a quick look around and searching for footprints in the grass. Then, with a few swift steps, he returned to the sunken dolmen and tapped gently against the stone with the flat of his sword. Get out, he said through clenched teeth. I know you're in there. Be quick, or I'll poke a hole in you. A soft scraping could be heard from a cleverly concealed cavity beneath the stones. Get out, Geralt repeated. You're perfectly safe. We won't touch a hair on your head, Zoltan added sweetly, raising his scythe above the hollow and rolling his eyes menacingly. Out with you. Geralt shook his head and made a clear sign for the dwarf to withdraw. Once again, there was a scratching from the cavity under the dolmen, and once again, they were aware of the intense aroma of herbs and spices. A moment later, they saw a grizzled head and then a face embellished with a nobly aquiline nose, belonging by no means to a ghoul, but to a slim, middle-aged man. Percival hadn't been wrong. The man did indeed somewhat resemble a tax collector. Is it safe to come out? He asked, raising black eyes beneath the slightly greying eyebrows towards Geralt. Yes, it is. The man scrambled out of the hole, brushed down his black robes, which were tied around the waist with some kind of apron, and straightened a linen bag, causing another wave of the herbal aroma. I suggest you put away your weapons, gentlemen, he declared in a measured voice, running his eyes over the group of wanderers surrounding him. They won't be necessary. I, as you can see, bear no blade. I never do. Neither do I have anything on me that might be termed attractive booty. My name is Emil Regis. I come from Dillingen. I'm a barber surgeon. Indeed. Zoltan Chive grimaced a little. A barber surgeon, alchemist or herbalist. No offence, my dear sir, but you smell seriously like an apothecary's shop. Emil Regis smiled strangely with pursed lips and spread his arms apologetically. The scent betrayed you, master barber surgeon, Geralt said, replacing his sword in its sheath. Did you have any particular reason to hide from us? Any particular reason? The man asked, turning his black eyes towards him. No, I was just taking general precautions. I was simply afraid of you. These are difficult times. True, the dwarf nodded and pointed towards the glow of fire lighting up the sky. Difficult times. I surmise that you are a fugitive as we are. It intrigues me, however, that although you fled far from your native Dillingen, you are hiding all alone among these kurgans. Well, people's fates are various, particularly during difficult times. We were afraid of you and you of us. Fear makes one imagine things. You have nothing to fear from me, the man who was claiming to be Emil Regis said, without taking his eyes off them. I hope I can count on reciprocity. My, Zoltan said, grinning broadly. You don't take us for robbers, do you? We, Master Barber Surgeon, are fugitives. We are travelling to the Temerian border. You may join us if you wish. The more the merrier, and safer. And a physician may come in handy. We have women and children in the party. Among the stinking medicaments I can smell about you, would you have a remedy for blisters? I ought to have something, the barber surgeon said softly. Glad to be of assistance. But as far as travelling together is concerned, thank you for the offer, but I'm not running away, gentlemen. I wasn't fleeing from Dillingen to escape the war. I live here. Come again, the dwarf said, frowning and taking a step back. You live here? Here, in this burial ground? In the burial ground? No. I have a cottage not far from here. Apart from my house and shop in Dillingen, you understand. But I spend my summers here every year from June to September, from midsummer to the equinox. I gather healing herbs and roots from which I distill medicines and elixirs in my cottage. But you know about the war in spite of your reclusive solitude, far from the world and people, Geralt pointed out. Who do you get your news from? From the refugees who pass this way. There's a large camp less than 2 miles from here by the river Chotla. A good few hundred fugitives, peasants from Brugge and Sodden, are gathered there. And what about the Temerian army? Zoltan asked with interest. Are they on the move? I know nothing about that. The dwarf swore and then glowered at the barber surgeon. So, you simply live here, Master Regis, he drawled, and stroll among the graves of an evening? Aren't you afraid? What ought I to be afraid of? This here gentleman, Zoltan pointed at Geralt, is a witcher. He saw evidence of ghouls not long ago, corpse-eaters, get it? And you don't have to be a witcher to know that ghouls hang around in cemeteries. A witcher? The barber surgeon said, and looked at Geralt with obvious interest. A monster killer. Well, fascinating. Didn't you explain to your comrades, Master Witcher, that this necropolis is over 500 years old? Ghouls aren't fussy about what they eat, but they don't chew 500-year-old bones. There aren't any ghouls here. I feel a lot better knowing that, Zoltan Chive said, looking around. Well, Master Physician, come over to our camp. We have some cold horse meat. You won't refuse it, will you? Regis looked at him long and hard. My thanks, he said finally. But I have a better idea. Come to my place. My summer abode is more of a shack than a cottage, and a small one at that. You'll have no choice but to sleep under the stars. But there's a spring nearby, and a hearth where you can warm up your horse meat. We'll gladly take you up on your invitation, the dwarf said, bowing. Perhaps there really aren't any ghouls here, but the thought of spending a night in the burial ground doesn't do much for me. Let's go. I'll introduce you to the rest of our company." When they reached the camp, the horses snorted and stamped their hooves on the ground. "Stand a little downwind, Master Regis," Zoltan Chive said, casting the physician a telling glance. "The smell of sage frightens our horses, and in my case, I'm ashamed to admit, reminds me unpleasantly of teeth being pulled." "Geralt," Zoltan muttered, as soon as Emil Regis had disappeared behind the flap covering the entrance to the cottage. "Let's keep our eyes open. There's something fishy about that stinking herbalist. Anything specific? I don't like it when people spend their summers near cemeteries, never mind cemeteries a long way from human dwellings. Do herbs really not grow in more pleasant surroundings? That Regis looks like a grave robber to me. Barbers, surgeons, alchemists, and the like exhume corpses from boneyards in order to perform various excrements on them. Experiments. But fresh corpses are needed for practices of that kind. This cemetery is very old." "True," the dwarf said, scratching his chin and watching the women from Kernow making their beds under some hackberry shrubs growing by the barber-surgeon's shack. "So perhaps he steals buried treasure from these barrows." "Ask him," Geralt said, shrugging. "You accepted the invitation to stay at his homestead at once, without hesitation, and now you've suddenly become suspicious as an old maid being paid a compliment." Zoltan mumbled, somewhat tongue-tied. "There's something in that. But I'd like to have a gander at what he keeps in that hovel of his. You know, just to be on the safe side. So, follow him in and pretend you want to borrow a fork." "Why a fork? Why not?" The dwarf gave Geralt an old-fashioned look and finally made up his mind. He hurried over to the cottage, knocked politely on the door-jamb, and entered. He remained inside for some little time, and then suddenly appeared in the doorway. "Geralt! Percival, Dandelion, step this way. Come and see something interesting. Come on, without further ado, Master Regis has invited us in." The interior of the cottage was dark, and dominated by a warm, intoxicating aroma that made the nose tickle, mainly coming from the bunches of herbs and roots hanging from all the walls. The only items of furniture were a simple cot, also strewn with herbs, and a rickety table cluttered with innumerable glass, pottery, and ceramic vials. The room was illuminated by the dim glow of burning coals in a curious pot-bellied stove resembling a bulging hourglass. The stove was surrounded by a spidery lattice of shining pipes of various diameters, bent into curves and spirals. Beneath one of the pipes stood a wooden pail, into which a liquid was dripping. At the sight of the stove, Percival Schuttenbach first stared goggle-eyed, then gaped, and finally sighed and leapt up in the air. "Ho, ho, ho!" he called, unable to conceal his delight. "What do I see? That's an absolutely authentic Athanor coupled to an alembic, equipped with a rectifying column and a copper condenser. A beautiful apparatus. Did you build it yourself, Master Barber-Surgeon?" "Indeed," Emil Regis admitted modestly. "My work involves producing elixirs, so I have to distill, extract the fifth essence, and also—" He broke off, seeing Zoltan Chive catching a drop, falling from the end of the pipe and licking his finger. The dwarf sighed, and a look of indescribable bliss appeared on his ruddy face. Dandelion couldn't resist, and also had a go, tasting and moaning softly. "The fifth essence," he confirmed, smacking his lips. "And I suspect the sixth, and even the seventh. Well," the barber-surgeon smiled faintly, "as I said, a distillate." "Moonshine," Zoltan corrected him gently. "And what moonshine? Try some, Percival." "But I'm not an expert in organic chemistry," the gnome answered absent-mindedly, examining the details of the alchemical furnace's construction. "It's doubtful I will be familiar with the ingredients." "It is a distillate of mandrake," Regis said, dispelling any doubt, "enriched with belladonna and fermented starch mass." "You mean mash?" "One could also call it that." "May I request a cup of some kind?" "Zoltan, Dandelion," the Witcher said, folding his arms on his chest. "Are you deaf? It's mandrake. The moonshine is made of mandrake. Leave that copper alone." "But, dear Master Geralt," the alchemist said, digging a small graduated flask out from between some dust-covered retorts and demijohns, and meticulously polishing it with a rag, "there's nothing to be afraid of. The mandrake is appropriately seasoned, and the proportions carefully selected and precisely weighed out. I only add 5 ounces of mandrake to a pound of mash, and only half a dram of belladonna. That's not the point, the Witcher said, looking at Zoltan. The dwarf understood at once, grew serious, and cautiously withdrew from the still. The point is not how many drams you add, Master Regis, but how much a dram of mandrake costs. It's too dear a tipple for us. Mandrake? Dandelion whispered in awe, pointing at the small heap of sugar beet-like roots piled up in the corner of the shack. That's mandrake. Real mandrake. The female form, the alchemist nodded, grows in large clumps in the very cemetery where we chance to meet, which is also why I spend my summers here. The Witcher looked knowingly at Zoltan. The dwarf winked. Regis gave a half-suppressed smile. Gentlemen, please. I warmly invite you to sample it if you wish. I appreciate your moderation, but in the current situation there's little chance of me taking the elixirs to war-torn Dillingen. It all would have gone to waste anyway, so let's not talk about the price. My apologies, but I only have one drinking vessel. That should do, Zoltan said, picking up the flask and carefully scooping up moonshine from the pail. Your good health, Master Regis. Oh. Please, forgive me, the barber surgeon said, smiling again. The quality of the distillate probably leaves a lot to be desired. It's actually unfinished. It's the best unfinished product I've ever tasted, Zoltan said, gasping. Oh, your turn, poet. Ah. Oh, mother of mine. Excellent. Have a sip, Geralt. Give it to our host, the Witcher said, bowing slightly towards Emil Regis. Where are your manners, Dandelion? Please, forgive me, gentlemen, the alchemist said, acknowledging the gesture, but I never permit myself any stimulants. My health isn't what it was. I've been forced to give up many pleasures. Not even a sip. It's a principle, Regis explained calmly. I never break any principles once I've adopted them. I admire and envy your resoluteness, Geralt said, sipping a little from the flask, and then, after a moment's hesitation, draining it in one. The tears, trickling from his eyes, interfered a little with the taste of the moonshine. An invigorating warmth spread through his stomach. I'll go and get Milver, he offered, handing the flask to the dwarf. Don't polish it all off before we get back. Milver was sitting near the horses, bantering with the freckled girl she'd been carrying on her saddle all day. When she heard about Regis's hospitality, she initially shrugged, but in the end didn't need much persuading. When they entered the shack, they found the company carrying out an inspection of the stored mandrake roots. I've never seen it before, Dandelion confessed, turning a bulbous root around in his fingers. Indeed, it does somewhat resemble a man. The man twisted by lumbago, perhaps, Zoltan added. And that one's the spitting image of a pregnant woman. And that one, if you'll excuse me, looks just like a couple busy bonking. You lot only think of one thing, Milver sneered, boldly drinking from the full flask and then coughing loudly into a fist. Bloody hell! Powerful stuff, that hooch. Is it really made from love apples? Huh, so we're drinking a magic potion. That doesn't happen every day. Thank you, Master Barber Surgeon. The pleasure is all mine. The flask, kept topped up, circulated around the company, prompting good humour, verve, and garrulousness. The mandragora here is a vegetable with great magical powers, Percival Schuttenbach said with conviction. Yes, indeed, Dandelion confirmed. He then emptied the flask, shuddered, and resumed talking. There's no shortage of ballads written on the subject. It's well known that sorcerers use mandrake in elixirs, which help them preserve their eternal youth, and sorceresses make an ointment which they called glamouri. If an enchantress applies such an ointment, she becomes so beautiful and enchanting, it makes your eyes pop out of your head. You also ought to know that mandrake is a powerful aphrodisiac, and is used in love magic, particularly to break down female resistance. That's the explanation of mandrake's folk name, love apple. It's a herb used to pander lovers. Blockhead, Milver commented. And I heard, the gnome said, downing the contents of the flask, that when mandrake root is pulled from the ground, the plant cries and wails as though it were alive. Why, Zoltan said, filling the flask from the pail, if it only wailed? Mandrake, they say, screams so horribly it can send you up the wall. And moreover, it screams out evil spells and showers curses on whoever uproots it. You can pay with your life taking a risk like that. That sounds like a cloth-headed fairy tale, Milva said, taking the flask from him and drinking deeply. She shuddered and added, It's impossible for a plant to have such powers. It's an infallible truth, the dwarf called heatedly. But sagacious herbalists have found a way of protecting themselves. Having found a mandrake, you must tie one end of a rope to the root and the other end to a dog, or a pig, the gnome broke in, or a wild boar, Dandelion added gravely. You're a fool, poet. The whole point is for the mutt or swine to pull the mandrake out of the ground, for then the vegetable's curses and spells fall on the said creature, while the herbalist, hiding safely far away in the bushes, gets out in one piece. Well, Master Aegis, am I talking sense? An interesting method, the alchemist admitted, smiling mysteriously. Interesting mainly for its ingenuity. The disadvantage, however, is its extreme complexity. For, in theory, the rope ought to be enough without the draught animal. Now, I wouldn't suspect Mandrake of having the ability of knowing who or what's pulling the rope. The spells and curses should always fall on the rope, which, after all, is cheaper and less problematic to use than a dog, not to mention a pig. Are you jesting? Wouldn't dream of it. I said, I admire the ingenuity, because although the mandrake, contrary to popular opinion, is incapable of casting spells or curses, it is, in its raw state, an extremely toxic plant, to the extent that even the earth around the root is poisonous. Sprinkling the fresh juice onto the face or on a cut hand, why, even breathing in its fumes may all have fatal consequences. I wear a mask and gloves, which doesn't mean I have anything against the rope method. The dwarf pondered. But what about that horrifying scream the plucked mandrake makes? Is that true? The mandrake doesn't have vocal cords, the alchemist explained calmly, which is fairly typical for plants, is it not? However, the toxin secreted by the root has a powerful hallucinogenic effect. The voices, screams, whispers, and other sounds are nothing more than hallucinations produced by the poisoned central nervous system. Ha! I clean forgot, Dandelion said, having just drained the flask and letting out a suppressed burp, that mandrake's extremely poisonous, and I was holding it, and now we're guzzling this tincture with abandon. Only the fresh mandrake root is toxic, Regis said, calming him down. Mine is seasoned and suitably prepared, and the distillate has been filtered. There is no need for alarm. Of course there isn't, Zoltan agreed. Moonshine will always be moonshine. You can even distill it from hemlock, nettles, fish scales, and old bootlaces. Give us the glass, Dandelion. There's a queue forming here. The flask, kept topped up, circulated around the company. Everybody was sitting comfortably on the dirt floor. The Witcher hissed and swore and shifted his position, because the pain shot through his knee again as he sat. He caught sight of Regis looking at him intently. Is that a fresh injury? Not really, but it's tormenting me. Do you have any herbs capable of soothing the pain? That all depends on the class of pain, the barber surgeon said, smiling slightly, and on its causes. I can detect a strange odour in your sweat, Witcher. Were you treated with magic? Were you given magic enzymes and hormones? They gave me various medicaments. I had no idea they could still be smelled in my sweat. You've got a bloody sensitive nose, Regis. Everybody has their good points, to even out the vices. What ailment did they use magic to treat you with? I broke my arm and the shaft of my thigh bone. How long ago? A little over a month. And you're already walking. Remarkable. The Dryads of Brokilon, I presume. How can you tell? Only the Dryads have medicaments capable of rebuilding bone tissue so quickly. I can see dark marks on the backs of your hands. They're the places where the tendrils of the Cornionhala and the symbiotic roots of Knitbone entered. Only Dryads know how to use Cornionhala, and Knitbone doesn't even grow outside Brokilon. Well done. Admirable deduction skills. Though something else interests me. My thigh bone and forearm were broken, but the strong pain is in the knee and elbow. That's typical, the barber surgeon nodded. The Dryad's magic reconstructed your damaged bone, but simultaneously caused a minor upheaval in your nerve trunks. It's a side effect, felt most intensely in the joints. What do you advise? Unfortunately, nothing. You'll continue to predict rainy weather unerringly for a long time to come. The pains will grow stronger in the winter. However, I wouldn't recommend that you take powerful pain-killing drugs. Particularly steer clear of narcotics. You're a witcher, and in your case, it's absolutely to be avoided. I'll treat myself with your mandrake, then, the witcher said, raising the full flask, which Milver had just handed him. He took a deep swallow and hacked until tears filled his eyes. Bloody hell! I'm feeling better already. I'm not certain, Regis said, smiling through pursed lips, that you're treating the right illness. I'd also like to remind you that one should treat causes, not symptoms. Not in the case of this witcher, Dandelion snorted, now a little flushed and eavesdropping on their conversation. Booze is just right for him and his worries. It ought to do you good too, Geralt said, giving the poet a chilling stare, particularly if it paralyzes your tongue. I wouldn't especially count on that, the barber surgeon smiled again. Belladonna is one of the preparation's ingredients, which means a large number of alkaloids, including scopolamine. Before the mandrake puts you to sleep, you're all sure to give me a display of eloquence. A display of what? Percival asked. Talkativeness. My apologies. Let's use simpler words. Geralt's mouth twisted into a fake smile. That's right, he said. It's easy to adopt an affected style and start using words like that every day. Then people take the speaker for an arrogant buffoon. Or an alchemist, Zoltan Chive said, filling the flask from the pail once more. Or a witcher, Dandelion snorted, who's read a lot to impress a certain enchantress. Nothing attracts enchantresses like an elaborate tale, gentlemen. Am I right, Geralt? Go on, spin us a yarn. Sit out your turn, Dandelion, the witcher cut in coldly. The alkaloids in this hooch are acting on you too quickly. They've loosened your tongue. It's time you gave up your secrets, Geralt, Zoltan grimaced. Dandelion hasn't told us much we didn't know. You can't help it if you're a walking legend. They reenact stories of your adventures in puppet theatres, like the story about you and an enchantress by the name of Guinevere. Yennefer, Regis corrected in hushed tones. I saw that one. It was the story of a hunt for a genie, if my memory serves me correctly. I was present during that hunt, Dandelion boasted. We had some laughs, I can tell you. Tell them all, Geralt said, getting up. Tell them while you're sipping the moonshine and embellishing the story suitably. I'm taking a walk. Hey, the dwarf said, nettled. No need to get offended. You misunderstand, Zoltan. I'm going to relieve my bladder. Why, it even happens to walk-in legends. The night was as cold as hell. The horses stamped and snorted, and steam belched from their nostrils. Bathed in moonlight, Regis's shack seemed utterly as if it could have come from a fairy tale. It could have been a witch's cottage. Geralt fastened his trousers. Milver, who had left soon after him, coughed hesitantly. Her long shadow drew level with his. Why are you delaying going back? She asked. Did they really annoy you? No, he replied. Then why the hell are you standing here by yourself in the moonlight? I'm counting. Huh? 12 days have passed since I set out from Brokilon, during which I've travelled around 60 miles. Rumour has it that Ciri's in Nilfgaard, the capital of the Empire, which is around 2,500 miles from here. Simple arithmetic tells me that at this rate I'll get there in a year and 4 months. What do you say to that? Nothing, Milver said, shrugging and coughing again. I'm not as good at reckoning as you. I don't know how to read or write at all. I'm a foolish, simple country girl. No company for you, nor someone to talk to. Don't say that. It's the truth, though, she said, turning away abruptly. Why did you tally up the days and miles? For me to advise you, cheer you up, chase away your fear, suppress the remorse that torments you worse than the pain in your broken peg? I don't know how. You need another. The one Dandelion was talking about. Intelligent, educated, your beloved. Dandelian's a prattler. That he is, but he occasionally prattles sense. Let's go back. I want to drink some more. Milver. What? You never told me why you decided to ride with me. You never asked. I'm asking now. It's too late now. I don't know anymore. Oh, you're back at last, Zoltan said, pleased to see them, his voice now sounding quite different. And we, just imagine, have decided that Regis will continue on our journey with us. Really? The Witcher looked intently at the barber surgeon. What's behind this sudden decision? Master Zoltan, Regis said, without lowering his gaze, has made me aware that Dillingen has been engulfed by a much more serious war than I understood from the refugees' accounts. A return to those parts is totally out of the question, and remaining in this wilderness doesn't seem wise, or travelling alone, for that matter. And we, although you don't know us at all, look like people you could travel with safely. Was one glance enough for you? Two, the barber surgeon replied with a faint smile. One at the women you're looking after, and the other at their children. Zoltan belched loudly and scraped the flask against the bottom of the pail. Appearances can be deceptive, he sneered. Perhaps we intend to sell the women into slavery. Percival, do something with this apparatus. Loosen a valve a little or something. We want to drink more, and it's taking forever to drip out. The condenser can't keep up. The liquor will be warm. Not a problem. The night's cool. The lukewarm moonshine greatly stimulated the conversation. Dandelion, Zoltan, and Percival were all ruddy-cheeked, and their voices had altered even more. In the case of the poet and the gnome, one could now say that they were almost on the verge of gibbering. Ravenous, the company were chewing cold horse meat and nibbling horseradish roots they had found in the cottage, which made their eyes water, because the horseradish was as bracing as the hooch, and added passion to the discussion. Regis gave an expression of astonishment when it turned out that the final destination of the trek was not the enclave of the Mahakam Massif, the eternal and secure home of the dwarves. Zoltan, who had become even more garrulous than Dandelion, declared that under no circumstances would he ever return to Mahakam, and unburdened himself of his animosity to its ruling regime, particularly regarding the politics and absolute rule of Bruverhug, the elder of Mahakam, and all the dwarven clans. The old fat! He roared, and spat into the hearth of the furnace. To look at him, you wouldn't know if he was alive or stuffed. He almost never moves, which is just as well because he farts every time he does. You can't understand a word he's saying because his beard and whiskers are stuck together with dried borscht. But he lords it over everyone and everything, and everyone has to dance to his tune. It would be difficult to claim, however, that Hoog's policies are poor, Regis interrupted, for owing to his decisive measures, the dwarves distance themselves from the elves and don't fight alongside the Scoia'tael anymore. And thanks to that, the pogroms have ceased. Thanks to that, there have been no punitive expeditions to Mahakam. Prudence in their dealings with humans is bearing fruit. Bollocks, Zoltan said, drinking from the flask. In the case of the squirrels, the old fossil wasn't interested in prudence. It's because too many youngsters were abandoning work in the mines and the forges, and joining the elves to sample freedom and manly adventures in the commandos. When the phenomenon grew to the size of a problem, Bruverhug took the punks in hand. He couldn't care less about the humans being killed by the squirrels, and he made light of the repression falling on the dwarves because of that, including your infamous pogroms. He didn't give a damn, and doesn't give a damn about them, because he considers the dwarves who settled in the cities apostates. And as regards punitive expeditions to Mahakam, don't make me laugh, my dears. There's no threat, and never has been, because none of the kings would dare lay a finger on Mahakam. I'll go further. Even the Nilfgaardians, were they to manage to take control of the valleys surrounding the Massif, wouldn't dare touch Mahakam. Do you know why? I'll tell you. Mahakam is steel, and not just any old steel. There's coal there, there's magnetite ore, boundless deposits. Everywhere else is just bog ore. And they have expertise and technology in Mahakam, Percival Schuttenbach interposed. Metallurgy and smelting. Enormous furnaces, not some pathetic smelteries. Trip hammers and steam hammers. There you go, Percival, like that, Zoltan said, handing the gnome the now full flask, before you bore us to death with your technology and engineering. Everyone knows about it, but not everyone knows Mahakam exports steel to the kingdoms, but to Nilfgaard too. And should anyone lay a finger on us, we'll wreck the workshops and flood the mines. And then you humans will continue fighting, but with oaken staves, flint blades, and ass's jawbones. You say you have it in for Bruverhoog and the regime in Mahakam, the Witcher observed, but you've suddenly started saying we. I certainly have, the dwarf confirmed heatedly. There is something like solidarity, isn't there? I admit that pride also plays its part, because we're cleverer than those stuck-up elves. You can't deny it, can you? For a few centuries the elves pretended there weren't any humans at all. They gazed up at the sky, smelled the flowers, and at the sight of a human averted their vulgarly bedaubed eyes. But when the strategy turned out to be ineffective, they suddenly roused themselves and took up arms. They decided to kill and be killed. And we, the dwarves, we adapted. No, we didn't subordinate ourselves to you. Don't get that into your heads. We subordinated you, economically. To tell the truth, Regis chipped in, it was easier for you to adapt than it was for the elves. Land and territory is what integrates elves. In your case, it's the clan. Wherever your clan is, that's your homeland. Even if an exceptionally short-sighted king were to attack Mahakam, you'd flood the mines and head off somewhere else without any regrets, to other distant mountains. Or perhaps to human cities instead. And why not? It's not a bad life in your cities. Even in the ghettos? Dandelion asked, gasping after a swig of distillate. And what's wrong with living in a ghetto? I prefer to live among my own. What do I need with assimilation? As long as they let us near the guilds, Percival said, wiping his nose on his sleeve. They will eventually, the dwarf said with conviction. And if they don't, we'll just bodge our way through, or we'll found our own guilds, and healthy competition will decide. So, it would be safer in Mahakam than in the cities, then, Regis observed. The cities could go up in flames any second. It would be more judicious to see out the war in the mountains. Anyone who wishes to can do just that, Zoltan said, replenishing the flask from the pail. Freedom is dearer to me, and you won't find that in Mahakam. You have no idea how the old bugger governs. He recently took it upon himself to regulate what he calls community issues. For example, whether you can wear braces or not, whether you should eat carp right away or wait until the jelly sets, whether playing the ocarina is in keeping with our centuries-old dwarven traditions or is a destructive influence of rotten and decadent human culture. How many years you have to work before submitting an application for a permanent wife? Which hand you should wipe your ass with? How far away from the mines you're allowed to whistle, and other issues of vital importance. No, boys, I'm not going to return to Mount Carbon. I have no desire to spend my life at the coalface. 40 years underground, assuming fire damp doesn't blow you up first. But we've got other plans now, haven't we, Percival? We've already secured ourselves a future. A future? A future, the gnome said, and emptied the graduated flask. He cleared his nose and looked at the dwarf with a now slightly glazed expression. Don't count our chickens, Zoltan, because they might still nab us, and then our future's the gibbet. Or Drakenborg. Shut your trap, the dwarf snapped, looking menacingly at him. You're blabbing. Scopolamine, Regis mumbled softly. The gnome was rambling. Milvo was gloomy. Zoltan, having forgotten that he'd already done so, told everyone about Hoog, the old fart, and the elder of Mahakam. Geralt listened, having forgotten he'd already heard it once. Regis also listened, and even added comments, utterly unperturbed by the fact that he was the only sober individual in a now very drunk party. Dandelion strummed away on his lute and sang, No wonder that comely ladies are all so stuck up, for the taller the tree, the harder it is to get up. Idiot, Milva commented. Dandelion was undeterred. Simply treat a maiden as you would a tree. Whip out your chopper and 1, 2, 3. A cup, Percival Shootenback jabbered. A goblet, I mean, carved from a single piece of milk opal. They speak. I found it on the summit of Mont Salvat. Its rim was set with jasper, and the base was of gold, a sheer marvel. Don't give him any more spirits, Zoltan Chive said. Hold on, Dandelion said, becoming interested, also slurring his words somewhat. "What happened to that legendary goblet?" "I exchanged it for a mule. I needed a mule in order to transport a load of corundum and crystalline carbon. I had, lots of it. A heavy load. Couldn't have moved it without a mule. Why the hell did I need that goblet?" "Corundum? Carbon?" "Yeah, what you call rubies and diamonds. Very handy." "So I imagine." "For drill bits and files. For bearings. I had lots of them." "Do you hear, Geralt?" Zoltan said. He waved a hand, and although seated, almost fell over. "He's little, so he got pissed quickly. He's dreaming about a shitload of diamonds. Careful now, Percival, that your dream doesn't come true, or at least half, and I don't mean the half about diamonds." "Dreams, dreams," Dandelion mumbled once more. "And you, Geralt, have you dreamed of Ciri again? Because you ought to know, Regis, that Geralt has prophetic dreams. Ciri is the child of destiny, and Geralt is bound to her by bonds of fate, which is why he sees her in his dreams. You also ought to know that we're going to Nilfgaard to take back Ciri from Imperator Emir, who abducted her and wants to marry her. But he can whistle for it, the bastard, because we'll rescue her before he knows it. I'd tell you something else, boys, but it's a secret. A dreadful, deep, dark secret. Not a word. Understood? No one." "I haven't heard anything," Zoltan assured him, looking impudently at the Witcher. "I think an earwig crawled into my ear." "There's a veritable plague of earwigs," Regis agreed, pretending to be poking around in his ear. "We're going to Nilfgaard," Dandelion said, leaning against the dwarf to keep his balance, which turned out to be a bad idea. "Which is a secret, just like I told you. It's a secret mission." "And ingeniously concealed, indeed," the barber surgeon nodded, glancing at Geralt, who was now white with rage. "Not even the most suspicious individual would ever guess the aim of your journey by analysing the direction you're headed." "Milver, what is it?" "Don't talk to me, you drunken fool." "Hey, she's crying. Hey, look, go to hell, I said." The archer raised her voice, wiping away the tears. "Or I'll smack you between the eyes, you fucking poet taster. Give me the glass, Zoltan." "I've mislaid it," the dwarf mumbled. "Oh, here it is. Thanks, Master Barber Surgeon. Where the hell is Schudenbach?" "He went outside some time ago. Dandelion, I recall you promised you'd tell me the story of the Child of Destiny." All right, Regis. I'll just have a swig, and I'll tell you everything. About Ciri, and about the Witcher, in detail." "Confusion to the whore's sons!" "Be quiet, dwarf. You'll wake up the kids outside the cottage." "Calm down, archeress. There you go, drink that." "Ah, well." Dandelion looked around the shack with a slightly vacant stare. "If the Countess de Lettenhove could see me like this." "Who?" "Never mind. Bloody hell, this moonshine really does loosen the tongue. Geralt, shall I pour you another one?" "Geralt?" "Leave him be," Milver said. "Let him sleep." The barn on the edge of the village was pounding with music. The rhythm seized them before they arrived, filling them with excitement. They began to sway involuntarily in their saddles as their horses walked up, firstly to the rhythm of the dull boom of the drum and double bass, and then, when they were closer, to the beat of the melody being played by the fiddles and the pipes. The night was cold, the moon shone full, and in its glow the barn, illuminated by the light shining through gaps in the planks, looked like a fairy tale enchanted castle. A clamour and a bright glow, broken up by the shadows of cavorting couples, flooded out from the doorway of the barn. When they entered, the music fell silent, dissolving in a long drawn-out discord. The dancing, sweating peasants parted, leaving the dirt floor and grouped together by the walls and posts. Ciri, walking alongside Missel, saw the eyes of the young women wide with fear, noticed the hard, determined glances of the men and lads, ready for anything. She heard the growing whispering and growling, louder than the cautious skirling of the bagpipes, than the fading, insect-like droning of violins and fiddles. Whispering. The rats! The rats! Robbers! "Fear not," Gisela said loudly, chucking a plump and chinking purse towards the dumbstruck musicians. "We've come here to make merry. The village fair is open to anyone, isn't it?" "Where's the beer?" Kaylee asked, shaking a patch. "And where's the hospitality?" "And why is it so quiet here?" Iskra asked, looking around. "We came down from the mountains for a dance, not for a wake." One of the peasants finally broke the impasse and walked over to Gisela with a clay mug overflowing with froth. Gisela took it with a bow, drank from it, and courteously and decorously thanked him. Several peasants shouted enthusiastically, but the others remained silent. "Hey, fellows!" Iskra called again. "I see that you need livening up." A heavy oak table, laden with clay mugs, stood against one wall of the barn. The she-elf clapped her hands and nimbly jumped onto it. The peasants quickly gathered up the mugs. With a vigorous kick, Iskra cleared the ones they were too slow to remove. "Very well, musicians," she said, putting her fists on her hips and shaking her hair. "Show me what you can do. Music." She quickly tapped out a rhythm with her heels. The drum repeated the rhythm, and the double bass and oboe followed. The pipes and fiddles took up the tune, quickly embellishing it, challenging Iskra to adjust her steps and tempo. The she-elf, gaudily dressed and as light as a butterfly, adapted to it with ease, and began moving rhythmically. The peasants began to clap. "Folka!" Iskra called, narrowing her eyes, which were intensified by heavy makeup. "You're swift with a sword, and in the dance? Can you keep step with me?" Ciri freed herself from Mistle's arm, untied the scarf from around her neck, and took off her beret and jacket. With a single bound, she was on the table beside the she-elf. The peasants cheered enthusiastically. The drum and double bass boomed, and the bagpipes wailed plaintively. "Play, musicians!" Iskra yelled, "with verve and passion!" With her hands on her hips and an upturned head, the she-elf tapped her feet, cut a caper, and beat out a quick, rhythmic staccato with her heels. Ciri, bewitched by the rhythm, copied the steps. The she-elf laughed, hopped, and changed the tempo. Ciri shook her hair from her forehead with a sudden jerk of her head and copied Iskra's movements perfectly. The two girls stepped in unison, each the mirror image of the other. The peasants yelled and applauded. The fiddles and violins sang a piercing song, tearing the measured, solemn rumbling of the double bass and keening of the bagpipes to shreds. They danced, both as straight as a poker, arms akimbo, touching each other's elbows. The iron on their heels beat out the rhythm. The table shook and trembled, and dust whirled in the light of tallow candles and torches. "Faster!" Iskra urged on the musicians. "Look lively!" It was no longer music, it was a frenzy. "Dance, Folka! Abandon yourself to it!" Heel, toe, heel, step forward and jump, shoulders swinging, fists on hips, heel, heel. The table shakes, the light shimmers, the crowd sways, everything sways. The entire barn is dancing, dancing, dancing. The crowd yells, Gisela yells, Asa yells, Missile laughs, claps, everyone claps and stamps, the barn shudders, the earth shudders, the world is shaken to its foundations. The world? What world? There's no world now. There's nothing. Only the dance, the dance. Heel, toe, heel, Iskra's elbow. Fever pitch, fever pitch. Only the wild playing of the fiddles, pipes, double bass and bagpipes. The drummer raises and lowers his drumsticks, but he is now superfluous. They beat the rhythm out by themselves. Iskra and Ciri, their heels, until the table booms and rocks, the entire barn booms and rocks. The rhythm. The rhythm is them. The music is them. They are the music. Iskra's dark hair flops on her forehead and shoulders. The fiddle's strings play a passionate tune reaching fever pitch. Blood pounds in their temples. Abandon. Oblivion. I am Folka. I have always been Folka. Dance, Iskra. Clap, Missile. The violins and pipes finish the melody on a strident, high chord, and Iskra and Ciri mark the end of the dance with a simultaneous bang of their heels, their elbows still touching. They are both panting, quivering, het up. They suddenly cling to each other, they hug, they share their sweat, their heat, and their happiness with each other. The barn explodes with one great bellow and the clapping of dozens of hands. "Folka, you she-devil," Iskra pants. "When we grow tired of robbery, we'll go out into the world and earn a living as dancers." Ciri also pants. She is unable to say a single word. She just laughs spasmodically. A tear runs down her cheek. A sudden shout in the crowd, a disturbance. Kaylee shoves a burly peasant hard. The peasant shoves Kaylee back. The two of them are caught in the press. Raised fists fly. Reef jumps in, and a dagger flashes in the light of a torch. "No! Stop!" Iskra cries piercingly. "No brawling! This is a night of dance!" She takes Ciri by the hand. They drop from the table to the floor. "Musicians, play! Whoever wants to show us their faces, join us! Well, who's feeling brave?" The double bass booms monotonously. The long, drawn-out wailing of the bagpipes cuts in, to be joined by the high, piercing song of the fiddles. The peasants laugh, nudge one another, overcoming their reserve. One, broad-shouldered and fair-haired, seizes Iskra. A second, younger and slimmer, bows hesitantly in front of Ciri. Ciri haughtily tosses her head, but soon smiles in assent. The lad closes his hands around her waist, and Ciri places her hands on his shoulders. The touch shoots through her like a flaming arrowhead, filling her with throbbing desire. "Look lively, musicians!" The barn shudders from the noise, vibrates with the rhythm and the melody. Ciri dances. A vampire or upir is a dead person brought to life by chaos. Having lost its first life, a vampire enjoys its second life during the night hours. It leaves its grave by the light of the moon, and only under its light may it act, assailing sleeping maidens or young swains, who it wakes not, but whose blood it sucks. Physiologus. The peasants consumed garlic in great abundance, and, for greater certainty, hung strings of garlic around their necks. Some womenfolk, in particular, stopped up their orifices with whole bowls of garlic. The whole hamlet stank of garlic horrendous, so the peasants believed they were safe, and that the vampire was incapable of doing them harm. Mighty was their astonishment, however, when the vampire who flew to their hamlet at midnight was not in the least afraid, and simply began to laugh, gnashing his teeth in delight, and jeering at them. "It is good," he said, "that you have spiced yourselves, for I shall soon devour you, and seasoned meat is more to my taste. Apply also salt and pepper to yourselves, and forget not the mustard." Sylvester Bugiado, Liber Tenebrarum, or The Book of Fell but Authentic Cases Never Explained by Science. The moon shines bright, the vampire alights, swish, swish goes his cloak. "Maiden, are you not afeard?" Folk Song. Chapter 4. As usual, the birds filled the grey and foggy dawn with an explosion of chirping in anticipation of the sunrise. As usual, the first members of the party ready to set off were the taciturn women from Kernow and their children. Emil Regis turned out to be equally swift and energetic, joining the others with a travelling staff and a leather bag over one shoulder. The rest of the company, who had drained the still during the night, were not quite so lively. The cool of the morning roused and revived the revellers, but failed to thwart the effects of the mandrake moonshine. Geralt awoke in a corner of the shack with his head in Milva's lap. Zoltan and Dandelion lay in each other's arms on a pile of mandrake roots, snoring so powerfully that they were making the bundles of herbs hanging on the walls flutter. Percival was discovered outside, curled up in a ball under a hackberry bush, covered by the straw mat Regis normally used to wipe his boots on. The five of them betrayed distinct, but varied symptoms of fatigue, and they all went to soothe their raging thirst at the spring. However, by the time the mists had dissipated, and the red ball of the sun was blazing in the tops of the pines and larches of Fen Khan, the company were already on their way, marching briskly among the barrows. Regis took the lead, followed by Percival and Dandelion, who kept each other's spirits up by singing a two-part ballad about three sisters and an iron wolf. After them trudged Zoltan Chive, leading the chestnut colt by the reins. The dwarf had found a knobbly ashen staff in the barber surgeon's yard, which he was now using to whack all the many as they passed, and wish the long-deceased elves eternal rest, while Field Marshal Windbag, who was sitting on his shoulder, puffed up his feathers and occasionally squawked, reluctantly, indistinctly and somewhat half-heartedly. Milva turned out to be the least tolerant to the mandrake distillate. She marched with visible difficulty, was sweaty, pale, and acted like a bear with a sore head, not even responding to the twittering of the little girl with the plaits who was riding in the black saddle. Geralt thus made no attempt to strike up a conversation, not being in the best of shape himself. The fog and the adventures of the Iron Wolf, sung in loud, though somewhat morning-after voices, meant that they happened upon a small group of peasants suddenly and without warning. The peasants, however, had heard them much earlier, and were waiting, standing motionless among the monoliths sunk into the ground, their grey homespun coats camouflaging them perfectly. Zoltan Chive barely avoided whacking one of them with his staff, having mistaken him for a tombstone. "Yo-ho-ho!" he shouted. "Forgive me, good people. I didn't notice you. Good day to you. Greetings." The dozen peasants murmured an answer to his greeting in an incoherent chorus, grimly scrutinizing the company. The peasants were clutching shovels, picks, and 6-foot-pointed stakes. "Greetings," the dwarf repeated. "I presume you're from the camp by the chotler, am I right?" Rather than answering, one of the peasants pointed out Milva's horse to the rest of them. "That black one," he said. "See it?" "The black," affirmed another, and licked his lips. "Oh yes, the black should do the job." "Eh?" Zoltan said, noticing their expressions and gestures. "Are you referring to our black steed? What about it? It's a horse, not a giraffe. There's nothing to be astonished about. What are you up to, my good fellows, in this burial ground?" "And you?" the peasant asked, looking askance at the company. "What are you doing here?" "We've bought this land," the dwarf said, looking him straight in the eye and hitting a menhir with his staff. "And we're piecing it out to check we haven't been swindled on the acreage. And we are hunting a vampire." "What? A vampire?" the oldest peasant repeated emphatically, scratching his forehead beneath a felt cap, stiff with grime. "He must have his lair somewhere here, curse him. We've sharpened these here aspen stakes, and now we shall find the scoundrel and run him through so he will never rise again." "And we've holy water in the pot the priest gave us," another peasant called cheerfully, pointing to the vessel. "We'll sprinkle it on the bloodsucker, make things hot for him." "Ha ha!" Zoltan Chive said with a smile. "I see it's a proper hunt, full-scale and well-organised. A vampire, you say? Well, you're in luck, good fellows. We have a vampire specialist in our company. He broke off and swore under his breath, because the Witcher had kicked him hard in the ankle. "Who saw the vampire?" Geralt asked, hushing his companions with a telling glance. "Why do you think you should be looking for him here?" The peasants whispered among themselves. "No one saw him," the peasant in the felt cap finally admitted, "or heard him. How can you see him when he flies at night and the dark? How can you hear him when he flies on bat's wings without a sound?" "We didn't see the vampire," added another, "but there are signs of his ghastly practices. Ever since the moon's been full, the fiend's murdered one of our number every night. He's already torn 2 people apart, ripped them to shreds, a woman and a stripling. Horrors and terrors. The vampire tore the poor wretches to ribbons and drank all their blood. What are we to do? Stand idly by for a 3rd night?" "But who says the culprit is a vampire, and not some other predator? Whose idea was it to root around in this burial ground?" "The venerable priest told us to. He's a learned and pious man, and thanks be to the gods he arrived in our camp. He said at once that a vampire was plaguing us, as punishment for we've neglected our prayers and church donations. Now he's reciting prayers and carrying out all kinds of exorcisms in the camp, and ordered us to search for the tomb where the undead fiend sleeps during the day." "What, here? And where would a vampire's grave be, if not on a burial ground? And anyway, it's an elven burial ground, and every toddler knows that elves are a rotten, godless race, and every second elf is condemned to damnation after death. Elves are to blame for everything." "Elves and barber surgeons," said Zoltan, nodding his head seriously. "That's true, every child knows that." "That camp you were talking about, is it far from here?" "Why, no." "Don't tell him too much, father," said an unshaven peasant with a shaggy fringe, the one who had previously been unfriendly. "The devil only knows who they are. They're a queer-looking band. Come on, let's get to work. Let them give us the horse and they can go on their way." "Right you are," the older peasant said. "Let's not dilly-dally. Time's getting on. Hand over the horse, that black one. We need it to search for the vampire. Get that kid off the saddle, lassie." Milva, who had been staring at the sky with a blank expression all along, looked at the peasant and her features hardened dangerously. "Talking to me, yokel? What do you think? Give us the black, we need it." Milva wiped her sweaty neck and gritted her teeth, and the expression in her tired eyes became truly ferocious. "But what's this all about, good people?" the witch asked, smiling and trying to diffuse the tense situation. "Why do you need this horse, the one you are so politely requesting?" "How else are we going to find the vampire's grave? Everybody knows you have to ride around the cemetery on a black colt, as it will stop by the vampire's grave and will not be budged from it. Then you have to dig up the vampire and stab him with an aspen stake. Don't argue with us, for we're desperate. It's a matter of life and death here. We have to have that black horse." "Will another colour do?" Dandelion asked placatingly, holding out Pegasus's reins to the peasant. "Not a chance." "Pity for you, then," Milva said through clenched teeth, "because I'm not giving you my horse." "What do you mean you won't? Didn't you hear what we said, wench? We have to have it." "You might, but I don't have to give it to you." "We can solve this amicably," Regis said in a kind voice. "If I understand rightly, Miss Milva is reluctant to hand over her horse to a stranger." "You could say that," the archer said, and spat heartily. "I cringe at the very thought." "Both the wolves have eaten much, and the sheep have not been touched," the barber surgeon recited calmly. "Let Miss Milva mount the horse herself and carry out the necessary circuit of the necropolis." "I'm not going to ride around the graveyard like an idiot." "And no one's asking you to, wench," said the one with the shaggy fringe. "This requires a bold and strong blade. A maid's place is in the kitchen, bustling around the stove. A wench may come in handy later, true enough, because a virgin's tears are very useful against a vampire, but if you sprinkle a vampire with him, he burns up like a firebrand. But the tears must be shed by a pure and untouched wench, and you don't quite look the part, love. So, you're not much use for anything." Milva took a quick step forward, and her right fist shot out as fast as lightning. There was a crack, and the peasant's head lurched backwards, which meant his bristly throat and chin created an excellent target. The girl took another step and struck straight ahead with the heel of her open hand, increasing the force of the blow with the twist of her hips and shoulders. The peasant staggered backwards, tripped over his own feet, and keeled over, banging the back of his head with an audible thud against the menhir. "Now you see what use I am," the archer said, in a voice trembling with fury, rubbing her fist. "Who's the blade now, and whose place is in the kitchen? Truly, there's nothing like a fist fight which clears everything up. The bold and strong one is still on her feet, and the pussy and the milksop is lying on the ground. Am I right, yokels?" The peasants didn't hurry to answer, but looked at Milva with their mouths wide open. The one in the felt cap knelt down by the one on the ground and slapped him gently on the cheek. In vain. "Cold!" he wailed, raising his head. "Dead! How could you, wench? How could you just up and kill a man?" "I didn't mean to," Milva whispered, lowering her hands and blenching frightfully. And then she did something no one expected. She turned away, staggered, rested her forehead against the menhir, and vomited violently. "What's up with him?" "Slight concussion," the barber surgeon replied, standing up and fastening his bag. "His skull's in one piece. He's already regained consciousness. He remembers what happened, and he knows his own name. That's a good sign. Miss Milva's intense reaction was fortunately groundless." The witcher looked at the archer, who was sitting at the foot of the menhir, with her eyes staring into the distance. "She isn't a delicate maiden prone to that sort of emotion," he muttered. "I'd be more inclined to blame yesterday's hooch." "She's puked before," Zoltan broke in softly. "The day before yesterday, at the crack of dawn, while everyone was still asleep. I think it's because of those mushrooms we scoffed in Turlo. My guts gave me grief for 2 days. Regis looked at the witcher from under his greying eyebrows with a strange expression on his face, smiled mysteriously, and wrapped himself in his black woolen cloak. Geralt went over to Milva and cleared his throat. "How do you feel?" "Rough. How's the yokel?" "He'll be fine. He's come round, but Regis won't let him get up. The peasants are making a cradle, and we'll carry him to the camp between 2 horses. Take mine. We're using Pegasus and the chestnut. They're more docile. Get up. It's time we hit the road." The enlarged company now resembled a funeral procession, and crawled along at a funereal pace. "What do you think about this vampire of theirs?" Zoltan Chive asked the witcher. "Do you believe their story?" "I didn't see the victims. I can't comment." "It's a pack of lies," Dandelion declared with conviction. "The peasants said the dead had been torn apart. Vampires don't do that. They bite into an artery and drink the blood, leaving 2 clear fang marks. The victim quite often survives. I've read about it in a respectable book. There were also illustrations showing the marks of vampire bites on virgins' swan-like necks. Can you confirm that, Geralt? What do you want me to confirm? I didn't see those illustrations. I'm not very clued up about virgins either. Don't scoff. You can't be a stranger to vampire bite marks. Ever come across a case of a vampire ripping its victim to shreds? No, that never happens. In the case of higher vampires, never, I agree, Emil Regis said softly. From what I know, Alpors, Katakans, Mullahs, Bruxers, and Nosferats don't mutilate their victims. On the other hand, Fleders and Ekimers are pretty brutal with their victims' remains. Bravo, Geralt said, looking at him in genuine admiration. You didn't leave out a single class of vampire, nor did you mention any of the imaginary ones, which only exist in fairy tales. Impressive knowledge indeed. You must also know that Ekimers and Fleders are never encountered in this climate. What happened then? Zoltan snorted, swinging his ashen staff. Who mutilated that woman and that lad in this climate then? Or did they mutilate themselves in a fit of desperation? The list of creatures that may have been responsible is pretty long, beginning with a pack of feral dogs, quite a common affliction during times of war. You can't imagine what dogs like that are capable of. Half the supposed victims of chaotic monsters can actually be choked up to packs of wild farmyard curs. Does that mean you rule out monsters? Not in the least. It may have been a striga, a harpy, a graveear, a ghoul. Not a vampire? Unlikely. The peasants mentioned some priest or other, Percival Schuttenbach recalled. Do priests know much about vampires? Some are expert on a range of subjects, to quite an advanced level, and their opinions are worth listening to as a rule. Sadly, that doesn't apply to all of them. Particularly the kind that roam around forests with fugitives, the dwarf snorted. He's most probably some kind of hermit, an illiterate anchorite from the wilderness. He dispatched a peasant exhibition to your burial ground, Regis. Have you ever noticed a single vampire while you were gathering mandrake there? Not even a tiny one? A teeny-weeny one? No, never. The barber surgeon gave a faint smile. But no wonder. A vampire, as you've just heard, flies in the dark on bat's wings without making a sound. He's easy to miss. And easy to see one where it isn't and has never been, Geralt confirmed. When I was younger, I wasted my time and energy several times chasing after delusions and superstitions which had been seen and colourfully described by an entire village, including the headman. Once, I spent 2 months living in a castle which was supposedly haunted by a vampire. There was no vampire, but they fed me well. No doubt, however, you have experienced cases when the rumours about vampires were well founded, Regis said, not looking at the Witcher. In those cases, I presume your time and energy were not wasted. Did the monsters die by your sword? It has been known. In any event, Zoltan said, the peasants are in luck. I think we'll wait in that camp for Munro Boyce and the lads, and the rest won't do you any harm either. Whatever killed the woman and the boy, I don't fancy his chances when the Witcher turns up in the camp. While we're at it, Geralt said, pursing his lips, I'd rather you didn't bruit who I am and what my name is. That particularly applies to you, Dandelion. As you wish, the dwarf nodded. You must have your reasons. Lucky you forewarned us, because I can see the camp. And I can hear it, Milver added, breaking a lengthy silence. They're making a fearful racket. The sound we can hear, Dandelion said, playing the wiseacre, is the everyday symphony of a refugee camp. As usual, scored for several hundred human throats, as well as no fewer bovine, ovine, and anserine ones. The solo parts are being performed by women squabbling, children bawling, a cock crowing, and, if I'm not mistaken, a donkey, who someone's poked in the backside with a thistle. The title of the symphony is A Human Community Fights for Survival. The symphony, as usual, can be heard and smelled, Regis observed, quivering the nostrils of his noble nose. This community, as it fights for survival, gives off the delicious fragrance of boiled cabbage, a vegetable without which survival would apparently be impossible. The characteristic olfactory accent is also being created by the effects of bodily functions, carried out in random places, most often on the outskirts of the camp. I've never understood why the fight for survival manifests itself in a reluctance to dig latrines. To hell with your smart-ass chatter, said Milver in annoyance. 3 dozen fancy words when 3 will do. It stinks of shit and cabbage. Shit and cabbage always go hand in hand, Percival Schutenbach said pithily. One drives the other. It's perpetuum mobile. No sooner had they set foot in the noisy and foul-smelling camp among the campfires, wagons, and shelters than they became the centre of interest for all the fugitives gathered there, of which there must have been at least 200, possibly even more. The interest bore fruit quickly and remarkably. Someone suddenly screamed, someone else suddenly bellowed, someone suddenly flung their arms around someone else's neck, someone began to laugh wildly, and someone else to sob wildly. There was a huge commotion. At first, it was difficult to work out what was happening among the cacophony of men, women, and children screaming, but finally all was explained. 2 of the women from Kernow, who had been travelling with them, had found, respectively, a husband and a brother, whom they had believed to be dead or to be missing without trace in the turmoil of war. The delight and tears seemed to be never-ending. Something so banal and melodramatic, Dandelion said with conviction, indicating the moving scene, could only happen in real life. If I tried to end one of my ballads like that, I would be ribbed mercilessly. Undoubtedly, Zoltan confirmed. Nonetheless, banalities like these gladden the heart, don't they? One feels more cheerful when fortune gives one something, rather than only taking. Well, we got rid of the womenfolk. We guided them, and finally got them here. Come on, no point hanging around. For a moment, the Witcher felt like suggesting they delay their departure. He was counting on one of the women deciding it would be fitting to express a few words of gratitude and thanks to the dwarf. He abandoned that idea, though, when he saw no sign of it happening. The women, overjoyed at being reunited with their loved ones, had completely forgotten about Geralt and his company. What are you waiting for? Zoltan said, looking at him keenly. To be covered in blossom out of gratitude, or anointed with honey? Let's clear off. There's nothing for us here. You're absolutely right. They didn't get far. A squeaky little voice stopped them in their tracks. The freckle-faced little girl with the plaits had caught them up. She was out of breath and had a large posy of wildflowers in her hand. Thank you, she squeaked, for looking after me and my little brother and my mummy, for being kind to us and all that. I picked these flowers for you. Thank you, Zoltan Chive said. You're kind, the little girl added, sticking the end of her plait into her mouth. I don't believe what Auntie said at all. You aren't filthy little burrowing midgets, and you aren't a grey-haired misfit from hell, and you, Uncle Dandelion, aren't a gobbling turkey. Auntie wasn't telling the truth. And you, Auntie Maria, aren't a slapper with a bow and arrow. You're Auntie Maria, and I like you. I picked the prettiest flowers for you. Thank you, Milver said in a slightly altered voice. We all thank you, Zoltan echoed.